Part 3. Lions Live Here. I was supposed to be a puppet, a light that is followed and then goes out, to exist for one purpose. What should I do if I want to keep shining? The Guide Through Darkness. Chapter 1. She took a breath, and that was her first surprise. She hadn't thought anything would ever surprise her again, and that also startled her. She thought about those feelings for a moment, and then decided that she was indeed alive, despite everything having indicated her death. She stood up, rubbed her temples, and looked around. Ella was standing in her ball gown on the roof of a multi-story building. She shivered because the sun was hidden behind clouds, and it couldn't have been more than 50 Fahrenheit outside. She walked over to the edge and looked around. Everything looked desolate and neglected. A fading billboard hung on one of the buildings, but you could still read the words, "Last stand! Enlist and do your duty." She blinked a few times before realizing it wasn't her eyes' fault. There was a lack of color all around. That is, except for one, and it was an unpleasantly deep green completely dominating and covering everything. She could see it on walls and rooftops and stretching as far as the horizon. In the few places where the light found its way between the clouds, the green shone out into the surroundings, and it would have been easy to mistake it for a dirty yellow. "Hello!" she shouted, and several pigeons took to the sky from the opposite rooftop. She was glad to see them, because it at least confirmed that there were other living creatures there. She shivered again, and looked up at the advancing black clouds. It was probably about to rain, and she needed to find shelter somewhere. A metal door opened onto a roof. She grasped the handle hopefully, but it was locked. She struggled with it for a moment. Its frame was also covered in green. This piqued Ella's curiosity, and she began to examine it more closely. It appeared to be some very delicate moss. It covered almost everything. She pulled hard on the handle once more, and there was a pop. "Shit!" she screamed, falling onto her back. The handle remained in her hand, but the lock hadn't budged. She wasn't going to leave using the stairs, so she walked back to the edge of the roof and leaned against its low wall, barely a foot high. She guessed from the buildings on the other side of the street that she was on the roof of a 4-story structure. Jumping would mean only one thing, a fall to her death. A fire escape ladder was attached to the wall. It ended just a few feet from the ground. She grabbed the nearest rung with her hand and pushed. One side came loose and broke away from the edge of the ladder. As she leaned out, she noticed a balcony. It was apparently part of the 4th-floor apartment. She assessed the height and decided to try that way. She found a piece of wood on the roof that would serve to break the glass if necessary. She threw the wood onto the balcony, then swung herself over the edge and hung on. She took one more look at the depths below and let herself go. She done well to take off her impractical pumps. She landed hard, but she was in the place she needed to be. She didn't even have to break the glass. The balcony door was open. "What is that?" Moss was crawling all over most things in the apartment as well. She could see it on the floor, the furniture, children's toys. She had hoped she might find something more appropriate to wear than a ball gown, but the moss, or whatever it was, would be covering clothing as well. She gave the bedroom a try anyway. The place felt like it had been abandoned for years. maybe even decades, though it might have been the presence of the green moss that gave her that impression. She rummaged through several closets, but to no avail. The fabrics were torn, rotten, mouldy. She noticed a large box at the bottom of a closet. She opened it and found a treasure. Clothes, vacuum-packed in transparent bags. She had to improvise to assemble a functional outfit, but in the end she was satisfied. The occupant had stored winter clothing, but she'd rather sweat a bit than freeze. She ended up spending so much time in the apartment that it got dark outside in the meantime. She didn't want to head out anywhere in the dark, so she spent the night there. She stared at the ceiling for half the night, but eventually fell asleep for a few hours. Her last thoughts before being carried off to dreamland were whether this was what it looked like in heaven or in hell. She had never believed in either of them, but she imagined lying on the floor in front of the door to that large hall and the life going out of her. For the next 2 days, she cautiously searched the immediate area. Should I be afraid? She asked herself this question several times. Everything suggested that she should be scared to death. A lone, 19-year-old girl appearing in the middle of a destroyed city. But she didn't feel fear. She knew that for the rest of her days, she wouldn't encounter anything half as terrible as the darkness that had accompanied Daniel. That had been truly terrifying, and nothing else could rival it. Ella discovered that many useful things could be found in apartments and the remains of shops that had not yet been affected by mold or moss. She had to search long and patiently, but she was often pleasantly surprised. Eventually, she had decent shoes, better pants, and a practical backpack. She was very happy about this last find. But another, more fundamental problem appeared. It was almost impossible to find anything to eat. There was no water flowing anywhere, thus no need to worry about whether it was drinkable or not. She found enough full plastic bottles whose contents she chose to boil. Better safe than sorry. I don't want to die of poisoning. Someone had been in some of the apartments she searched. She couldn't guess when, but they seemed mainly to have been looking for food, as she mostly saw signs of their presence in kitchens and pantries. It was reassuring because it was evidence that someone in a situation like hers had been there before. And they also tried to fight back and survive. She sympathized with the imaginary person from the past, but at the same time cursed them because they'd surely taken all the food. In 3 days, she found only some crackers and 2 cans of food. As she was wondering whether to dig into them, she remembered from a documentary that canned food lasted almost forever. Well, it's time to put that information into practice. Over the next few days, she focused more on details. Expiration dates on food gave years she thought were wrong or completely insane. Nothing here matched her idea of a future fantasy world. In a once beautiful apartment building built in the neoclassical style, she found the best preserved apartment which seemed to have escaped looting. This was also suggested by her having to use force to get inside. She broke through the lock and, after a moment's struggle, opened the door. She wasn't afraid to make noise. She didn't feel threatened in any way. The apartment had 3 rooms and was quite cosy. A deep shag carpet covered the floor. Ella had always loved such carpets. She removed her shoes to enjoy it to the fullest. She inspected the bathroom first. It was all decorated in light-coloured tiles with a subtle black pattern. It was immaculately clean, with a cosmetic mirror on a metal stand above the sink. Ella looked at her reflection, and at that moment, its edge lit up. She was startled and jumped away from the mirror. She calmed down about 10 seconds and laughed. She reapproached it and examined the mirror closely. It lit up again, and she saw the finer details of her skin. The image almost invited touch, so she gently tapped her cheek. The image changed for an instant and zoomed in. Now she could see the most detailed folds of her skin. She did it again, and again there was a close-up. The image now looked like a picture from a biology textbook, incredibly sharp, clear, and detailed. "I'd love to take you with me, but you're pretty useless, sorry." She stroked the mirror stand and, as if it understood her, it shut off instantly. Ella searched the apartment more thoroughly. The living room was connected to the kitchen, where everything looked highly preserved. She decided that the windows were the reason the green destruction hadn't gotten in. Few windows in the city remained unbroken, and somehow, miraculously, all of them had survived in this apartment. In the kitchen, her stomach loudly reminded her how hungry she was. She managed to find 2 unopened bottles of water, some pasta, and pickled fruit. There was also a great-looking Swiss Army knife in one of the drawers. At least she thought it must be this renowned all-purpose tool. The only difference was that instead of a white cross on a red background, the knife bore a flag, with a red square on a white background. She was very happy with her haul. She looked around the room, opened the last of the cupboards, but didn't feel the kitchen had anything else to offer. She decided to search some other places. The city was huge, and she was on her own. The door to the room, which seemed to be a bedroom, was closed. She opened it slowly and peeked inside. It was dark and gloomy. The only window was thoroughly blacked out. The air was heavy. The dust swirled through it once Ella disturbed its many years of preservation. The edge of the bed was a few feet away. It was immediately clear what she saw in it. 2 human bodies lying peacefully side by side. There was not much left of them, just bones, scraps of clothing, and blankets, already partially sunken through the mattress. All of it was covered in green moss that was engulfing the room. It climbed off the bed, onto the floor, crawled to the wardrobes, and reached up to the ceiling, where only a few spotless places remained. Ella closed the door again. Another 2 weeks passed, and Ella ventured ever further. She saw no reason to stay in one place, and the days were getting shorter and the nights colder. If winter is really coming, I should head south. From one tall building that towered above all the others, she could see the surface of a lake or sea. She decided that would be her next destination. She neither wanted to, nor could she rush things, as her food supplies were small and finding anything was difficult. Only about 1 in 10 apartments yielded any profit. Over time, Ella began to realize that while this world was similar to hers in some ways, there were a lot of differences. The furnishings of the apartment seemed almost outdated, unfashionable, and there was much less plastic than she was used to. Almost none of the apartments had televisions, but there were devices in various places that were some sort of electronics. She tried several times to turn the devices on, but they didn't work. The first and only piece of electronics that still worked was the mirror. There were far fewer cars on the street than she would have expected, all covered in moss. The moss accelerated the decay of metals. There were holes in cars. When she tried to open doors, pieces fell off, and everything seemed incredibly fragile. The moss had a similar effect on wood, and to some extent, stone. Only glass and plastic seemed untouched and bravely resisted the moss. The longer she was there, the more often she was suddenly visited by memories of her own home, of her parents, sisters, and friends. This isn't my world, or so I hope. Whatever happened here was terrible. There were more dead bodies than she'd ever imagined. Now there wasn't much left of them but bones covered in moss. It had almost become a rule that she found them in dark and remote corners of apartments, buildings, or warehouses. It was as if they had known their fate and hidden from the world as much as possible. Ella concluded that their deaths had not been quick. She confirmed this after investigating a vast underground garage. She regretted the idea for days afterwards. She had found thousands of bodies, entire families huddled together, crammed together, knowing the end was near. Ella turned and ran until she couldn't catch her breath and her side cramped up. It was an image she couldn't get out of her head for a long time. She had to walk through a large city park to reach her destination. She looked forward to it because the trees were still full of leaves playing upon many colours. Though their trunks were covered in the green moss, it didn't seem to bother the trees or other plants in any way. If the wood was alive, the moss left it to its own end. The path was paved with small granite stones. Leaves and mud covered it in thick layers, and she had to be careful with every step she took. She was constantly falling during her first days in this world. She was always in danger of scrapping or hitting against something. It felt like an eternity had passed since her first days, though she now felt much more experienced. She paused and glanced at the open grassy plain that must have once been used for relaxation and entertainment. She walked a few dozen more yards. A herd of deer was grazing at the far end, less than 200 yards away. After so many days of seeing only birds, most of which were pigeons, it was a surreal sight. A wave of joy surged through her heart. The largest and most massive silhouette suddenly raised its head. It must have been a deer. As if on command, the whole herd took off running. Within 20 seconds they disappeared among the bushes and trees, but Ella saw that they had left someone behind. One animal remained lying down, its head held high. She slowly approached it. Could I gut and cook this animal? She recognized it as a small skinny doe. It lay there showing no intention of trying to escape. Is she hurt? If she was okay, she would have disappeared with the herd. She allowed Ella to approach close and then lean over her. 2/3 of her body was covered in green moss. It was already encroaching on one of her eyes, which was cadaverously grey in colour. Poor thing, Ella whispered, pulling out a long hunting knife she had found a few days before. When she was little, she used to go visit her grandparents in the countryside. They raised chickens and rabbits. She hated when her grandfather killed and skinned the rabbits and forced her to help. Today, she would thank him for that. She thought of depriving an animal of life wasn't pleasant, but she understood it was sometimes necessary. She walked around the doe. She briefly thought about ending it all with one quick jab to the lung area, but there was a risk that Ella would only injure the doe, and the animal would find its last reserves of strength, and that it would end up dying somewhere over hours. So she put the knife to its throat. The doe didn't move, and Ella could have sworn the animal understood what was to follow. It twitched a few more times clumsily, tried to stand, and lay dead a moment later. Ella felt no pity. The animal would have suffered for days, perhaps weeks, and would have died all the same. But what terrified her was the sight of the green coating consuming the animal and draining it of life. She had already realized that the moss was gradually claiming all the dead bodies, whether animal or human. It hadn't occurred to her until now, however, that it could be the cause of their deaths. She shuddered. As if from a great distance she heard a twig snap. Quiet footfalls. She raised her head and took 2 quick steps back. 15 to 20 yards away, she saw a pack of dogs coming. They were arrayed at regular distances, and Ella knew immediately that they were on the hunt. "I'll leave you to her," she said in their leader's direction, but he only replied with a growl. He was grey and much larger than the dogs in his pack. Ella thought it might be a wolf or some hybrid. She assessed her situation, which looked dire. The dogs outnumbered her, and all she had was a knife. She was at least glad she was wearing her winter jacket, as any bite would have to go through a thick layer of fabric first. She began cautiously backing away. She hoped the dogs would be content with just the deer, prepared as a lavish feast. She managed to get about 30 yards away, but 2 dogs were still watching her and maintaining proximity. She estimated that she was some 40 yards from the trees and bushes. "I can shake them off and defend myself better there." A big black dog snarled menacingly. She didn't want to wait for any more warnings. She turned and ran at top speed. Without turning around, she knew one or both of the dogs were chasing her. She still held the hunting knife in her right hand, but it was useless now. "I'll fall and stab myself in the stomach to boot." But she still didn't want to drop it. Just before the boundary separating the meadows and trees, she looked back. The black dog was only a few steps behind her. She ran through some low but thick undergrowth, and her knees buckled. The ground there inclined steeply. She heard a loud crack, a whimper, and then didn't see the dog again. She rolled onto her back and felt gravity pulling her forward somewhere. She stopped only by falling into cold water. It wasn't deep, so she scrambled back to her feet. That was a gunshot. That was definitely a gunshot. She felt her heartbeat in her ears and couldn't catch her breath. She'd fallen into a kind of shallow pond. She checked her belongings and had everything except the hunting knife. It had to be lying somewhere on the slope above her, but she didn't want to look for it. She had to get away. That night, Ella cried. It wasn't the first time she'd woken up in a ball gown on the roof of the abandoned building, but it felt like it. It took her 2 hours to find a place that seemed safe. She'd caught a chill and was failing to light a fire. She knew she had to concentrate more, but she couldn't calm down. When she finally got the fire started, she spread her things around it, hung out her clothes, and curled herself up in a blanket. She knew now she had been foolish. She felt like there was no danger here, like she was the only being in the world. The dog pack had gnawed away at that feeling of security, and the gunshot had buried it deep underground. They might have been shooting at the dogs, but they might as well have been shooting at me. She couldn't be certain, but now she had to assume there were other people, and that meant mortal danger. She knew her journey would slow down now. She would have to be much more careful and cautious. She'd only been here a few weeks, but what might people who had lived there for years, or even decades, look like? She shuddered. The flames were beginning to wane and needed to be fed. She set the blanket aside for a moment and threw on a few pieces of wood. She looked at her hands in the firelight. They seemed small and weak. She brought the back of her right hand closer to the fire. She discovered a small, bright, green spot. Ella reached her destination in less than 2 weeks. The body of water turned out to be a huge freshwater lake. The journey was comfortable despite the circumstances and passed without much trouble. The weather was mild apart from a few showers. A week later, though, she realized her food supply wouldn't last. The deep woods beyond the city soon appeared, and surrounding houses dwindled. Halfway there, or so she estimated, she faced the decision of whether to turn back. The city offered many advantages, but she didn't want to return. She didn't know the landscape, so she only orientated herself using road signs. She preferred not to walk directly along the road, but sometimes there was no other way. She passed through several small villages where the houses could be counted on one hand. The day she finally saw the lake in all its glory was warm and sunny. She was walking along a narrow road at the time, and it was slowly sloping downwards. She knew it would take a few more hours of walking, but she was motivated now to complete the distance that day. Too bad I don't have a bike. She imagined mounting it and effortlessly covering the distance her legs were now suffering through. Most of Ella's blisters had already popped, though, and she finally concluded that it could have been much worse. When she reached the sandy beach, the sun was still in the sky, and there was ample time before sunset. She took off her jacket and enjoyed the warm rays. She considered taking off her shoes to feel the sand between her toes, but it was too cold. She looked at her right hand and exposed it to the sun's rays. Since the first day, she'd noticed the green patch, the moss, though she had stopped believing it was even moss, had spread to her elbows. She had a slight cough for the last 2 days, but didn't feel like she'd caught a cold. When she coughed, she also felt a strange stabbing pain in her chest. So this is what the whole world died from. She smiled. She smiled not at the idea of the millions of people who knew their end was coming, but at her own fate. She had been trapped by darkness in one world and sent here. But why here? I'm going to die coughing in some dusty corner of an old house. When she looked at her hand, she couldn't imagine any other future for herself. But why am I not afraid? That was something she didn't understand. She assessed her options and decided to walk as far down the beach as possible. She walked without pause the first day as well as the 4 following days. She spent 2 nights in a house she managed to find. It was empty, and she found not a bit of food in it. The 3 remaining nights she had to sleep under the stars. The sky was a gorgeous sight. She'd never seen so many stars. The last night, which was cold enough to make Ella shiver through many layers of clothing and a blanket, rewarded her with a display of the polar lights. She gaped at it in mute amazement. Whether it was this magical experience or just her fatigue, she didn't know, but she somehow managed to sleep for at least a few hours. By the 6th day, Ella was feeling weak. She walked slowly and unsteadily. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined being so terribly hungry. She'd been taking water from the lake, so dehydration wasn't a threat, but she couldn't estimate whether she could last another week, let alone 2 or 3, with such meagre food rations. She might last longer if she stayed in one place, but Ella wanted to keep moving. She didn't know where exactly, but something was strongly compelling her. Meanwhile, the itching on her right arm made the day hell. It started subtly and got progressively worse. She was eventually unable to restrain herself any more and started scratching the green parasite, providing at least a fleeting sense of relief. Gradually, however, it turned into torturous agony. Initially, Ella didn't understand what was happening. Then she looked down at her left hand and was surprised to see so much blood on her fingers. She looked at her other arm. The moss must have broken the skin, causing the profusion of blood, which was dripping onto the ground. She panicked. Her entire arm was so sore and itchy that she couldn't think rationally. She pulled a spare piece of cloth from her backpack and wrapped her arm as tightly as she could. It wasn't pretty, but it seemed to work for the time being. But what now? Am I supposed to go on? What am I doing here? She shouted, her voice carrying far across the water. It was nice to hear a human voice again. She hadn't spoken at all in the last few days, even to herself. She was even more convinced that she had only made her way towards the lake in order to find a nice place to die. Since appearing in the world, she hadn't a chance to do anything but look for a place to rest. She was like an old animal at the end of its life, knowing what was soon to come. She knelt on the shore of the lake and dipped both hands in the water. It was clear and very cold. She scooped up as much as she could and rinsed her face. Closing her eyes, her hands cupped more water and then threw it briskly onto her face. The refreshing rush brought back memories. She glimpsed her parents' faces before they disappeared. Then she remembered Daniel with a broken face and fire in his eyes. That image also passed and transformed. Ella stared into the face of an older man. She didn't recognize him, but she had the persistent feeling that she should know him and that she must remember. A moment later, however, his face also evaporated from her mind, and instead a tall black man appeared, thin, walking upright and proud. He was holding the hand of a small blonde-haired blue-eyed girl. God, how blue her eyes are! She took a breath and realized she was still kneeling, the water wetting her knees. She had no idea what it was all supposed to mean, and she looked down at her right hand again. Blood was seeping through the fabric and dripping onto the ground. I'm hallucinating. If I don't do something, I'm done for. She got up. The beach turned sharply after a few 100 yards, and Ella couldn't see what was ahead. She had to find out. She set a fast and steady pace. Every step ached, her arm throbbed, and she was scraping the bottom of her strength. After a few yards, she reached a bend where she could see the beach stretching out for miles. Ella's attention was suddenly caught by a construction on the beach ahead. Its premises, which included part of the lake, the beach, and a patch of forest, was covered by some sort of dome. The dome had a strange surface. Ella had never seen anything like it before. She vaguely recalled during her chemistry classes and guessed that it resembled Mercury, undulating like the surface of the lake. The dome was taller than the treetops, and its diameter could have been a few 100 feet across. I have nothing to lose, Ella told herself, closed her eyes, instinctively took a breath, and jumped into the dome. She expected to feel something, but there was nothing at all. She carefully opened one of her eyelids. She was clearly standing on the same beach, only now it was just a sunny summer day. Turning around, she saw the wall of the dome just behind her, stretching up into the sky. Now she was sure she was inside. Everything looked clean and orderly. There were a few lounge chairs on the sand, and hidden behind white cloth, a few dozen yards ahead, there was a sort of private beach cubicle from which voices could be heard. She fought the urge to take a closer look, guessing she probably wouldn't be welcome there. So she moved as inconspicuously as possible along the dome wall until she reached the forest. There stood a small gazebo, equipped and functioning as a beach bar. Ella couldn't believe her eyes. There was fruit everywhere, various alcoholic beverages, trays full of sandwiches. Unable to contain herself, she grabbed one and stuffed it into her mouth. She almost choked. So much of the sandwich ended up on the floor anyway. She acted fast. She slipped her backpack off and shoved in everything she could get her hands on. When her luggage was stuffed to bursting, she paused. Why am I in such a hurry? I don't even know where I am. I could stay here and maybe even find help. She looked around. Her right arm was hurting again, and the floor below her was spotted with her blood. She grabbed a bottle of vodka from the bar and made to leave. But where? Back through? There was a path leading away from the bar and into the trees. She sacrificed one more minute and took a look. It didn't seem like anyone wanted to go to the bar now, though she was sure there were at least 2 other people on the beach. As long as they didn't notice her, though, she had nothing to worry about. After 20 yards, Ella reached a strange door marked Exit. She didn't know what it could be besides a door, despite having no handle and only a frame, and a rippling surface, very similar to the wall of the dome. She looked at the door for a moment, wondering what it might look like on the other side. Something told her she wouldn't find herself back on the beach again through there. The question of whether to go inside finally resolved itself. "And who are you?" A middle-aged man came through the passage. He was holding a tray in his hands, apparently with another batch of food. He looked at Ella in surprise, measuring her from head to toe. His appearance discomforted her. One eye was covered with a patch, and his long, greasy hair reached down to his waist. He looked like a pirate. "I have no idea how you got in here, but you're coming with me now." He was apparently ill at ease about her dirty clothes and bleeding hand. Ella didn't wait for any further prompting and started running towards the boundary she had so easily crossed earlier. As she neared the rippling mass, she closed her eyes again. She stepped out of the dome and found that nothing had changed on the other side in the meantime. She was back in a place she knew. The sun was once again hidden behind the clouds, and she had left the man, the bar, and the food behind. Her adrenaline rush slowed. She looked down at her hand, which was still bleeding. She was so dizzy that she was forced down hard onto the sand. The last thing she remembered was a vague figure standing nearby, watching Ella with interest. Ella had a dream. She was at summer camp, sitting around a campfire with other kids. They were roasting marshmallows, the counselors were singing songs, and there was a good mood everywhere. She had been going to long summer camps every year since her 6th birthday and didn't begrudge her parents for having to spend almost 2 whole months there. She enjoyed combat games, learned a lot of new things, and didn't miss her parents most of the time. That night, though, she thought about them. She stared into the flames, absorbed in herself, as the sounds of bustling camp life receded into the distance. She watched the red tongues move through each other. Their movement lulled her to sleep, and her eyes slowly closed. She leaned toward the radiating wood. She edged closer and closer to the campfire until she fell into it face first. But she continued to fall. Suddenly she was standing on a balcony in a great hall where a crowd of people were packed. They were all attentively listening to a boy that seemed hypnotized. None of them noticed darkness gradually expanding behind the speaker. Ella began to scream, but no one paid attention to her. By then the hall was engulfed in flames, and a shot rang out, followed by the impact of a falling human body. Her temples ached, and she sat up abruptly. It was dim around her. She had a warm blanket thrown over her and was on a sort of rickety folding cot. Though compared to the previous night on the hard ground, it was downright luxurious. There was a fireplace along the wall and a few logs still burning in it. 2 burly leather chairs sat with their backs to her. She lowered her feet to the floor and stretched. She felt stiff, but otherwise quite all right. Gradually, she recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness. Her right arm had been carefully treated and wrapped in a snow-white bandage. The figure she now only vaguely recalled must have brought her here, treated her, and put her to bed. She longed to know her faceless saviour. She slowly made her way to the armchairs. She walked barefoot and treaded quietly. The floor was lined with large dark tiles and cold as ice. A woman was sleeping on one of the armchairs. On the floor beside her was a bottle of vodka that Ella had brought from the dome, half drunk. She didn't blame her. She had intended to use it as a disinfectant for her sore arm, but the woman seemed to have taken excellent care of it for her. Ella fought the urge to wake her rescuer. It didn't seem fair, and even though she had a million questions, they could wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, a soft whimper came from the other armchair. In the half-light, Ella hadn't noticed the skinny, short-haired dog lying there. It was all black except for a brown patch on its side. It opened one eye, assessed Ella as if it had been doing this all its life, and fell back asleep. After her short trip out of bed, Ella quietly returned to her cot and soon fell into the most restful sleep she'd had in many days. "So the gunshot wasn't fired by someone else. It was about 2 weeks ago." Words were gushing from Ella at incredible speed. She was lucky the woman was experiencing a similar joy in her newfound companionship. "It definitely wasn't me. I didn't notice you until we were at the lake, and I hung back the first day so you wouldn't see me." Ashanti was half a head taller than Ella. One of the first things that struck Ella as odd was that she couldn't place her age. She could have been 40 or even 50. She attributed her poor estimate mostly to herself, since she hadn't met many black people, and they were still rather a rarity in her hometown. "Gid, what are you, stinking scrub brush?" Ashanti shouted at the top of her lungs. A moment later, an excited dog came running out of some bushes, holding in its mouth a branch at least 5 times longer than itself. Both women laughed at the sight. Ella petted the dog and it wagged its tail gratefully. "You won him over on the first day because he got food from your ample supply. I'm pretty sure he's never eaten so well before." The dog disappeared again, and Ella and Ashanti resumed their leisurely walk. As the days passed, Ella's strength began to return. Once Ashanti discovered the havoc the blight had wreaked on Ella's arm, she thoroughly removed it, disinfected that part of her body, and administered a drug with a strong and quick effect. That was one of the first things Ella found out. The green moss was called the blight in this world. Partly from what Ashanti told her, and partly from what she observed herself, Ella discovered that Ashanti had been travelling the barren land for a very long time. She'd been there when the war had come and destroyed almost everything, but back then her world was still breathing. Shortly thereafter, the blight had come, the origin of which no one knew. It was speculated to be a biological weapon, or a simple coincidence that gradually covered the ruins, suffocated the survivors, and for which a cure was found too late. They talked for days and weeks. Ashanti often complained about her memory, yet she knew a lot. She showed Ella the domes. According to Ashanti, there weren't many. When they first walked through a portal together and suddenly appeared on the crest of a mountain with endless space surrounding them on all sides, Ella couldn't suppress a rush of emotion. "Is this the same one I found on the beach?" she asked as they sat together watching the clouds as the river flowed deep in the valley, its sounds reaching them from far away. "I'm not entirely sure," Shanti replied after a moment's hesitation. "This one was created by my people from my world. No one can enter this place except through the portal that you and I went through. The wall is impenetrable, and for a long time I believed there was nothing beyond it." She seemed reluctant to add anything more, but then I walked through it. Ella remembered that moment and didn't believe she could ever forget it. It had been so easy and completely natural. "The dome on the beach is far from somewhere else. It was a long time ago. I'm almost certain the war was over when they started showing up in many places. Some were small, and others took up hundreds of miles." There was another moment of silence. "There was no way to get into them, so we concluded that they came from other worlds." "From worlds like mine?" Ella asked, but didn't look at Ashanti. "Most likely, yes. We thought there was only one reality, and it was ours. Everything else was supposedly just copies. Turns out we were wrong, but no one cared anymore." She said the words with bitterness in her voice. "Why didn't they care?" "Because there wasn't anyone who could care anymore. Our world was dead." Ella remembered this evening very well. After they left the dome, Ashanti had her first seizure. It lasted 2 days. Gid had been Ashanti's companion for 8 years. She didn't call him anything but stinker, dirtbag, rat, or scrub brush. But she could utter even the harshest insult with such affection that Ella had no doubt Ashanti would follow her dog through the fiery gates of hell. When Gid went missing one evening, they searched for him for 2 days straight. With each passing hour, Ashanti's nervousness grew until it was panic. But Gid was a smart dog. He came back absolutely happy and healthy, as if nothing had happened. Upon his return, Ashanti rewarded him with such a shower of abuse that it staggered Ella in its unheard novelty. They had no idea where he'd been, but the important thing was that he was back. He slept by the fire with Ash that night. She hugged him, and Ella heard her whisper softly in his ear, "Time to sleep, time to dream. Tomorrow we'll awake as a team." Ash usually travelled alone. There was no one left to join her, and from what she had said, she hadn't had much luck with people. Because of this, she had built up a sort of barrier that was hard to penetrate. Behind it, however, was an intelligent and tenacious personality. Over time, Ashanti revealed bits and pieces of her story. It was unclear if her seizures, which were becoming more frequent, were the reason. She was aware that something was wrong. Sometimes she would wake up and not know where she was for a moment. She could remember her youth and her studies, but couldn't recall anything else. One morning Ashanti opened her eyes and saw Ella sleeping by the fire. She sat down beside her and thought, "How do I know this girl? What is she doing here anyway?" It took her all night to remember that the girl had been keeping her company for many months. From that day on, she began telling her everything because this girl could become her memory and her legacy. "When I saw you walk through the barrier off that dome, do you know what I thought?" Ash asked, and Ella was surprised that she was bringing up the subject because there hadn't been any mention of that day on the beach in a long time. "I've no idea," she replied. "That my husband would go crazy. He'd been hopping around in circles like a devil out of a box with smoke coming out of his ears." She bit the last piece of meat off a bone and tossed it to Gid. No one believed his theories at first. First they funded his research, and then the military threw everything overboard. When they started creating the first domes, no one even told him, even though it was his idea. So he said nothing could pass through the dome's boundary. When these unknown domes appeared, he was shocked, just like everyone else. But he was convinced that it just wasn't possible, and I thought so too. And now some girl suddenly shows up who just goes in and out of them like she's out for a walk. Ash laughed softly. "And he was travelling with you in the beginning?" Ella mustered with the courage to ask. "No, he wasn't. He died in an accident, and our daughter died with him. I was left alone." "I'm sorry," Ella replied automatically, and then she realised it might have sounded stupid. Ash just smiled. "That's not necessary, Ella. It was a very long time ago." Meanwhile, Gid walked over to her, lay down on his back, and bared his stomach with the express purpose of getting scratched. His mistress didn't make him wait long. They were standing on the edge of a large crater and looking down together. The city was severely damaged. The night before, Ashanti had explained that a war front had come through there, and not one of the original 2 million people remained. The massacre even got a name, but no one remembered it anymore. "Why did you want to go there, Ash?" Ella asked cautiously. She didn't like the place and had suggested several times that it would be better for them to stay put and rest for a few days or weeks. Ashanti was having seizures several times a week now, and even a little physical exertion made her condition worse. The most recent ones had been deadly serious. Ashanti was vomiting blood. and nothing much helped anymore. Ella knew she wasn't strong enough to say or do anything to dissuade Ash from doing whatever she wanted, though. There's something down there. I feel like it's calling to me. There's an answer. Ella watched her friend with concern. With each seizure, Ash forgot more and more, and Ella dreaded the day Ashanti would wake up and not even remember her face. After all they had been through together, after all Ash had done to help her. Let's go, but promise me that if the answers aren't there, we'll find someplace quiet, and you'll rest for at least a week. Ashanti only answered her words with a nod, but that was more than Ella could have hoped for. Gid, you stay here, Ash commanded the dog. He whimpered, but obediently sat down. Surprised, Ella scratched the dog's head and followed Ash. The journey took them longer than expected. After about half an hour, Ella turned around, and the edge of the crater suddenly seemed unnaturally close. Ash, this is not a good place. Time doesn't behave properly here. We should leave, and we should leave now. She grabbed her companion's hand, but Ash disagreed. I can't. Come on. It'll break soon when we're at the bottom of the crater. I feel like I can see where it's leading us. Ella exhaled heavily. She didn't want to argue with Ash, so she followed her. Just then, Ash raised her hands and started waving. We're friends, she called out to somewhere ahead. There was silence for a moment. Me too, they both heard, though the voice sounded like someone calling from a great distance. Ella tried hard to see anything or anyone, but she saw nothing. Ash, on the other hand, had a broad smile on her face. Stop! There's a dome boundary! Ashanti called out again. Ash, there's no dome, Ella said cautiously. Just look properly, open your eyes and you'll see it. And she was right. It was perfectly inconspicuous, almost imperceptible, but its boundaries stretched far. Ella couldn't tell if they were inside or outside. She squinted her eyes and saw it for a moment, a sheer layer, thin as paper. Surely it was a dome from another reality that had bitten off a large part of the city. She just wasn't sure why its border was almost transparent. Everything that happened next seemed to Ella like a dream. She must have known. She was so calm when she couldn't have been. She was only snapped out of her musings when Ash sent her away. I don't want to. I have to stay with you. You know your fits are getting worse. If Ella left, Ash would die, and worst, she would die all alone. It wasn't possible. It was unimaginable. Ash was the strongest, bravest, best person Ella had ever known. She still owed her too much, and Ella intended to pay off all her debts. She started to cry. She wanted to stop the torrent of tears, but she couldn't. Ashanti hugged her and put her mouth to Ella's ear. Listen carefully. Remember how I told you that he'd explode like a devil out of a box when he sees it? I think I know who this man is, but only you can deliver the verdict. You have a gift beyond my comprehension that might be the key. I don't even know what lock it belongs to or where exactly it is, but you're more likely to find it on the other side. Ella closed her eyes and took 3 quick steps forward, steps forward, steps forward, steps forward, steps forward, steps forward. Chapter 2. Five had been asleep for almost an hour. He jerked every now and then, and it was clear he was having bad dreams. If he hadn't had Jenny's hand on his temple, he would surely have woken up long ago. But Jenny was patient and often managed to sit like that all night. The blue glow under her hand changed in intensity. To Ella, it seemed stronger when Five was fast asleep. Ella lay in her sleeping bag on the other side of the dying fire. She couldn't sleep and just watched Jenny silently. A girl boundlessly devoted to her father and their mission. She'd known something was wrong with her since their first day together. She didn't care about the colour of her skin because people's stories can be different and complicated. There were other things that were strange. Jenny did her best to hide it, but she didn't eat or drink at all. She hardly needed to sleep at night and seemed extremely mature for her age. And what puzzled Ella further was that Five perfectly ignored all these facts. He asked her if she had enough water, asked her how food tasted, even though she barely took a bite. "Jenny," Ella said quietly in the direction of the blue-eyed blonde girl. "Yes," Jenny replied quietly, not looking up from her father, or perhaps the man she only called father. "It's certainly a strange situation in your eyes, isn't it?" "I'd say even more than a strange situation." There was no point in lying to Jenny. "What are you, Jenny?" She surprised herself with the directness of her question, but the time she'd spent with Ashanti had changed her. She wanted to be a little like her, strong, courageous, and not backing down for any obstacle. It was like she could hear her whispering in her ear right now. "Something's not right here, so ask. If she doesn't answer, yell. Maybe she just can't hear you." "I was supposed to help him get through a difficult period, but that was another era. Then a lot of things happened, and we set out on the road. In the beginning, I was just a shell, but as time went on, I became more and more his Jenny." "And he knows that you're not his daughter." Ella didn't think it was fair to pussyfoot around uncomfortable questions. "He knows. He doesn't fully admit it yet. He knows. He doesn't fully admit it yet, but he's known for a long time. But I'm already his daughter. Actually, I'm everything she was, and then some." She was silent for a moment. "The hand, the thing I do, I'm helping him with his memory, correcting it and piecing it together from dreams and memories. I know everything he knows, and soon we'll be done." "What do you mean? What will you be done with?" "With why we're wandering and why I need to be with him." Five moved again and mumbled something unintelligible. "His memory will be healthy soon." The two of them watched the last of the dying embers. A cold wind blew into the barn, bringing a few snowflakes with it. One drifted slowly down onto the bare skin of Ella's right hand. The blight was a thing of the past, but deep scars remained. Ella looked at them often, telling herself that it was just a small price she'd had to pay, and another reminder of her debt. "I should feed the fire," she said, climbing out of her sleeping bag. The wood was prepared, and so she just threw in a few smaller chips and 2 larger logs, so she wouldn't have to get up again in a while. "I'll keep it burning if need be," Jenny said, giving Ella a smile. She was kind and sincere. Still, Ella couldn't shake the impression that she was keeping some other big secret. "Tell me one more thing." Ella was already back in her sleeping bag, shivering. Winter was coming. "When you're finished with your task and his memory is in order, then what will you do? Where will you go?" "I don't know. Maybe we'll just be father and daughter, wandering side by side through the wilderness, trying to survive until the next day together, hoping the sun will rise again." She stroked Five's hair gently. "Maybe we'll just crumble into dust, and the wind will blow us to all the places we've seen over the years. That would be beautiful." Ella thought about her words. Her own path was equally unclear. Home had become only a hazy memory. Ashanti had sent her here, and Ella would never see her again. Maybe Ella was supposed to help them, just as Ash had helped her. But then what? And when Jenny finally repaired her father's memory, would his soul be healed at the same time? Ella stood on top of a small sandy hill covered in thick grass. She stared into the distance, wondering if it was even possible. The sun had risen a few moments before. It hung low over the horizon, its rays piercing the fog and clouds. Ella took a moment to count the smaller and larger hills. They were spread out all around her. They stretched endlessly like a long-forgotten sandbox of absurd proportions. "This used to be called Sand Hills," Five told her. He too gazed out at the sea of grass and seemed out of breath from having climbed up the hill behind Ella and Jenny. The individual hills resembled waves, and for a moment it all seemed to be moving toward an unseen destination. "It's really beautiful here. I'm glad this is the way we're going." A ray of light hit her cheek, and she realized that the sun still had power. "Me too. I just hope we can at least find an old path, so we don't have to keep hiking up and down." He gave Ella a warm smile and stroked his daughter's hair. "Today we'll just follow our noses and see what surprises await us there." "I don't want any surprises, just a normal day where the sun will shine and we won't have to sleep outside tonight." Jenny said this in a slightly irritated tone, and to add gravitas to the whole situation, she put on her headphones. She didn't take them off her head for the next 3 hours. Five's wish came true. The remnants of asphalt could hardly be considered a road anymore, but at least they could go reasonably straight with none of the dozens of small but steep inclines to overcome. Jenny walked in front, slightly ahead of the others. With her headphones on, however, it was Five who heard the noise first. He stopped. It was a steady hum that was steadily increasing in intensity. A few seconds later, all three of them heard it. Five motioned for them to crouch. There was only grass around them, and there was no point in looking for any cover. They didn't know what or who they were hiding from anyway. By now the noise was intense, and it was clear that it was somewhere above them. They all looked up into the overcast sky. Suddenly a large black object came speeding from the east. It must have been flying at a height of about 1/2 kilometre and moving very fast. No wings or propellers were visible. Nevertheless, it was making a loud noise. It was a few dozen meters long, but it was too massive for an airplane. It was visible for less than a minute before it disappeared. "What was that?" Ella spoke first. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it." Five spoke slowly, lost in thought. "I don't think we need to draw any conclusions now. We know there are still some people here. We may run into them sometime." The strange machine was on their minds for days afterwards. No one talked much about it. Any talk would have been wild speculation, and though Ella wasn't opposed to it, Five wasn't the ideal partner for such a discussion. On their 4th day of wandering across the sandhills, they had the perfect opportunity to find out the secret of the object. Beyond the 1000th iconic hill, they caught a glimpse of a small valley. On the ground, at the end of it, stood the machine. After a brief discussion, they agreed to go take a closer look. Five was unable to identify the craft. He still had that little fire inside him that always sprang to life when they came across something they didn't recognize. That desire to explore and uncover the origin of a thing, to penetrate its essence. So even now his curiosity had been ignited. The machine was stunningly elegant, and Jenny remarked that it reminded her of a stingray. It was jet black and perfectly smooth in many places. Only various protuberances, like antennas and other equipment, disturbed its surface. It was about 50 meters long and just over 30 meters wide at the front. The broader part, doubtlessly the main part of the vessel, tapered to a neat point so that an imaginary tail or spike trailed behind it. The landing must have been very smooth. The Stingray stood on 3 sturdy extended legs. A platform was lowered to the ground, presumably from the cargo hold. There they saw a figure nervously shifting from one side to the other. "Hello!" Five raised his hand in greeting. The man didn't seem to have noticed them yet. He first took 3 quick steps in their direction, but then stopped. He studied them. Their advantage was Jenny. They couldn't pose any threat when they had a small child with them, and it worked in this case as well. "Who are you?" His first words surprised no one. He was dressed in plain, strictly functional, grey-coloured clothing. He could have been in his early 30s. His face was freshly shaven, giving him a boyish appearance. He was tall, slender, and obviously in good shape. The man had a long firearm slung over his shoulder, but he seemed to have no plans to use it. "I'm going to kid myself that we're still civilized. That's why I'll repeat the greeting." Five smiled and put his hand on Jenny's shoulder. "This is Jenny. You can call me Five. This young lady's name is Ella. We wish you a pleasant day." The man had seemed ill-tempered at first, but from his demeanour they now understood that he was frightened, but trying to mask it. "My name is Oliver, and I apologise if I was rude." He stepped closer and held out his hand to Five. The gesture helped break the ice, and the atmosphere relaxed. "We saw you flying a few days ago." Jenny eyed the aircraft with interest. Up close, its surface seemed even darker. "That's possible," Oliver replied. "We landed here 3 days ago." "And does this thing have a name? We've never seen anything like it before." "It has a designation that hasn't really caught on. GH0-19-T. But we simply call it Ghost. It's an experimental craft for specific types of missions." Oliver smiled, also glancing at the black metal. "Military missions? You don't look like a military man to me." Five entered the conversation. "We're a scientific expedition." Oliver's face tightened. "But that doesn't mean our mission isn't important or that I should be discussing it with every random traveller. Is that clear?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean any harm." Five raised his hands in an apologetic gesture. "It's not often we meet other people, and when we do, they're not too eager to shake our hands. This is a dangerous world." "We've already found that out." There was a dark tone in his voice. "Where are you from?" Ella walked up to the man and scrutinized his face. She was barely half a metre from him, and Oliver froze. "I can smell it on you. You're from somewhere else like me." Oliver turned away. "I'm not allowed to say anything," he snapped, his arms crossed over his chest. "And is there anyone who could give you permission? You speak in the plural, but you're the only one here." Five was sure the man was waiting for someone. He guessed there was one other person inside the Ghost. Its size suggested that the crew was less than 10, but there could easily be 8. Whether these people's mission was military or scientific in nature, it had its clearly defined protocols. In normal circumstances, Oliver would have backup. His crew wouldn't have exposed him to the risk that Five's group might pose. "Are you saying you're not off this world?" Oliver looked at Ella again. "That's right," she replied brusquely. "And he is?" He pointed at Five. "Yes, he is, and there aren't many others who can say that about themselves." The man measured them again with a stern but searching look. Five had seen that look before, and he liked that kind of person. He had counted himself among them once. "In that case, you might know something that could help me. Please come with me." He motioned for them to follow. With no one standing on the ramp anymore, it slowly began to close on its own. Don't worry, I've got the keys to it, Oliver added, and led them to the top of the nearest sandy hill. Behind the grassy hill was a familiar sight, a portal. But this one was different. They went closer. Its dimensions were admirable. It was at least 10 meters in width and just as tall. Ella had never seen a portal larger than a conventional door. "What's that supposed to be?" he asked Five. "We'll find out soon enough." Five pointed to a metal plaque set into the ground. "Just as I thought. It says it's an ark. 50,000 souls took refuge there before the end and now await eternal salvation. No one is to disturb them, or they will face divine punishment." Five walked to the edge of the portal and saw a pile of metal debris scattered around. He remembered how entire cities had once hidden themselves in domes like these. Out of fear or under the influence of a religious leader, they had built arks. Five remembered that they had built huge domes that could shelter up to 1 million people. And it was these domes that had first collapsed. What happened to them was terrible. "The portal was sealed, wasn't it?" he asked. Oliver was bending over the text that Five had read a moment before. "Yes, we couldn't agree, but the captain gave the order. You have to understand that we're collecting data. The more we have, the better the chance we have of stopping it." "Stopping what?" Ella asked. "Destruction, of course," Oliver replied with a look of insinuating that it should be obvious. "It's spreading across worlds and tearing them apart. We've had to travel a long way. But this is the world where it all started. This is where we can find the answers and stop it." "There's nothing to stop," Five shouted at him. "Everything's in ruins, and there's no hope. I've been looking for it, but only a blind man wouldn't see that it's over." "That's what you think, but we don't," Oliver defied him. "This and other worlds are dead, or on the verge of collapse, but it's not like that everywhere." Ella placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. "Don't argue. There'll be time for that later. When did your people go inside?" "It's been 2 days. They were only supposed to be inside for 12 hours, but they didn't come back. We sent a probe in first to see if there was air. It should be safe to enter." "Have you ever seen anything like this before? It's called a dimensional dome." Five walked over to him and seemed to have recovered in the meantime. "We met them recently. They're very rare elsewhere, but here they're more common to come across. A dome this big represents valuable data that can help us understand how they form, how they behave. The risk was worth it." His words sounded hesitant, but Five didn't want to trouble him any further. "How many people should there be?" "5, 3 men and 2 women. The captain's name is James, and his second-in-command is Mia. They had food supplies and weapons and other equipment. They are well-trained and have literally been through hell. They're no rookies." "I have no doubt about that." Five pulled his revolver from his belt and handed it to Oliver. He didn't understand at first. "We'll trade. You give me your fancy rifle, and I'll give you this." Oliver didn't protest, took the rifle off his shoulder, and obediently handed it to Five. "Do you know how to use it?" Oliver asked cautiously. Five removed and loaded the magazine, inspected the chamber of the gun, and armed and locked the safety. "I'll go in myself," he announced to them, and with a quick gesture he silenced Jenny, who'd begun to protest. "These portals tend to be extremely dangerous. They were built to dimensions far beyond anything that should ever have been allowed. This made them unstable, and their behavior exhibited significant anomalies." He looked at the man. "Oliver, your friends made a mistake. They shouldn't have gone in there in the first place. I'll try to find them, but the risk of not returning is great. So you have to promise me that if I'm not back in 24 hours, you'll take Jenny and Ella and fly as far away from here as you can. I don't know where, but I'm sure you can work that out together." "I agree, sir, but tell me why you're doing this. You don't even know us. You don't even know who we are." Five smiled. "Let's just say I used to be a sailor and learned to recognize lighthouse beacons. Some of them lead us to the rocks, and others lead us to safe harbors. I have a hunch that shiny toy of yours you call Ghost might make a good lighthouse." Five didn't want to wait any longer. He readied himself and in a moment was standing before the rippling surface of the portal. He wondered what would happen if he had another seizure inside. It could last for half an hour or days, and that would mean he might never find the girls again. They would be lost and out of his reach. "Ella!" he called, but remained looking forward. "Please take care of Jenny. She's more important than you can imagine. Remember this. She's very important, and so are you." Then he took the first steps into the unknown. According to Oliver, the probe indicated it might be a cave system, high humidity and almost no light. Five understood immediately that the reality was different. There was no light. Darkness, absolute and impenetrable. He trusted his senses, and if there had been a mere firefly, he would be sure to see it. He slowly crouched down and knelt almost inaudibly. He gripped his weapon tightly in his hands and slammed it into the floor with one swift blow. The blow filled the space and gradually reverberated somewhere deep below him. Five listened intently. The sound at least gave him a rough idea of his surroundings. He waited for a moment to see if any reaction would follow, but nothing did. There was still only silence around him, so he turned on the rifle's flashlight. The cavern was vast, and yet he was sure it was only the upper floor or corridor leading deeper into the main halls. He stood up, and the beam of light revealed most of the space. Human bodies and bones lay all around, piled into tall towers. Five shuddered. What had happened here had gone wrong from the start. If they saw this, why did they immediately go back? All they had to do was turn around and leave. The portal's surface rippled slowly behind him, and that question still lingered in his mind. What drives a person to go on? Nothing but death could be lurking here. He pressed on anyway. The corridor was almost perfectly flat beneath his feet. He was sure it was no work of nature. Its walls were too smooth for that. The air was very damp, and Five nearly slipped several times. He continued like this for almost an hour. He kept looking around to make sure he didn't miss a turn or a tunnel, but it seemed the corridor only offered one direction. The uniformity surrounding him gave him the impression he was standing still and making no progress at all. He paused only when the beam of his light suddenly dissipated. He aimed his flashlight ahead of him, but he couldn't see the light reflecting anywhere. He had reached the mouth of the tunnel when a huge space opened before him. He walked another 50 meters, and it gradually became clear what he was seeing. The corridor ahead of him was turning into a gigantic stone bridge. It was maybe 20 meters wide, and Five could see no end of it. Even more fascinating was the chasm the bridge spanned. It stretched up and down for an infinite distance, and Five could only see the fraction his insufficient flashlight provided. He stopped and listened. The enveloping silence was only broken by the slightest rustle. He wondered if he was imagining it, but finally decided that a distant sound was indeed permeating the silence. He walked to the edge of the bridge and peered into the darkness below him. He directed his beam of light there, without success. He slipped his pack off and reached into the front pocket, where he kept a supply of phosphor sticks. He'd been carrying them for a long time and hadn't made much use of them yet. He decided to sacrifice one. He snapped it on, and it immediately glowed with a bright yellow light. He extinguished the flashlight on his weapon and threw the glowing rod into the darkness below. He watched it fall until it was just a tiny dot, and even that disappeared after a moment. All was once again swallowed up in darkness. He just stood there for a few moments listening to the sounds of the cave. Isn't it louder now? 5 deliberately calmed his breathing to hear the most distant sounds. He was sure of the murmur now. It was gradually growing stronger, coming from the depths where he had thrown the yellow light a moment before. He switched his light back on and pointed it downwards. For a moment he saw nothing, but the sound was still coming towards him. He suddenly realized that the darkness below was moving. It turned into a swirling cloud rising up toward him. He had waited too long. He started running across the bridge and was soon sprinting. The sound crescendoed in a rushing hurricane. In another 10 seconds, the grey-black cloud reached the bridge, which cut it into 2 monstrously large halves. They immediately merged back together above the bridge. Thousands upon thousands of small bats filled the space around it, but he saw creatures as big as houses among them. 5 ran. He finally reached the end of the bridge and ran into the tunnel. It continued ever further into the depths. The bats headed somewhere upwards, and the sound of their wings faded. If this situation was to remind him that he wasn't out on a picnic, it worked brilliantly. He continued without pause, reminding himself that time that was inexorably passing. The corridor headed steadily downwards. While scanning the walls, his light fell on layers of iron or mica, whose glitter always pleased him. He walked for another hour and a half. He wondered if the 24-hour time limit was too casual. The group he was looking for could have walked a whole day and now be on their way back. He might even encounter them, trudging in the opposite direction. This became moot when he came to the threshold of a gigantic stone hall. 5 could only imagine its size, but as his eyes adjusted, he turned off the flashlight. Tiny dots of light glowed almost imperceptibly all around him. They covered the floor and the walls of the hall. They gave off a nearly indiscernible glow, but it was still light. 5 leaned against one of the walls of the hall and brought his eyes as close as he could to the glowing dots. Slowly, but clearly, the lights moved of their own accord. He put his hand on the wall and left it for a moment. He felt only the coldness of the wall, but when he pulled his hand away, several dots remained on it. He examined them carefully and concluded that they were bugs, about 0.5 millimeter long. He raised his gun and slammed the butt against the wall. The sound reverberated far and wide, but even more interesting was the reaction of the bugs. Tens of thousands of them spread their hitherto hidden wings and flew out like starry sky in all directions. 5 was sorry that Jenny couldn't see the spectacle. She would have been thrilled. He studied his immediate surroundings for a few minutes. His predecessors couldn't have gone anywhere but forward. He stood at the edge of a large expanse of water. Near the passageway through which 5 had entered the hall was a simple but functional stone pier, around which several boats had been carelessly left. 5 examined one thoroughly and found it to be in fine condition. It was very light and could carry up to 4 passengers. He transferred the boat to the water and set inside it 2 oars, which were made of the same material. He leaned the gun behind him and left the flashlight on. He didn't know where he was going, but he leaned into the oars, and the shore was soon out of sight. The bugs began to sit on the boat as well to accompany Five on his voyage. After nearly 20 minutes of rowing, Five took a moment to catch his breath. He wondered if he could maintain at least an approximately straight course. If he rowed like this for much longer, he would certainly have great difficulty later finding the tunnel entrance again. He reached for his weapon and again turned out the light for a moment. The almost imperceptible but omnipresent light of the bugs stretched far beyond him. It seemed more pronounced in one spot, and that was the exact direction he was heading. He almost turned the light back on when a large object suddenly appeared directly below him. It swam past, glowing with exactly the same light as the bugs. The only difference was the intensity of the light and its size. It resembled a 4 or 5 meter long fish that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Five decided to row in the dark for a little longer, and after another 10 minutes, he spotted his destination. As far as he could see, a city now stretched out, carved out of stone, and covered in a soft veil of light. Only now did Five realize he was still in the dome, and it sent chills down his spine. The small stone buildings along the lake resemble a harbor. Although he couldn't see any other boats on the water, this part of the city might have served such a purpose in the past. Something told him to leave the flashlight off. Millions of bugs covered the walls and rooftops of the city, so he could see the path. It wasn't exactly ideal, but still better than drawing attention to himself with the blinding glow of a flashlight. There were glass spheres on some of the houses, perhaps serving as public lighting. They shone out faintly, but together with the other lights they made it possible to navigate the city streets. If Five had planned to enter the city undetected, everything went wrong from the outset. A group of at least 20 people were waiting for him on the shore. They stood calm and orderly. Five slung his gun over his shoulder and scrambled ashore. "We're waiting for you. Light over the water there." A pale figure in grey rags spoke. He was a bone-thin man whose skin was completely devoid of pigment and whose hair was snow white. But the strangest thing was his eyelids, which were sewn together with red thread. There were a few others like that in the group. The rest of the people, male or female, had the blood-red eyes of lab rats. "You're coming with us," said the man, apparently the leader of the group. No one else spoke. They were all clutching sticks or long knives. The group began to close in around him. Five still hadn't adjusted to the omnipresent darkness, but these people didn't seem to mind it at all. 50,000 souls. He recalled the text on the plaque at the entrance to the dome. The step he now took could be decisive. He saw the rope. It was clear that this visit would not be friendly. He thought of the crew of the Ghost and wondered if they had surrendered without a fight. He would therefore have to choose the path of strength. Once upon a time, at the beginning of his journey, the world was still wild. Many had died, others had taken second chance, but thousands still remained. Some were merely desperate, while others, and they were the majority, were corrupt and dangerous. There were no rules, but Five was well equipped for this world. He had learned that a brutal first strike could delay a much longer and fierce battle. He was many years older now, his body was aging, and in a normal world, his fighting days would be long over. But this was not a normal world. He clenched his right hand into a fist. All right, old man. Show them that you still have something in you. Otherwise, it's gonna be bad, and there's gonna be shooting. He moved his left foot stealthily forward, estimating the distance. 5 struck the first man who dared move towards him with a lightning-fast blow. It was an inhumanly quick movement. The fist landed squarely on the man's temple with a crunch. The man's neck twisted, and his body flew several feet away. As it fell to the ground, the man's limp body rolled over 2 more times before it lay still. A sharp pain shot through Five's shoulder. Maybe I overdid it a little. The deathly pale humans stared in fascination at their comrade. 5 heard them speak, but he couldn't understand them. Further confrontation, it seemed, would be avoided, at least for the moment. I will walk alone, is that clear? 5 said, determined to explore the city streets on his own and unsupervised. He soon reconsidered that idea, however. He would have to be content with being unrestrained. He figured he could use these people to look for the others. A group of 6 couldn't have slipped by them. I'm looking for people like me. They came to this place recently. Where are they? There was a murmur around him, but it was the blind leader who spoke. Come! He beckoned to 5 with his hand, and one of his fellows offered him his arm. 5 waited until they were a short distance ahead of him and followed. They walked very slowly, so he had plenty of time to take in the city and its inhabitants. The first thing that struck him was the smell and the disorder. Most of the houses were single-story, and instead of shutters, there were various fabrics, reasonably intact. For a moment, he thought that all the houses were carved directly into the stone, but that was not entirely true. The foundations and ground floors looked as if someone had created them out of a single piece of rock, but the second floors were already built out of brick. All the people looked alike, pale skin and white hair. A few of them had their eyes sewn shut like the leader. The others all had blood-red eyes, including the children. These peered curiously out of windows, even though the parents had driven them inside. He occasionally picked up a familiar word in the language of the townspeople, but otherwise he didn't understand them much. They finally reached the square. 5 began to feel the increasing weight of time running out. If he wanted to get back, he would have to turn around soon and leave. The public space was still bustling. There was a long, winding line of people, with whole families standing in it. The whole space was dominated by a large stone cross, which seemed to mark the centre of the town. Next to it was a statue that was noticeably smaller, but apparently of equal importance. They headed straight for the cross, which was also the goal of the line of people. 5 saw smiling men walking from the front of the line. In their hands they held small packages, wrapped in cloth or something like paper. They appeared truly satisfied, which took 5 aback. They were the first smiles he had seen in his town. It seemed there was a sort of food being dispensed at the cross. A man was standing on his pedestal and preaching. It must have been a sermon, though 5 couldn't understand the words. However, there were words carved into the base of the cross that he could read. The earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. The book of Genesis. The crowd was beginning to take notice of him, which was not pleasant for 5. Children pointed at him, and parents started shouting something. My people, where are they? 5 shouted. He made sure everyone heard him, and theatrically removed the gun from his shoulder. He didn't feel it would earn him much respect, but at least he felt a little more confident. "Come on," a man standing nearby told him, leading him to some tables where food was being distributed. Five could see light-coloured meat being portioned there with long knives. Everything was done with meticulous precision, so that not a morsel went to waste. His stomach rose in protest. A little girl, barely 6 years old, picked up one of the small packages and quickly ran away. "Sin, sacrifice," the man pointed to the meat. Five had to do his utmost not to vomit. On the butcher's table was a human foot. He looked at the man wielding the long knife and could tell that this wasn't the first time he had carved human flesh. Five raised his gun above his head, turned on the flashlight, and fired. The reaction was immediate. The loud sound of the gunshot carried into the distance, and a few stood still. The majority of those pale people crouched down and covered their ears. They stayed low to the ground. There was an even greater response to the beam of light coming from the gun. It inspired a holy dread among the onlookers. Five had to wait a moment for his eyes to adjust to the light again. Near the cross he saw a cage that was barely 5 feet high. He rushed towards it. 2 people were locked in the cage, huddled together and obviously frightened. He could tell, just by their skin and clothing, that these were the ones he had come for. "Are you able to walk?" "Yes, I think so," the woman replied quietly. There was a man still in the cage with her. What had happened to the rest of the group was more than clear, and these two must have been watching the whole time, waiting their turn. "I'll shoot through the lock. Cover your ears." He took 2 steps back and released the cage entrance with a shot. The next shot had a similar effect to the first. Five quickly removed his pack and pulled out 2 glow sticks. He broke them and handed them to the survivors. "Who are you?" the woman asked, shielding her eyes from the light from his flashlight with her hand. "It doesn't matter now. I spoke with Oliver. He's waiting for us and we need to hurry. Can you follow me?" Both nodded, but Five wasn't sure. They would have to walk quite a distance, and uphill. It would definitely be close, and that was only if they got out alive. An endless crowd from all the nearby streets began to pour into the square. Five shined his light around, which worked successfully on the red-eyed newcomers. The more there were, however, the slower the 3 advanced, and the more the circle around them shrank. He did have a full clip, plus a spare, but that would only be enough for about 60 shots. In a situation where there were thousands of potential enemies around them, he preferred to save every bullet. The crowd pushed them towards the cross and the statue. Five was beginning to suspect they couldn't handle this. Even if he started shooting, they would take him down sooner or later. He couldn't do anything against such odds. "I'm sorry, I don't think we can get through this." Five turned to the man and woman. "What are your names?" "I'm Frank, and this is Mia," the man replied heavily. "Mia," Five mused. "You're the vice captain, right?" "That's right. The captain volunteered to go first, so I guess I'm the captain now." Meanwhile, the circle closed even more tightly around them. The blind man, with his eye sewn shut, with red thread, again scrambled up the base of the stone cross and resumed his sermon. "At least I'll kill this one before they get us," Five told himself and aimed his weapon. Five, Mia, and Frank were standing right under the statue of a man who was pointing off somewhere into the distance. The crowd surrounded them on all sides at less than 4 meters. A woman emerged from the tangle of bodies and pointed the crowd's attention towards something high above the trio. Five couldn't understand a word, but it seemed the others were listening to her. She turned toward him and knelt down. Her head was bowed and her hands covered her face. Others followed her lead until gradually the whole square was kneeling. Five watched everything in fascination, not knowing what was happening. The man under the cross shouted something and pointed towards them. "Crator! Crator! Crator!" he shouted, and the others began repeating after him. Soon the entire hall was rumbling, and the surface of the adjacent underground lake stirred. 5 stepped away from the statue and only now took a good look at it. Mia and Frank also examined it. "Can you please explain this to us?" Mia said quietly, her eyes fixed on the statue. A larger-than-life-size statue of 5 stood there before them. "The Creator! The Creator! The Creator!" The word grew in intensity. 5 stared at his depiction cast in bronze or some similar metal. 1,000 questions racing through his mind. He searched for answers and suddenly realized that a substantial part of his memory was missing. He saw Ashanti's face, felt Jenny shake him awake, and suddenly everything was back. His childhood, his breakthrough idea, then his extraordinary success and his even harder fall. He remembered his whole story, and the only thing missing was his name. His real name. "Not today," 5 said, looking at Mia. "But we'll definitely talk tomorrow. 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 Definitely talk." Chapter 3. In 1943, the Navy Yard in Philadelphia was one big anthill. More than 16 large warships were anchored there most months of the year. As a rule, these were destroyers designed to escort supply convoys in the Mediterranean and guard them against dangers hidden beneath the surface. In addition to these giants, for hundreds of sailors, there were also a number of smaller vessels awaiting regular maintenance. The USS Eldridge was one of the newest additions to the fleet, and it was incomprehensible to many officers why she had not been deployed in one of the numerous combat or reconnaissance operations. The war was continuing, with no end in sight. Why then would a vessel with such a good reputation be left in the yard? The answer that came in June was intended only for the narrowest circle of interested scientists and military officials. "Were you here, Captain?" Fred stood on the deck, looking at the departing frigate. It was rocking on the waves, and a couple minutes later he could only see its outline. The shipyard was not far away, less than a mile as the crow flies. Captain Spencer didn't answer for a moment, deep in thought. "Sorry, what did you say, Fred?" He finally realized that Fred was asking him a question. "If you were on board in July, sir, when the first experiment was made," Fred was a young sailor, having served barely a year. He and his brother had joined the Navy right out of college. Spencer wasn't entirely sure, but if he remembered correctly, their documentation said that both brothers had joined Project Rainbow voluntarily. "Yes, I was on board. Me and 12 other sailors. That one wasn't the very first, though. There were already several tests last year without crew participation, with very good results." At full combat deployment, there were 15 officers, 201 sailors and support staff aboard the USS Eldridge. Today, there were barely 33, but that wasn't the main problem. They had no intention of moving beyond sight of the shipyard. "So it's true. Did it really work for a few minutes?" Spencer gave Fred a searching look at the words. "Who told you about it? It's strictly forbidden to talk about the project with anyone. Do you understand? With anyone." He leaned against the railing and glanced at his watch.
The guys have obviously been talking. You're worse than hens. You can't be expected to keep something like this a secret, and it's just as you say. According to observations from the mainland, we were invisible to radar and physical observation.
That's unreal, truly unreal. When my brother and I heard that Einstein was working on the project, we had to sign up right away. If there's a chance of success anywhere, it's with him. Spencer could hear the excitement in the young man's voice, but he didn't share it. He wouldn't and couldn't tell him how everything had gone during the first test in July. How, when the electromagnetic field generators were switched on, the ship was shrouded in a haze of green smoke, and for a few moments really disappeared. From his perspective, they remained in place, but had become invisible to the observer. The report could end there, but he was sure that most official reports would end their official text at this point as well. Nevertheless, he had to include in his report how the crew members had fallen ill. Some had run around the deck, holding their heads in their hands. They had screamed inhumanly and rolled on the floor. The more fortunate ones had just vomited or seen double. He himself had probably been the least affected. He had a terrible headache for a week afterwards, but had otherwise been quite well. When he discussed his condition with the doctor, they came to a common conclusion. 10 years before, he had been involved in a crash in which a fragment of a 381mm cannon shell flew into his head. The whole incident was harrowing, and eyewitnesses said that half his brain had been visible. Eventually, however, he made a miraculous recovery, and the missing part of his skull was replaced with a metal plate. Could the plate now be protecting him from the effects of the strong electromagnetic field? He decided to believe it was. Of the participants in the July experiment, Captain Spencer was now the only one on board. He was glad for that, because he imagined how the sailors would mutiny if they knew what might await them. Although Dr. Neumann had reassured him several times that the central field generator had been readjusted and the situation should now be considerably calmer, he didn't have much faith in it himself. Neumann wasn't even on board and was watching everything from the peace and safety of the mainland.
"It's time to begin," Spencer tapped Fred on the shoulder. "You assume your position and cross your fingers for us there. As soon as we receive confirmation from the mainland, we'll begin." "Yes, sir," Fred Bielik saluted and disappeared somewhere below the deck. 20 more seconds and we'll reach maximum field strength," one of the sailors reported, his voice sounding simultaneously from the deck radio. For the last minute, however, it was beginning to sound garbled, and only every other word was intelligible. "All is well, gentlemen. The real fun will begin shortly. Just stay calm and follow procedure."
Captain Spencer felt that everything was going well. In the July experiment, the first sailors began vomiting almost immediately after the generators were switched on. Now everything seemed fine, except for the nervousness that showed in everyone's eyes.
"We've reached maximum power," the sailor announced again.
Spencer could clearly see thick green fog beginning to rise around his ship. Within only a few moments, he was unable to see through it at all. It shrouded the deck so that visibility was reduced to a mere 6 feet. The main generator was still running at maximum. And then several things happened at once. 2 of his men on the bridge collapsed without warning. They dropped as if someone had hit them over the head with a club. Another sailor began vomiting on the instrument panel, barely able to stand. All this was accompanied by a deafening crack. Spencer was frightened that the ship had broken in two. It was a tremendous sound and seemed to come from all places at once. The fog began to dissipate.
"Are you all right?"
Spencer walked over to one of the men. He didn't react. The captain tried to detect a pulse, but the man just lay lifeless and still. Spencer dashed to the deck radio.
"Medic on deck! Get the medic on deck immediately!"
He realized he only had a small crew and wondered if something similar had befallen the medic as well. He lifted another of his men from the instrument panel. He seemed to still have his wits about him.
"Go check on the rest of the crew immediately. Try and get a doctor here and have everyone assemble on deck in 5 minutes. Understood?"
The fair-haired man nodded and disappeared from the bridge. Meanwhile, the green mist had cleared completely. Spencer picked up the radio set to the secret frequency. During the course of the experiment, the USS Eldridge could only communicate with one location, and that was the observation room in the shipyard.
"This is the Captain Spencer of the USS Eldridge. We need an immediate evacuation of the crew. Several men appear to be dead. I repeat, several men are dead."
Only silence answered him. He repeated his request, but all he heard on the radio was static. He picked up his binoculars to check if a vessel was approaching them yet. Their ship was in view of the shipyard, and they would almost certainly set out for them immediately. He walked off the bridge. At first he stared around, uncomprehendingly, as all he could see was an endless blue void. His head ached, but he paid it no attention. He turned around, and in the opposite direction, where he assumed the shipyard would be, he saw the mainland.
"Could it be that I've forgotten where the harbour is?"
That could happen. The whole situation was highly unusual, and he could no longer trust his senses completely. So he looked in the direction where he saw the coastline. He had been in the Navy for over 25 years. He knew the eastern coastline perfectly, and even now he had no doubt that he knew what he was looking at.
"This couldn't be Philadelphia. Maybe Norfolk or Ocean City. But how could that be possible?"
Both of these places were over 200 miles from Philadelphia. A vessel was approaching them from the same direction. He wasn't sure he could make out its name, but it certainly wasn't a warship.
"Captain! Captain!"
He looked down from where he heard the shout.
"It's back again!"
Spencer looked around and saw that the green mist was beginning to rise around the ship again.
"Is that generator still working?"
He quickly went back to the bridge and looked at the readings. The central electromagnetic field generator was indeed still running at full capacity. He therefore immediately disconnected it from the main power source. He waited and watched for a moment for the readings to start dropping, but nothing happened. The generator was showing maximum possible values, and that was with no power source. The green mist was rising higher and higher. Spencer wondered if he should give the order to evacuate the ship. He had only a few minutes to decide. Meanwhile, the sailor he'd sent to find a medic arrived on bridge with a clamour. He was at Spencer's heels.
"What on earth is going on?"
Spencer heard the doctor exclaim. By then, the green fog, which seemed thicker this time, had once again enveloped the entire ship.
"Everyone hit the deck now!"
That was his last order. Another deafening crack followed, and the entire crew, from the bridge to the hold, fainted.
"Sir, wake up, sir!"
The words were accompanied by an emphatic patting on his cheek, to which Spencer slowly opened his eyes. His head was splitting, and he was aware that he was still lying on the floor of the bridge. He recognized the man above him immediately. It was Fred.
"Is everybody all right?"
Those were the first words he could get out. He sat up slowly.
"Depends how you look at it, sir. I don't mean to press you, but you should go take a look."
Spencer could tell right away that Fred was scared. His voice was shaking, and his face had lost almost all colour. And then he realised something else too. The boat wasn't moving. His legs had become accustomed to the constant, if often subtle, motion of the sea waves, and now it was gone.
Then show me what other trouble awaits us.
Fred offered him a hand, and Spencer stood up carefully. They walked off the bridge and sucked air into their lungs. It wasn't the typical sea air, though, full of salt and moisture. Instead, it was a dry, crisp wind of the desert or prairie. The USS Eldridge stood imprisoned, almost to the depth of its entire draft, in parched earth. It stretched as far as the eye could see. There couldn't have been a greater contrast to the waves of the ocean.
Have all men assemble on deck at once, he commanded, unable to add anything more.
He touched the metal railing. It was warm. In 20 minutes it would be hot enough to burn his skin. For Spencer, the condition of his crew was crucial, and that proved to be the most burning issue. 6 men were missing. Although they had searched the entire ship 3 times, there was no sign of them. Spencer ordered a search of the most unlikely places, but to no avail. 7 men had fallen into comas or some form of deep sleep. The deck surgeon gave up trying to wake them after a while, fearing he might do them even more harm. More tragic and terrifying, however, was the fate of the 5 who had died. 1 lay on the bridge, and the other 4 were found in various places. They were not equipped to perform autopsies, but everything indicated massive cerebral hemorrhaging. All these sailors had blood in their eyes, as well as bleeding from their noses and ears. It was clear to all that this had been a painful death. Including the captain, there were now only 12 able-bodied men on the USS Eldridge. 3 men were necessarily excluded from this count, as the situation was having a severe effect on them. Maximum force had to be used to bind them and lock them in their quarters because they had become a danger to themselves and others. One tried to stab another sailor despite having known each other for many years. The second nearly committed suicide, and the third, Spencer remembered his name was Anthony, poured petrol on himself and threatened to set himself on fire.
Have you managed to turn it off yet? Spencer asked, his eyes fixed on the pair of remaining technicians.
I'm afraid not, sir. We've tried absolutely everything. There's no juice going into it. Our engines ain't running either, and the auxiliary diesel generators should have shut down right away, but it just won't.
Both technicians looked dejected. The electromagnetic field generator was still running at full power, though it seemed to have no effect on the ship and its crew now.
Sir, I was also wondering whether we could blast it away. We've got some plastic explosives here.
The other technician looked at his colleague like he was crazy and made it clear he should have kept that plan to himself.
Thank you for the idea. Let's keep it in reserve for now, Spencer replied dryly.
He felt the responsibility of the whole situation on his shoulders. They had certainly arrived at this place because of the generator, and if the primary goal was to make the ship invisible to enemy radar and observers, then they had achieved absolute success.
But how to get it back? Isn't the fuel generator the only answer?
He didn't want to think about it. He was also worried about the state of their provisions. The test was taking place within sight of the shipyard, and no one expected them to be gone for more than a few hours while still in plain sight. Their water and food supplies were more than scarce. Although the crew had diminished considerably in a few hours, they still had water for a few days at most. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, and it seemed to everyone that the sun didn't want to move from its position. Spencer expected the green fog to return soon. After the first crack, when they must have moved somewhere near Norfolk, It took barely a few minutes, but now the generator was still running at maximum, and nothing was happening.
Could it be the sand? After all, we're not in the water, and we're sticking several meters out of the dry ground.
He imagined wringing that slimy Dr. Neumann's neck. If it was anyone's fault, it was his.
May I, sir? Fred came up behind him. Sure, go ahead. Your brother's all right, isn't he?
He wasn't sure he'd seen him in their small group of survivors.
Yes, sir, Duncan's all right. I mean, he passed out like everyone else, but then he woke up, and now he just has a minor headache. How's your head, sir?
His voice was still shaky, but Spencer now admired anyone who could stand.
It's not too bad. The pain is slowly subsiding. Thanks for asking. What did you come to me with, Fred? You know, sir, we've been here for a few hours now, and the green fog doesn't seem to be coming back. For now, Spencer interrupted, we don't have enough data to predict whether it might appear right now.
At the same time, he wasn't sure if he wanted it to or not.
Of course, I understand. However, we did see a small structure to the north of us. The air is very warm, so it's not easy to see, but I'd like to ask permission to go there. I estimate it's no more than half an hour's walk.
Spencer considered the suggestion. It would be perfectly logical to explore the area. If there was a legitimate concern that they might be here for an extended period of time, he needed to maximize their chances of survival. They still had enough energy now to do something of the sort, but tomorrow or the next day the situation might be very different.
All right, let's see if there's anything interesting. But I have one condition. I'll go with you.
Fred started to object.
I don't want to hear it. At least 2 people have to go, and I'll be the second. There's a danger the green fog will reappear in the meantime, and we won't be on board. Then we could stay here forever, and I won't subject anyone else to that risk.
He wondered how Helen would react to those words. She'd probably disagree, criticize, and then state that it was exactly the kind of behavior she hated, which was also the reason she married him. They were ready for their survey very quickly. They slung their rifles over their shoulders and tied water bottles to their belts. At the bow of the destroyer, they lowered a rope ladder that reached to the ground. Spencer was the first to climb down, followed by Fred. The ship's doctor, who was now the last officer, would be in charge during the captain's absence, and most of the crew were under his care anyway.
I never thought I'd see anything like this, Fred said as they observed the USS Eldridge buried in the barren earth from 200 yards away.
It looked a little like it was still sailing, only the sea had turned to rocks and dust.
Neither did I. It's a strange sight, but we have to go. I don't want to wander around this place any longer than necessary.
The sun was trying to bake them alive, and there was no shade anywhere. Hundreds of small bone-dry bushes or clumps of grass covered the earth. After a quarter of an hour of brisk walking, they were sure that Fred had seen correctly. Ahead of them stood a low stone structure. To call this ruin a house would be a vast exaggeration. It was hardly a shack with a single window and door. They saw nothing around to indicate the presence of people. They approached the door cautiously, and Fred banged on it.
Anyone home?
Only silence answered. He looked at his captain, who gestured for him to go in, so Fred opened the door. Inside, the building looked every bit as pitiful as it did from the outside. Old furniture, clutter everywhere, and a small bed in the corner. It didn't look like anyone lived here. Spencer
touch Fred's hand ever so slowly so as not to startle him. He pointed towards the bed with his right hand and put a finger to his lips. Both men took their guns from their shoulders and slowly approached the bed. It hadn't been noticeable in the dimness, but now they could see everything clearly. There was a man lying on the bed. They stopped right next to him. "Do you think he's dead, sir?" They stared at the emaciated male body. The man's cheeks were sunken, and he was wearing the remnants of clothing. An image of his entire crew dying in a similar fashion lodged in Spencer's mind. He tried to push it away, but nothing helped. At that moment the body stirred slightly. Fred was the first to react and jumped away from the bed in fright. His gun was pointed at the man. Spencer lowered his barrel.
"If he's alive, we'll take him with us."
He bent down over the body and poured a few drops of water from his bottle into the man's mouth. The man moved his head again and then opened his eyes. In a seemingly superhuman effort, the man now looked at Spencer.
"What is your name?"
the captain asked him quietly. The ravaged wreck that had once been human whispered something, but it was unintelligible. Spencer put his head close to the man's mouth, and he finally managed to say his name with effort. "Daniel." They carefully placed the man in one of the vacant quarters. As emaciated as he was, they feared he would break an arm or leg with each step he took while they led him. He was barely sentient, and so they had to support him all the way to the USS Eldridge, and his attempts to walk were mostly symbolic. Fred wondered how long he could have been in the house. Weeks, months. Their surroundings seemed so inhospitable. He couldn't imagine how one could get water or something to eat. The last remaining sailors didn't hide their surprise when they saw their comrades approaching. It was out of the question for Daniel to climb aboard using the rope ladder. Instead, they lowered one of the lifeboats to the ground, loaded the man, and then carefully pulled him up. The captain wasn't sure if the man posed any danger. An empty cabin therefore seemed an ideal compromise, provided enough comfort and was lockable, which proved to be very practical. No sooner had Daniel laid down than a scream came from the deck. Fred and Spencer both ran over, but they already guessed what was happening. The whole deck was already covered in green mist. Visibility was still good, but the fog was thickening fast.
"For God's sake, no more!" one of the men shouted. "Everybody remain calm. Panicking won't help us. Grab on to something. That's an order."
He tried to keep his anxiety out of his voice. He didn't dare guess whether he'd succeeded or not. A minute later, the fog was so impenetrable they couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. The sound of a loud crack filled the space, and while at first none of them could place the sensation it caused, they soon understood it. Fred remembered the amusement park located a few blocks from where he and his brother had grown up. One particularly famous attraction was called the Boston Whip. At one point it got you so high that it felt like your body was in free fall. And that's how it felt. He was falling, Captain Spencer was falling, and the entire USS Eldridge was falling. All they could do was pray that there wasn't hard ground in the depths below them. And there wasn't. A massive column of water rose into the sky and drenched the entire deck. Some sailors couldn't hold on and were swept away by the current. The ship rocked violently and pitched uncomfortably to the starboard. It was inches short of capsizing. Fortunately, it eventually regained stability and righted itself again.
"Who's missing?"
Spencer shouted. His eyes were full of salt water.
"Duncan! For God's sake, where's Duncan?"
Fred was running around the deck waving his arms. He stared into the water for a moment and then pointed. "Man overboard! For God's sake, help him! He's already been swept 50 yards!" Spencer looked in the direction Fred was pointing. The sea was indeed carrying his brother farther and farther away from the ship. The captain was about to give the command to launch one of the small boats, but the green haze was already beginning to creep into the air again. "Dear God, when will it end? No more. We can't leave him here." His mind was racing. Whoever went in after Duncan now would be stuck there with him, and who even knew where they now were. "Sir, do something." Fred grabbed his arm and kept pulling it. "We can't leave my brother here." "I'm sorry." The captain put his hand on Fred's shoulder. The fog was getting thicker. At that moment he had an idea. "Launch the boat! Come on!" If Duncan was to have any hope, he was going to have to provide him with it. They had several lifeboats, and only a handful of sailors left. Frank and the other sailors carried out the order in a flash. With a loud crash, the boat was lowered into the water and gained distance from the mother ship. "Hey, what are you doing there?" Fred called to someone in the thick fog. Spencer looked around and suddenly saw him. An emaciated young man standing beyond a railing he must have somehow climbed over. He was only holding on with a skinny arm. Spencer couldn't understand how such a wreck had gotten so far. "I locked his cabin. I'm sure of it." Daniel didn't say anything. He didn't turn around. He just let go of the railing and disappeared in the haze of green mist. Spencer heard the body hit the water. "He was so weak he would barely be able to swim." Spencer didn't understand why the young man had done it, but he didn't have time to think about it any more. The USS Eldridge was engulfed for the fourth and last time by the sound of a deafening crack. In his report, Captain Spencer later wrote that something strange happened after the fourth jump. He felt that he had lost consciousness, but the more he thought about it, the more certain he became that it must have been something else. His ship had been transported back to where it had first disappeared. It had materialized at its home port, exactly 10 seconds after it had disappeared from view of the observation room. The time discrepancy was one of the mysteries they hadn't yet been able to explain. It was the same for Spencer's report, in which he described how they had briefly found themselves in total darkness. It was not, of course, ordinary darkness. It had given Spencer the feeling that he had lost his body, that he was just a thought floating in immeasurable space. A space where something was observing him, and he didn't like its gaze one bit. That same day, they had a confirmed sighting of the USS Eldridge near Norfolk. The report was made by the captain of the USS Andrew Furuseth, who said they had observed a ship that wasn't supposed to be there, a ship that simply vanished a few seconds later. He repeatedly confirmed it to be the USS Eldridge. It was 3 days before Spencer was allowed to go home. He had a persistent headache, but the aspirin was able to relieve it quite adequately. He suspected they would prefer to keep him there for another month for observation, but when Helen called the front desk for the 20th time, she finally got an affirmative answer and was able to come get her husband the next morning. As soon as the car door closed behind them, Helen erupted in a barrage of questions and curses. "What on earth happened over there, Jacob? What did you do to be kept locked up for 3 days? I couldn't sleep for fear. They wouldn't tell me anything." "Helen," Jacob said almost silently, "can we go home, please?" His wife looked at him, and all her anger
though largely pretended, was gone. Jacob was not himself. The further they moved away from the harbour, the more despondent and sullen he seemed. She wanted to ask him a million questions, but decided to keep quiet. She could never complain about Jacob not talking to her. He had shared with her a substantial portion of the experiences his service entailed. If he wanted to talk, he would start by himself. She sat him down in a chair in the living room. By then, he seemed deeply depressed. He said nothing at all and just stared at the wall. She found a cold beer in the fridge and handed it to him. He looked up briefly, and she saw sparks in his eyes, but it was only a glimmer. He took a sip of his beer and continued staring at the wall. The phone rang.
"Is this Miss Spencer?"
A man's voice was heard on the other end.
"Yes, this is she. Is something wrong?"
From the diction, she recognized the speaker as a soldier.
"Sorry to bother you, ma'am, but I just need to check if your husband is with you."
His voice was calm, but she could still detect the well-hidden pretense. Somewhere behind the man's voice was something disturbing.
"Can you tell me who I'm even talking to first?"
She assumed a combative tone. "Of course, I'm sorry, ma'am. My name is Timothy. I've been given the task of verifying that your husband is with you. They're on their way to get him." The man sounded no more than 20.
"What do you mean to get him? I've only just brought him home."
Now she was truly angry and confused to boot. "I know, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Something strange has happened. They want to be sure. Are you really able to see your husband? Can you confirm that?" Helen, still with the receiver to her ear, walked to the living room door. Jacob was still sitting in his chair. She leaned her shoulder against the wall.
"Yes, I can see him clearly. Anything else I should do?"
It all seemed crazy to her. "No, ma'am. Just please don't let him out of your sight. They will come to you." Several minutes passed, and Helen was still standing in the doorway of the room, with the receiver to her ear. Jacob was sitting motionlessly in his chair, watching the wall. When he suddenly stood up, Helen was so startled that she was almost frightened. "Jacob, do you need anything?" she said to him, but Jacob wasn't paying attention. He was still staring intently at the wall. There was dark wallpaper with a subtle pattern on it. It was almost new, having only been pasted up a few months before. "Is something wrong, ma'am?" came an uncertain voice on the other side, but Helen didn't respond. She watched her husband get up and walk with a slow step towards the wall. She didn't understand what he was doing, but she couldn't find the courage to call out to him. She had a feeling that Jacob saw something else there than she did, like he was looking through the wall and not at her.
Ma'am, can you confirm that everything is in order?"
She could only hear the voice from a distance because her hand with the receiver had dropped. Jacob took 2 more steps and passed through the wall. He disappeared. Helen stopped breathing. She stood there for maybe a minute, petrified. When the initial shock wore off, she ran to where Jacob had entered the wall. She pounded, screamed, and kicked, but the wall wouldn't give. It just stood there as if nothing special had happened. Captain Jacob Spencer was never seen again. His wife had the house torn up, as if she hoped Jacob was waiting for her somewhere within its walls. But he had vanished. On the same day, several regulars at the Khyber Pass bar saw 2 sailors ordering drinks 1 minute, and then a split second later, all that was left were 2 empty chairs, a bowl of peanuts, and a barely smoked cigarette. the remaining surviving crew members of the USS Eldridge were taken to various psychiatric facilities around the country. All Project Rainbow records were shredded, and the destroyer itself was retired in 1946, 3 years after its induction into active service. Service. Chapter 4. Five was adamant. He insisted that everyone get as far away from the dome as possible. He couldn't imagine what would happen when such a massive work of human naivety collapsed. In the end, he agreed to a move of at least 50 kilometers east. Mia, now in the positions of captain and most experienced pilot, refused to fly any further. She was too tired and needed to recover from the events of the last few hours. The next 3 days passed surprisingly quickly. Jenny and Ella were given their own cabin. It was small but comfortable. After a life on the road, during which they were never sure where they would lay their heads, having their own beds and a working shower was a nice change. Only 4 people remained from the original Ghost crew. Oliver, whom they had met first, Mia and Frank, and Abigail the doctor, whom no one called anything but Ab.
"You were armed. How did they manage to capture you?"
Five had a lot of questions for Mia, though he owed her a lot of answers himself. They now sat together on the deserted bridge. Warm sunlight streamed in through the large windows, and a dusting of freshly fallen snow could be seen for miles. A few days of rest was good for everyone, but most of all for Mia. She was in her early 40s, with a petite figure and long dark brown hair. She hadn't been wearing her glasses when Five had found her in the dome, but now her face was adorned with very distinctive dark frames. Her face showed an innate determination and courage. "We made a stupid mistake. We wanted to thoroughly explore the area around the lake. Our instruments were showing unreal readings there, and James," she swallowed after saying the name, "felt it was worth the risk." She was silent for a moment, but before Five could say anything, she continued again. "They came in their boats. We didn't hear them at all. Suddenly, there were maybe 20 of them around us, and more were coming. We were so surprised that they were able to disarm us almost immediately. I don't think I need to tell you the rest."
"You are not soldiers. You have nothing to blame yourselves for."
But his words didn't elicit the reaction he'd expected. "No, soldiers we are not." Mia stood up abruptly, but immediately sat back down again. "But you have no idea what we had to go through to get to this place. It was hell. We knew we were embarking on what was basically a suicide mission, but no one could have imagined how much damage was done." "I'd really appreciate it if you would tell me as much as you can about your mission. In fact, I'd like you to tell me everything." Five looked her squarely in the eye. He could deduce a lot of things on his own, but it was still only a fraction of the truth he needed to know. I don't know you. I don't know who you are, and you can't even tell us your real name. I've no reason to trust you." Mia took a sip of her hot coffee. "You're absolutely right. I wouldn't trust me either, but what else is there for us to do now? I went there for you because I saw this as an opportunity for Jenny and Ella. It was a pragmatic decision. It was a logical decision. But I can swear I'm no danger to you." He spoke calmly and deliberately. Somewhere in the back of his mind, however, alarm bells were ringing. He didn't know why yet, but something was urging him forward, as if his time was running out. "Then tell me who you are." She pointed a finger at him, almost touching him. "What was your statue doing there? And don't try to lie to me. I don't believe in coincidences or fairy tales.
She leaned back, and Five noticed for the first time that she had a knife sheathed above the ankle of her right leg. When I stood there and saw my face, I was just as surprised as you were, maybe much more so. He reached for the second cup of coffee and took a sip. Jenny had warned him that coffee would make his seizures worse, but today he didn't want to do without it. I've been trying for a long time to remember who I really am. I couldn't remember anything at all. I didn't even recognize my own face in the mirror. But that changed over time. It took a long time, maybe too long, and Jenny helped me a lot.
So now you know. You remember everything.
Almost everything. It's only my name I don't remember. I wouldn't know it if it was written down for me, but I hope it won't be long before I remember that too. Until then, I'll just be 5. It suits me quite well.
He smiled, but Mia didn't smile back. In that case, 5, tell me, what do you have to do with domes? She leaned in toward him again.
I don't think we have time for the long version of the story, he said slowly until it could have sounded hesitant.
I have all day. I have all eternity, Mia declared firmly, and he almost believed her.
I doubt that, 5 objected. Let's put it this way. Before the world became this desolate place, it was great here. We lived in the heyday of human civilization. We had everything. Plenty of room to live, plenty of resources, and plenty of hope. We achieved it all in just a few decades, and all it took was one thing.
What thing? Mia asked, but he had a feeling she knew the answer.
The domes, of course. Not the horrific atrocity we just left behind, but the original domes. They were designed to provide a place to grow crops, a place to extract minerals, and a place to live. Later they became commonplace, but it took years.
But what about you? What is your connection to them? She was impatient.
They were started by my theories and my discoveries. Without them, the domes would never have come into existence.
And did you know that you were just stealing? Did you know about the killing? 5 needed to know everything Mia had found out, and for her to tell him, he needed to be honest with her. Not absolutely, but enough that she could trust him.
At first, no. We assumed that we were just copying our own world. It was only later that incidents occurred that suggested otherwise. By then, the dome boom was so huge that there was no stopping it.
He expected shouting, anger, or some other outpouring of emotion. Mia gave him none of these. Her face showed intense contemplation. How did you manage to build billions of them?
We didn't build billions of them. I'm sure there were millions of domes, but no more. That wouldn't have even been possible.
The question had surprised him. Our measurements are clear on that point. We traced one point in time when billions of rifts in space formed in this world. From that moment on, the destruction began to spread like a wildfire. In the beginning, it was a slow progression, perhaps comparable to the onset of cancer. Metastasis appeared in one world and then in others, but then an explosion came. What happened?
I guess you've never heard of second chance.
Mia didn't answer, but the look on her face made everything clear.
It's a fine light-coloured powder. If you look closely, you see a tinge of blue.
What does that have to do with all of this? She shot her question at him, anger bubbling to the surface again.
Everything. Absolutely everything.
5 talked for a long time and Mia listened intently. She didn't interrupt him any more, and at one point she exchanged the coffee for a bottle of white wine. By the time his monologue was over, there was barely any left in the bottle, as 5 had helped Mia liberally with its contents. He told her about the beginning of the epidemic, how people didn't trust second chance at first. But then something broke. With each successive departure, the wildfire grew larger until the world was almost depopulated. He talked about how he and Jenny had searched for years for the origin of the drug, but found nothing. Every time he thought he was getting closer to his goal, new questions came up. Eventually, he had to give up on his path. Second Chance remained a mystery to everyone. He explained how he was eaten up by questions about why people, outwardly so content and happy, were looking for a new beginning in that little powder. It must be intoxicating, right? Mia spoke after perhaps an hour. Her throat had obviously gone dry in the meantime. She sipped the last drop of wine in her glass.
What exactly do you mean?
The idea, when you know that your decision doesn't have to be final. With Second Chance, you get an infinite number of tries. You get to shape the world on your own terms. Everyone will be their own king. Mia stood at the window. Outside it was still dark, and the moon shone through the clouds.
In a world where everyone is king, anyone can declare war, Five retorted.
That's nice. Who said that? Mia asked, turning to him.
My wife. Her name was Ashanti.
He recalled the image of her bringing Ella to him, smiling at him, as if it had only been a day since they'd last seen each other. In that case, she was a wise woman.
Wiser than me, I can confirm that. I met her early in my career, before I made my breakthrough discovery.
He was silent for a moment, his eyes on the floor.
She didn't agree with its being made public. She had no real basis for it, but somehow she knew intuitively. That's one of the things I blame myself for. If she had been in my position, none of this would have happened.
Domes aren't the biggest problem now, Mia sat up. New ones aren't being created, so they can't threaten other worlds. The problem is Second Chance. What it ignited is spreading. One reality after another is falling into the abyss. And soon there will be nothing left. Not even my own world. She glanced at Five. As far as we know, there are 11 parallel universes. Ghost is an experimental craft that can travel between them. It's just that the current stability of those worlds is extremely low. The domes and a Second Chance disrupted everything. The worlds are intertwining. In some of them, time and space no longer make sense. It's strange, but this world, the original and inerrant one, is in much better shape than we expected.
And your world, the one you came from?
Five was glad it was dark. He wasn't sure what she could read on his face. We're still doing pretty well, and from what we've gathered, we're not the only ones. Out of 11, 5 have been destroyed. The rest are still holding up.
So that means 6 worlds can be saved.
He said it almost unconsciously. Mia laughed in response. Saved? How are you going to save them? We're standing on the beach watching a 1,000-meter tsunami rushing towards us. Tell me, Five, do you have a secret plan that you'd like to share with me now? But there was no answer to her question. Five grabbed his stomach. The pain came on suddenly and seemed much stronger than before. It wasn't 10 seconds before he lost consciousness. Mia was stunned and paralyzed for a moment. But before she could do anything, the door burst open and Jenny rushed in. She was in so fast that Mia thought she must have been listening outside the door the whole time. Ab was standing by his bedside tapping data into a tablet. Five was her only patient, so she could give him her full attention. The equipment she had didn't compare to a professional clinic, but she was still proud of it. It didn't take her long to realize she was going to have to deal with a unique case. Five was waking up irregularly, and his pains were still severe. Also, based on the information from Jenny and Ella, she decided to give him a strong sedative. The seizures were subsiding more and more slowly. Sometimes they lasted a day, sometimes 2. It bothered Ab that she couldn't figure out what was causing them. That was true until she reanalyzed Five's blood. She tried a very unusual set of tests this time. What she saw shocked her. Go on, tell me. Mia was fuming. Ab couldn't wait until morning and had to rouse her. I never thought I'd see something like this. I had to wake you up. It's... She paused because the captain raised her hand in a clear gesture. How much of a rush is this? Is he going to die in 5 minutes? Ab was obviously shocked by her question. No, he shouldn't, she replied, stuttering the words. In that case, we don't need to call Jenny and Ella. More importantly, I'll make coffee for us. What time is it, for God's sake? She glanced at her watch. It's 4 a.m, Ab. Instead of an apology, she saw the doctor's back and heard a few snippets of words from which she deduced Ab would make both of them something to drink. What's wrong with him then? Mia sipped her coffee. It was unbearably hot for a normal person, but Mia had always loved her drinks hot. For as long as she could remember, it was a habit she'd maintained since childhood. I can only talk about what I found in theoretical terms. I've never seen it in practice. However, it does explain why his body behaves so strangely. She started tapping something into the tablet, and the screen behind 5 lit up. You know very well that the individual world differs from each other. We've seen enough that nothing surprises us anymore. She felt like it was yesterday that they had started their mission. It had to be carried out in complete secrecy, even with family members. Almost none of the crew had children, spouses, or partners. The risk of not returning was too great. Each time James had begun the sequence, before each jump, she began reciting the prayers her grandmother had taught her. She thought she'd forgotten them, but they suddenly emerged from the deepest layers of her memory. She whispered them so quietly that none of her colleagues could hear her. She wrung her sweaty hands and watched as the green mist slowly enveloped the ghost. What could be hiding behind it? They could never guess, only estimate a direction. They tried to navigate by instruments that could be compared to an improvised compass. You may not be surprised, but I'm definitely surprised. See what's on the display? Ab pointed a finger, and Mia felt like she was in school again. That would be red blood cells, right? She replied a little uncertainly. Ab just smiled. That's right, Captain. Those are red blood cells. They all look the same, but look closer. I have a comparison of 2 of them. At first glance, they're identical. Just plain old red blood cells. She tapped the tablet twice again. What's that? One of the cells was glowing. It looked like it was pieced together from thousands of other small parts. They fit together precisely, and also moved occasionally. It was as if a sculptor of truly minuscule proportions had created an imitation red blood cell. I'm not sure, but I have a theory. It's not just the red blood cells. That's pretty much what all his cells look like. I can occasionally find an original one, but most of them are made this way. It seems to me it's some form of repair or replacement. Maybe an extremely advanced form of nanotechnology. And his seizures could be related to that? Mia looked at 5. He jerked violently in his sleep at times and slept restlessly, even though he was heavily sedated. Definitely. That's how the wall of his stomach is formed. When I look closely, those replacement cells stop working. They're just breaking down. The functional ones are trying to replace them, but they're just not copying. Abigail was still looking for something on her tablet. Look at me, Ab. The women's gazes clashed. Are you telling me he's dying? Can you do something about it? Mia, this man has been dying for decades. I can't even imagine how old he is. If the technology can replace the function of any cell, he could be 300 years old. It's unbelievable. She thought for a moment and then realized that her enthusiasm was probably not entirely misplaced in this situation. I'm a scientist, just like you, and this is something on the level of a miracle to me. There's nothing we can do about it here. This is far beyond medicine, as I understand it. They stood together over the sleeping man sipping coffee. Mia was sure she wouldn't fall back asleep. Do you think they know, him and the girls? Ab asked. I'm more than sure of it. Those three will have more surprises up their sleeves. We just have to hope they're all pleasant. Shouldn't I examine them, Jenny and Ella? I talked to Frank, and there's something he doesn't like about the girl. I mean the little one. That Jenny wasn't exactly a normal girl was obvious to everyone. If Five had not ended their conversation with a seizure, she would have asked about her. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. They're our guests. I think their information may be vital to our mission. It's actually a miracle. In the wilderness, after travelling across worlds, we meet this very man with his history. It's no coincidence, Ab. She placed her empty cup on the table. Unless they need something from you themselves, leave them alone. The meeting was held in the dining area. Everyone attended, including Jenny and Ella. Five was still in the infirmary. The plan for the next day was to slowly start reducing his sedative dosage. But Mia didn't want to wait any longer to leave. They had been stuck in one place for too long. She didn't want them to be discovered by unwanted visitors, and more importantly, she was beginning to realize again that they needed to continue their important mission. James gave us another aim, and I want to comply with his wishes, Mia announced, quite sure that she seemed mechanical in her role as captain, to say the least. The purpose of our mission is to collect data that can help us understand the origins of the destruction. We cannot succeed if we stay in one place. We all knew this was probably going to be a one-way ticket, but I'm not about to give up. She looked at Jenny and Ella, a girl and a young woman who she was quickly beginning to see as part of the crew. Jenny and Ella. The girls had been listening to her intently, but saying their names added weight to the whole situation. We owe a debt to Five. He saved us, and we're going to pay him back. If you like, you can stay with us as long as you like. Ella put her hand on Jenny's shoulder. We thank you for that, and we will be happy to stay with you. Now tell us where we're going. The curiosity's killing us. They'd had more than one conversation about it over the last day. It was clear that Mia was planning on moving Ghost to another location. But they had no idea what destination she would choose. We're going to New York. That same day, Jenny and Ella went to the infirmary. Five was asleep, but he tossed and turned continuously. Several times he shouted a jumble of unintelligible words, and his face was sweaty. Ab assured them that it wasn't a fever, just the result of his nightmares. He must be dreaming something terrible, Ella said, placing her palm gently on his left hand. Why do you think so? It may be as much a dream as a memory. I'd bet on the latter. She turned and walked slowly away. Wait! Ella was surprised. Don't you want to help him? You could calm him down again. You don't even go to him in the evenings anymore. Just put your hand on his temple, like you've done 1,000 times. He's suffering. She squeezed Five's hand. It was hot. His memory is almost healed. He's drowning in memories, and if I try to help him now, I'll experience everything with him, over and over again. She stood in the doorway for a moment longer, staring off into space somewhere. And that, Ella, is not something I would like to do. would like to do. Would like.
Chapter 5. He heard a voice coming from a great distance. There was nothing but emptiness around him. He was floating in infinite space and was perfectly free. It got worse when he tried to breathe. He longed for just one short breath, but where there's no air, such a wish cannot be fulfilled. Knowing that he couldn't breathe, an unpleasant feeling came over him. Am I suffocating? How could I suffocate? I'm nothing. He thought about it for a while. He wasn't sure if he thought for a minute or 100 years. Time played no role here. Meanwhile, the unpleasant feeling of lack of air hadn't gone. Where's that voice? He realized that someone had woken him up, but that someone was gone now. He tried to call them back. He heard nothing. He felt nothing. Anger seized him. Wherever he was, whoever he was, he didn't want to be here anymore. He wasn't dead, he was sure of that. So what was he? He tried to scream again, exerting all his energy to do so. He realized he was sitting in a hospital bed. He was breathing roughly. His lungs ached, and he had to shield his eyes from the sunlight. He was in a small room with one single bed. All the furnishings here were in white and other light colours. Hello! His attempt to call out was pathetic. Almost no sound came out of his throat, just a bizarre rasping. My God, how long have I been lying here? He was becoming increasingly aware of himself and his surroundings. There was a cannula inserted into his right hand. He slowly peeled off the tape and gently pulled it out. He held it in his fingers and examined it closely. My fine motor skills are perfectly in order. My vision is also quickly returning to normal. It's strange, since I've apparently been lying here for so long. My body should be flaccid. At that thought, he threw off the blanket covering his legs. They were indeed skinny, but less so than he expected. Slowly he began to test the flexibility of his joints and the strength of his muscles. He actually felt pretty good. His first movements were very cautious, but after a few moments he was sure his legs would carry him. He lowered them from the bed and stood up. There was a crunch in his right knee. A memory flashed through his mind at the sound. He was standing on the field, and he had just received a pass from Martin Trueman. He didn't react fast enough. An opponent hit him with a precise, definitely illegal slide, which was confirmed by the referee. He ended up on the ground with his right knee on fire. The memory was gone as quickly as it had come, but it helped him realize something else. Where am I? And more importantly, who the hell am I? He knew nothing. He couldn't remember his name or his face. He quickly walked over to the small mirror on the opposite wall. So, this is me. He looked at the reflection. He didn't recognize the man. If he had been shown a photograph of any man, it may as well have been him. He ran his hand slowly over his face. Neither his beard nor his hair had been cut in at least a month. He looked untidy, but so did the room. There was also a layer of dust on the mirror. My charts must be in here somewhere. At the head of the bed, there was always a file with patient information. It was an old habit that should have been replaced long ago by a more modern method. Doctors were very old-fashioned about many things. What am I? A doctor? He wasn't sure. He knew a lot about medicine, but he didn't feel like a doctor. He couldn't find the chart, however. The compartment where it should have been was empty. That upset him. He looked out the window and wondered what kind of town this could be. It was raining heavily outside, and the rain was drumming on the glass. Do I like this city? Do I even have a relationship with it? Or did I just find myself here by mistake? He could feel his anger rising and wasn't sure if he could temper it any further with reason. A bright flash appeared a few miles away from him. A stream of strong light shot into the sky, and at the same moment, a large dome shape appeared in that spot. It seemed to shrink again in an instant. He later attributed it to instinct, but he quickly knelt down against the wall and hid his head in his hands. Less than 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion filled the room, accompanied by a powerful pressure wave. The window was immediately shattered. The explosion was so powerful that it tore off roofs and entire buildings collapsed near the blast site. The furnishings in his room were immediately turned upside down. He decided to stay close to the ground for a few more minutes. When it was clear that it was quiet, he slowly stood up. He looked in the direction the pressure wave had come from. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't understand at first. Why is it so quiet? He expected the beeping of alarms, the screaming of people, or the sound of police sirens. Nothing was happening at all. Rain was now coming into the room, and he had to step away from the window. He was dressed only in thin pajamas that didn't offer much protection from the water and wind. I have to change and get out of here. He had no idea where he was going, but he had to find someone. Things weren't right around him. He would feel more confident if he was wearing normal clothes with the appropriate number of layers. He rummaged through one of the closets and found several shirts, pants, and a jacket. It took him a while to find some shoes. Whoever it was, they had prepared everything he needed in case he woke up. He mentally thanked the person. He tried turning on the light, but it didn't work. It could have been the result of the explosion, but he doubted it. He stood by the window again. He was wearing normal clothes now, and that included a warm jacket. He listened again. He was definitely in a hospital. This is a hospital room. It couldn't be anything else. But if this is a hospital, I'd be hearing ambulances. Why can't I hear them? Swedish Medical Center, the largest complex providing health services in Seattle. He had no idea where his memory had retrieved that information. Nevertheless, he was sure of it. This was a hospital, and he was in Seattle, or at least in the place that used to be Seattle. He heard another explosion in the distance. He couldn't see any light, and there was no pressure wave. It was just confirmation that he shouldn't stay there a minute longer. He grabbed the door handle, but it didn't open. It didn't occur to him that it might be locked. He gripped the handle with a little more force, and the lock came loose with a pop. He stepped out into the corridor, where there was utter chaos. Trash strewn about, scraps of clothing and furniture. His room seemed almost a luxury suite in contrast. He examined the door carefully. On the outside of it was written in bold red letters, "Do not enter." Nothing more. Just those 3 words. Something glinted on the floor. He bent down and picked up a small metal number 5. He scanned the door and found the place it had fallen from when he'd forced his way out of the room. He found nothing more, only this number.
Who knew? Always thought I'd be the first one to look there. Well, someone beat me to it.
He turned towards the voice. An older man was coming toward him. His face was full of wrinkles, and there were distinct dark circles under his eyes. His dirty, greasy hair was down to his shoulders. He was repulsive in every way. Behind him towered a man a head taller. He was younger as well as more intimidating.
"What do you want?"
he shot out, facing them.
"Why so hostile right away?"
The older man revealed the remains of his teeth in a disgusting grin.
"I was just expressing my disappointment that you beat me to it. So tell me, what did you find in there?"
"I didn't find anything, and I didn't break in there either." He didn't like that the men were still coming closer to him. The taller one held a metal bar in his hand. "Don't come any closer." He tried to sound threatening, but he couldn't even convince himself.
"No, you say,"
The man sized him up from head to toe and then laughed. "No shit! So you were inside?" "It'd be a hell of a disappointment if I burst in there and found you. I mean, JD here. Probably be happy, but I'm not. What's your name, nigger? We're civilized people, and before we smash our head in, I'd like to know your name." He didn't want to wait any longer. He turned, determined to run in the opposite direction and leave those two far behind. The old ones certainly wouldn't catch him, and it was always better to face one than two.
"How's it going?"
He spun around and came face to face with another man. This one was small compared to the other two, but he had a telescopic baton in his right hand. He hadn't heard him coming at all. The short one swung and hit him in the left leg with one quick strike. The blow landed just above his knee. He didn't crumple to the ground, but it lowered him a good few inches. This unplanned movement may have saved his life because a metal bar whistled over his head. He even felt it slicing through the air. With his right hand, he grabbed Shorty around the neck. He was so close he could smell the little guy's stench. He squeezed with all his might. The man's eyes filled with terror. He dropped the baton and tried to shake off the hand that was crushing his throat. A few seconds were all it took before a muffled crackling sounded, and the man slumped dead to the ground. The second blow with the metal bar now found its target. It struck him in the left temple, and he sank to the ground. His left side was leaning against a wall, and he was seeing double. "I'm still conscious. That's interesting." He figured a blow like that would kill him. "Oh my God, what did you do to him?" The wrinkled man was bending over the corpse. "JD, finish him off. Now, smash his black skull." The man with the metal bar rose up over him like a demon of vengeance. He swung, but he was too slow. He didn't expect his victim to still be able to defend himself. The kick struck the man in the left shin. There was a crack, and suddenly the man wasn't above Five, but on the ground beside him. Five quickly straddled him. He didn't want to prolong the situation any further. With one quick punch, he hit the man in the throat. The man immediately began to choke, and his eyes flooded with dread. A thick beard covered his face, but from his eyes, Five guessed he was about 30. He might have wanted to beg for forgiveness, but that wouldn't have done him any good now anyway.
"So you wanted to know my name?"
Rage awoke inside him. Through his veins coursed the anger he had felt since waking up, but whose origin he didn't know.
"I'll tell you my name, you bastard!"
He punched the man in the face, breaking his nose. Frozen in fear, the wrinkled man just watched it all. He knew Five's words were directed at him. The bearded man's jaw broke with the next punch.
"What kind of a person would I be if I didn't answer a politely asked question?"
A third blow immobilized the man completely. He made one last attempt to get up before the punch landed, so its force was multiplied as the back of his head hit the hard floor.
"This is done."
Five stood and picked up the metal bar from the ground. The wrinkles on the last man's face looked like deep furrows.
"Oh God, leave me alone!"
The man didn't even try to run away, as if his legs wouldn't obey him. He just watched death square up to him.
"I have to apologize. I don't remember my name, and you can't imagine how frustrating that is. In fact, I know almost nothing."
He raised the bar he held in his right hand and slowly began examining it.
"Maybe you could help me. What do you think?"
A stain appeared on the man's pants. He had pissed himself. His voice coughed.
"Give me a name. Tell me what you think my name should be. John? Meredith? Who do I look like?"
He twitched the stick menacingly, indicating a blow.
"I don't know. Please God, I don't know."
The man was desperate. He was more squeaking than talking.
"You've got 3 seconds. Give me a name and you can go. I'll let you go. Trust me. I'm a decent person, or at least I think I am, because I don't know anything about myself."
The man in front of him had completely lost his voice. He could only stare and tremble.
3, 2... Dear God, don't do it! 1.
The force of the blow was devastating. It nearly split the man's face in half. He fell to the ground, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. It was surprising he was still alive. He whispered something quietly. 5 bent down and listened. Blood dripped onto a small metal object. It was the number 5 from the door that he must have dropped. 5. 5. Definitively, those were the words the man had whispered. His last words.
Well, look, you gave me a name after all.
He threw the bar to the ground, looked around at the destruction he'd wrought, and his stomach heaved. The cloudburst had turned into a light drizzle. 5 was glad of this, because his jacket didn't give the impression that it could withstand torrents of water for very long. It was cool outside, and the clouds were keeping very low. He looked around and realized how desperate his situation was. He couldn't decide whether to go right or left. In the end, he was even glad for the rest of the rain. The drops created a pleasant droning, and he could momentarily forget the depressing silence all around. The hospital complex was huge. There was a main building over 10 stories high behind him, with other wards connected to it. He sat down on a stone block and pondered. The hospital was on Broadway. The street was one of the arteries of the city, where there had once been constant traffic and trolleys running. That seemed to be a thing of the past, for the asphalt was now cracked and had grass growing out of it in places. Here and there, trolley lines were broken and falling to the ground. There were automobiles parked simply anywhere, whether cars or trucks. Some were parked properly, while others had been abandoned in the middle of the street. All of them looked like they had been there a long time. He wondered if any of them would start, but finally decided it would be better to find a car in a garage. Directly across from the street from him was a ruined building. It was clear that the fire had been the main contributor to its destruction. The windows were broken, but the building still looked impressive. Below the roof was a blazing inscription carved into the stone reading, Pacific Midwest Research Foundation.
That's where Dr. Rick McLaughlin worked, he whispered to himself, and realized that another bit of his memory had emerged. He covered his face with his hands and silently repeated everything he could recall. I went to visit him. He was a lot older than me, but he had a great reputation. He won the Nobel Prize in Medicine, and I was intrigued by some of his ideas. That was the first time we were in Seattle for an extended period of time. Then we kept coming back, me and my family. He couldn't get the word family out of his head. He suddenly felt like he wasn't alone anymore. He was just lost, and he had to find them. He didn't hear the squeaking until it was very close. A woman was pushing a rusty shopping cart down the road. It was filled to the brim with what looked like trash to 5. The woman didn't look much better. Hello, he said, and the woman stopped. She looked in his direction, terrified. He realized she probably hadn't noticed him at all. It wasn't surprising. It was still raining, and her hood covered most of her face. She mumbled something and quickly continued at double speed.
"Wait, I won't hurt you."
He stood up and started after her. He kept a good distance away so he wouldn't scare her. "Leave me alone. I don't have anything," she said without even looking at him. He could hear a thick Eastern European accent in her voice.
"You really don't have to be afraid of me. I'm a friend."
He surprised himself by saying it in Russian. At those words, the woman stopped and looked him over sternly.
"What do you want?" "Just to ask you something. May I walk with you for a moment? Just say the word and I'll leave. Don't worry."
With those words, the woman gestured with a shake of her head that he could come, and she continued pushing her scant possessions.
"I don't want to stop. It's burning back there where it exploded, and the fire is strange. I should have left a long time ago." "What exploded?" "I saw it from the window. I didn't recognize what it was."
"How should I know?" she blurted out in exasperation.
"Nobody knows anything now, and when you do hear something, it's mostly just rumors. An Arab told me something about experiments, but what could he know? He was just a junkie." "I know this is going to sound strange, but what happened around here?" he asked.
The woman stopped her basket and looked at him again.
"Did you take half a second chance and go crazy?"
He didn't understand what that meant.
"I lost my memory. I woke up in the hospital today. I really don't know anything. I don't remember almost anything."
He didn't like the woman's eyes, but she was his only source of information. He couldn't go around not knowing anything.
"Then you're full of shit."
She spat and leaned into her basket again.
"I'm not joking. Can I help you?"
He had to win her over somehow, in any way.
"Get your hands off my basket, asshole! And you know what? Get lost! You said you'd leave if I wanted you to, and I want you to. Go to hell!" "Oh no, I'm sorry."
Five didn't know what to do.
"Everything I told you is true. I woke up in that hospital back there."
He pointed to the tall building a short distance behind them.
"That hospital's been closed for at least 20 years. Don't try putting one over on me. I know bastards like you. You get close and then you take my basket. I'm not giving it to you. And since you're so nice, I'll tell you one more thing. That hospital is fucking haunted."
He stood there watching the woman push her load. He watched her until she turned down a side street. She seemed to stop for a moment and looked in his direction. Apparently she wanted to make sure he wasn't following her. He didn't blame her. He thought about what she'd said.
The hospital's been closed for 20 years.
Nothing made sense. If he'd been in a coma for more than a few months, all his muscles would have atrophied. Without a doubt, he would be hardly in any condition to feed himself, let alone walk. He'd killed 3 guys in a fight within minutes of waking up. And in what way?
I mean, I broke the guy's neck with one hand.
He decided to go back to the hospital. Whatever happened to him, he would find answers there rather than out on the street. He left the building in a hurry, but it didn't seem exactly teeming with life. The lobby looked miserable. There were leaves and trash on the floor. A climbing plant was crawling up several columns, adding to the wildness of the space.
God, how much time has passed since this happened?
It was logical that something must have happened, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He looked more closely at the reception area. He had hoped to find a newspaper he could read, but he was unsuccessful. There were only a few pamphlets on the floor explaining the importance of preventative examinations. He had to laugh. It didn't matter how far medicine had progressed. People still refused to go to the doctor regularly, and then were surprised they had advanced colon cancer. But even these pamphlets were faded and hard to read.
It's definitely been years. This wouldn't happen in weeks or months.
He was confident in this calculation. Whatever the reason, it hadn't happened in the last year. And where are all the people? He found a human body by the elevator. It was just a skeleton in shreds of skin and scraps of clothing. He knelt down beside it and slowly examined it. It was a man. Judging by the visible skull fractures, he had died a violent death long ago. He didn't want to use the decomposition of a human body to determine the time, though. That is what the body would have looked like after only a few months. He saw clear teeth marks on the shin bone. A body couldn't last long in this environment. It had become food for mice, rats, and armies of bugs. He expected to find more human bodies, but this was the only one. There was only this one dead man in the entire lobby and connecting hallways. The elevators weren't working, of course, so he headed for the stairs. The first floor of the East Tower was vast. He found some of the offices in relatively good condition, but that didn't mean they were untouched. Other places had obviously tasted intense looting. The corridors were narrow, and he began to feel like he was in a maze. At the end of one corridor, he discovered 2 more bodies. This time they were women. Their condition was identical to that of the man downstairs, except that he couldn't quickly determine the cause of their deaths. I'm not going to play detective or pathologist here. So he let the bodies rest in peace and proceeded to investigate further. Dusk was slowly falling outside.
I have to hurry. Once it's dark, the best I can do is sit somewhere and wait until morning.
He wondered where it would be safe to sleep, if he could build a fire, and if it was even wise. His head was throbbing. It was his lack of information that most bothered him. He had nothing to help him decide, and the risk of making a fatal mistake was enormous. He remembered the 3 men who had followed a similarly bad course of action. He had seemed like an easy target to them. If they'd been faster, more accurate, and anticipated the worst possible scenarios, they might still be here. 5 would be sprawled on the ground, and the contents of his skull lying beside him. He heard a thud. Something metallic had fallen to the floor somewhere at the far end of the hallway. He turned. He thought he heard someone running. He became aware of his vulnerability again. He realized he had to get the telescopic baton. He'd left it lying beside its original owner, and it would come in handy now. He would feel a little safer with it.
I'm here to find out everything that's going on. That means going and searching.
He started running in the direction he'd heard the noise from. He found a stairwell leading up to the other floors and down, probably to somewhere on the ground floor or one of the connecting buildings. He decided to go up. He wanted to search the higher floors anyway. He walked quietly to hear any other noises. It didn't take long before a metallic sound came from an upper floor again, now sounding almost like a door slamming.
Someone's here. I have to find them.
He ran upstairs, stopping at the 5th floor to catch his breath. His chest stung, and the pain reminded him that he wasn't yet fully healthy and fit.
The roof. I have to get to the roof.
He didn't know why, but his resolve was firm. He was convinced he would find answers on the roof. Much slower now, he ascended to the 10th floor, and at the end of the stairs he saw a narrow metal door. Whatever's in there can't be worse than the damn void in my head. He grasped the handle and stepped onto the roof, which was very large and empty. He slammed the door behind him and explored every corner of the roof for several minutes. After making sure there was really no one hiding there, he looked into the distance. From here, the whole city was in the palm of his hand. The sun was floating low on the horizon, and the parting clouds allowed him to see that there were no lights shining anywhere.
I'm wrong.
He spotted several places that looked like large fires.
I'm certainly not alone here. That's good.
He stood there waiting for the sun to finish setting and the city to be swallowed by darkness. He was getting cold, but he needed to see the points of light that would give him hope. He counted around 30 of them, and he was sure he would discover more. With his arms crossed over his chest, he stared into the distance. I'm so sorry, came a voice behind him. He jerked in fright and turned around. A small figure stood 10 feet from him. His heart pounded violently, but one glance told him she was no danger. Jesus Christ, you scared the hell out of me. He sat down on the ground and leaned against a low wall. The girl was no more than 10 years old and had bright blue eyes that immediately caught his attention. Their colour was unusual, but perfectly matched her blonde hair. What are you doing here? It's dark. You shouldn't be here alone. I've been laying low. I'm so sorry. I should have been there, but I wasn't. I should have been there. The girl burst into tears, and Five didn't know why. Don't apologise. Everything's fine. Come here. He opened his arms, and the girl surprised him with her speed. She threw herself at him and buried her face in his jacket. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be okay. He hugged her gently. For a brief instant, he felt like he was in a forgotten past when the world was still right. I held back. I needed to find something, and I had to go further than normal. Food and batteries are running low everywhere. Five slowly pushed her away so he could see her face. I'm very sorry, but I don't remember anything. Do I know you? The girl just smiled at him. Of course we know each other. I was taking care of you for a long time, for a very long time. It wasn't complicated at first, but then so many things happened, and I had to adjust. But I tried, I really did. She put particular emphasis on her last words. So I've lost my memory. Yes, I'm here to help you get it back. That's my mission. She smiled at him again. The face seemed both familiar and terribly distant. So you know my name. Do you know my name? The fire of hope flared fiercely in him. I know it, but I can't tell you. It doesn't work like that. You have to remember it yourself. That's how the regeneration process is set up. But I'll help you remember. She said this in a way that he didn't dare contradict her, at least for the moment. And will you tell me your name? Can you? He held her hands. I'd love to, but no one ever gave me a name. Five was shocked. They didn't give you a name? That's terrible. I'll make one up for you then. It seems there's a gathering of people looking for names today. He thought for a moment, and then it suddenly dawned on him. Only one name was the right one. He extended his right hand to the girl, and she accepted it. Nice to meet you, Jenny. I'm Five. Five? Really? The girl laughed, and the man who would become her father laughed with her, laughed with her, laughed with her, laughed with her.
Part 4. Journey to the Other Shore. I knew from birth that I'd come to this world to change it. And tell me, is there a person in human history who could do it better than me? Gideon Kelly. Chapter 1. It was the 20th of January when Xavier got the call that his father Hubert had died. He'd been found by a neighbour, Michael, who had lived on the same floor for many years and had become friends with his father over time. Xavier didn't take Agnes or any of their children with him that day. He had a plan and didn't want anyone to get in his way. He hadn't been able to sleep the last few days and was more irritable than usual. He didn't want to be seen like this. His father's body had been taken away that morning, giving him plenty of time to go through his belongings. The apartment was full of papers, boxes, and memories of their family's rich history. It was about 5 o'clock when there was a knock at the door. Hey, Xavier, I just wanted to ask if everything was okay and maybe I could help you with anything. Michael stood in the doorway, looking as distressed as Xavier. That's kind of you. But that won't be necessary, Xavier replied, perhaps a little too curtly. Really, I'm fine.
I see. Could I at least make you a cup of tea? That would be very nice, Xavier replied, slowly closing the door. He'd been looking for the object for 3 hours. He was sure it had to be there somewhere. Count Hubert de Pont de Ligons had passed on to the next world, and it seemed to his son that the circumstances of his death were not worthy of a member of a proud aristocratic family. He had lived in a small rented flat, and towards the end of his life was plagued by debt, illness, and above all, yearning for times long gone. His family had once owned a chateau, and even had musketeers among his ancestors, but that was the distant past. Xavier was now looking for an item that recalled that past and which he desperately needed. An ancient family signet ring. His father had sold many works of art and real estate during his lifetime, but Xavier was sure his father wouldn't have let go of this ring. It was a legacy for his son that should be passed on to the next generation. He finally found it in a deformed greyed envelope he'd pulled from a bookcase. It was really there, the ring Xavier had admired since childhood. He didn't think it was worth more than a few €100, but that wasn't why he was looking for it. A knock disturbed him from his thoughts. Here, the tea, Xavier. Michael handed him a steaming mug. I see you've already found the ring. Xavier only nodded and accepted the tea. Thanks a lot, Michael. I knock on your door if I need anything. Before his neighbour could object, Xavier closed the door. He had the ring, but he was here for something else too. His father must have left some money, which his son dearly needed. He spent the next few hours going through stacks of documents and contracts, but it was all worthless paper. His father truly died a pauper. His long life had been one big failure, and he didn't deserve to bear the name of Dupont de Ligons. After Xavier opened a wardrobe in desperation and threw out the old clothes and several empty boxes, a surprise was waiting at the bottom after all. In the back corner was a .22 caliber rifle. He examined it closely. It appeared to be in very good condition, with a nice wooden stock. He also found a case to go with it. He wondered if it might be worth something. He slung it over his shoulder, and after concluding he would find nothing else valuable, he left the apartment. As he was closing the door behind him, Michael peeked out from the opposite apartment. See you, Xavier. If you need anything, just call. Of course, thanks, Xavier replied. But his thoughts were already elsewhere. Bruno, I'm telling you, I'm screwed. The guy didn't leave a single penny behind. What am I supposed to do now? Xavier was sitting in the back seat of a taxi. He was on his way to a meeting he would have preferred to avoid altogether, but there was a man waiting for Xavier, who he'd already postponed 3 times, and who also hated delays and cop-outs. You should tell Agnes, this can't go on. I mean, she'll soon realize there's something wrong with you. Man, I can even hear it over the phone. Bruno was his oldest friend. They had known each other since the 70s, and their friendship had lasted until now. I'm telling you, this guy's dangerous. I shouldn't have borrowed from him, but there was no other choice. No bank in his right mind will give me any more money. I have 2 kids in college and 2 on the way. Bruno, I'm completely fucked. Xavier didn't care that the cab driver could hear him. These Uzbeks and Algerians only understood half of what you said anyway, and they gave so many people rides a day that they wouldn't notice if they were driving Zinedine Zidane. Well, don't you have money in any of these companies? I mean, you were telling me about some real estate the other day. Nothing came of it? Bruno sounded annoyed, and Xavier didn't blame him. His friend had been hearing about his personal problems for 5 years, and things never seemed to take a turn for the better. It had gone steeply downhill since Xavier's attempt to move his entire family to Florida in 2001. And the worst part was that he had to keep pretending nothing was wrong. The perfect husband, the model father, and successful businessman. If only they knew that his last somewhat successful business had ended 5 years before, and one problem after another had been piling up ever since.
Bruno, there's nothing wrong there. I recently fired all the employees. Those companies are just shells. I only have a little money left in my account, and I watch more of it disappear every day.
We're here, sir, the driver interrupted. 10 euros, please. Xavier counted out the bills and handed them to the driver. He had 5 euros left in his wallet. He would probably have to walk home.
Bruno, I got to go. I'm going to go meet him now. Bye. I'll be in touch.
He ended the call and looked to see if he was on the right street. He was indeed on Jules Verne Avenue, just a few dozen yards from the house he was heading to. His destination was an inconspicuous building with the number 97. It was an unremarkable little house, situated right on one of the main streets of Nantes. Xavier knocked. Nothing happened for a moment, but then he heard a noise from behind the door, which then opened just a crack. "What do you want?" came a sharp voice.
"I'm going to him,"
Xavier said cautiously. "Who is going to him?" the voice continued, its tone unchanged.
Xavier Dupont de Ligons. We have some business to discuss."
At these words, the door opened. He didn't know the man. He was older, chubby, with a mop of wild, unkempt hair. He flashed an insincere smile. "So a business meeting, huh? Come on in then, young man." Xavier hadn't felt like a young man in a long time, having recently turned 50. But he wasn't about to correct him. He entered the house, where all the windows were blacked out, and the air was heavy. "Follow me. I assume you know where." Xavier didn't answer. He had been there a few times, and each time it was more unpleasant. Last time he had sworn to himself that he would never come again, and if he did, it would only be with a fat envelope to pay his debts. His last project was supposed to be a sure thing, but it all got screwed up again. They descended the stairs to the surprisingly large basement. It was all lit, with an unpleasant purple light, and the air was filled with incense. In one corner of the room, 2 girls were lounging on a couch. They were barely dressed, and Xavier thought they couldn't be much older than his own daughter. Xavier's lender was sitting at the other end of the room, engaged in a lively discussion. It seemed they were just about finished, though. The men shook hands, and the visitor disappeared without Xavier seeing his face. This was not a place where one wanted to be seen.
"Have a seat with me, Xavier. I'm always happy to see you."
The man pointed to a chair and gave him a smile.
"Greetings, Daniel. It's good to see you too,"
Xavier replied and sat down. He never felt like a small man. He was of average height and build, but compared to this man, he felt like a child. Daniel was at least 6'2", strong in the shoulders and even stronger in the arms. Simply the personification of strength. Xavier never felt comfortable in the company of people like him. He had grown up in an environment where he only met children of noble families. A title still meant something back then, and Xavier's name had a good ring to it. It was an old world where you could present conservative values and not be a laughingstock. Xavier understood that here and was sure that Daniel would have meant nothing in it. He'd have only been a hulking thug. Nothing more.
"What happened, Xavier? My people were waiting for money last week, but you didn't show up. It really hurt me. I've helped you so many times."
He looked downcast, but they both knew it was just a pose.
"I know, and I'm so sorry. That's also why I came here today, to show
that I want to and can solve this. You see, my father died yesterday.
He grabbed a decanter and poured himself a large glass of water. He felt like he had all the sand of the Sahara in his throat.
That is a horrible tragedy, so the old Duke is no longer with us. Please accept my deepest condolences, my friend.
He laid his huge palm on his hand. Xavier instinctively pulled it away.
Thank you, I'm fine. At least it gives us a new way to settle our affairs.
What do you mean? Daniel looked confused.
I inherited some real estate and other securities from my father, so if you'll give me some time, once the inheritance proceedings are over, we can settle up together, and of course, I'll take into account the fact that you waited for me. It will be to your advantage.
Xavier tried to sound as self-confident as possible. Daniel, however, looked at him with the sad eyes of a basset hound.
Xavier, why do you keep doing this to me?
He grabbed his hand again, but this time Xavier couldn't slip away. He could feel the sweat running down the back of his neck.
You think you're dealing with a complete fool. Of course, I know full well your father left you nothing. He died a bum who didn't even own an apartment. He owned nothing but his memories, with the exception of that beautiful ring.
He gestured with his other hand to Xavier's ring finger bearing the family signet ring.
Daniel, I'm so sorry.
The huge man stopped him and put his left hand on his shoulder.
It's all right, my friend. I'm not a bad person, though many people think I am. But I know you aren't one of them.
He paused for a moment, thinking.
What would you say if I erased your entire debt?
All of it?
Xavier exhaled in surprise.
Yes, all of it. But let me finish. I need to get something back. And you would also get the chance to make things right. Can you imagine that? To choose a moment in your life when you could have done things differently? With what you know now, how much power would you have?
Xavier's head was spinning.
I don't know. I never thought about it that way.
Daniel squeezed his shoulder.
Then try it now. You've got 4 kids. You said the oldest one isn't yours.
He's mine. I adopted him. I'm raising him as my own, and he has my family name.
And have you thought about the value of that name? It's your duty. You were supposed to elevate your family line. And did you succeed? You're one step away from having your children thrown out of school because you won't be able to pay the tuition. Xavier, I've been paying your children's tuition for the past year. Does your family deserve something like that? To depend on people like me?
Xavier was trembling. He wasn't sure what Daniel was offering him, but there was something in his voice that he couldn't resist. He wanted to stop the thoughts, but he couldn't.
What if I hadn't left for that year? Why did we have to try the American dream?
What would the price be?
He asked quietly. Daniel just smiled and motioned for one of the girls to come closer.
How long have you been waiting for your second chance, Mel?
He sat the girl on his lap. She was skinny, with circles under her eyes, dressed in a simple white dress that revealed more than it hid.
An eternity. I've been waiting so long.
She spoke softly, with a slight foreign accent.
And what would you be willing to do to get it?
His face was almost glued to hers. He spoke the words directly into her ear.
Anything, Daniel. Open your mouth.
As he said it, Xavier saw the girl's pupils dilate, and she almost stopped breathing. The other girl, who'd been sitting calmly in her seat, sprang to her feet and gazed in their direction. Mel cocked her head and stuck her tongue out.
Think of a time, of place you want to go, then swallow, and you'll be there.
He placed a small, light-colored pill on her tongue. Slowly, almost ceremoniously,
The girl swallowed and was gone in an instant. In a flash, as if she had evaporated. Xavier was so frightened he fell out of his chair. He rolled over onto his back and took a moment to scramble back to his feet. The other girl was jumping, clapping, big tears streaming from her eyes.
"What the fuck was that?"
he exclaimed, pointing at Daniel.
"That was your second chance, my dear Count, my masterpiece. All I need is the return of one of my friends, and then this beauty and I will flood the world together."
Xavier didn't understand what he was talking about, but there was power, perhaps even prophecy in those words.
"All you have to do is comply with my little request, and you can live your life the way you've always wanted."
Daniel stood up, his head almost touching the ceiling as he did so. He smiled at Xavier again, that sly smile of his, full of golden teeth. "So that's a .22 caliber ammunition and one silencer for the rifle. That'll be €54, please, and of course, I must ask to see a valid firearms license." Xavier placed a small laminated card on the counter. The salesman gave it a cursory examination. "Goodness, this is a fresh one. It's still warm. Did you fall in love with guns in your old age?"
"Let's just say it's a midlife crisis."
The salesman laughed at those words, accepted the card, and Xavier was soon back in the car. He wasn't sure how long he drove aimlessly around the city after that, but it must have been many hours. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He almost hit a cyclist while trying to fish it out.
"Hello, I'm listening."
"Xavier, my friend." He would recognize Daniel's voice anytime, anywhere, a soft German accent that was more pronounced when it was angry.
"You were supposed to call me, and here I am waiting in vain, hypnotizing the phone, and still nothing. So I figured I'd call you. Did everything go according to plan?"
"Yes, I got everything we agreed on."
"That's great, absolutely great. Do you remember the terms of our agreement?"
His voice was calm, but empathetic.
"I remember, I just still don't know."
He stopped at a pedestrian crossing. An elderly lady with a walker was just crossing, so Xavier had to wait there a good minute.
"I'm sure you know, Xavier. We've talked about it a few times, and it's the perfect solution for both of us. You hardly have to do anything. I'll handle everything myself. Tell me again what you have to do."
"I'm supposed to call you."
"When are you supposed to call me, Xavier?"
Daniel's voice sounded impatient.
"I'm supposed to call you when everyone's at home and make sure they're sleeping very deeply."
Xavier's voice, on the other hand, sounded broken.
"Exactly as you say. It is important that absolutely everyone is there. Your wife and your children. That's very important. Do you remember the name of the powder?"
"Yes, I remember. I'll buy it tomorrow."
"That's great, really great. I'll be waiting for your call. I've already got a second chance ready for you, and then it'll be up to you where you go from there. Have you thought about it?"
Daniel sounded like a telephone operator trying to sell a new monthly plan.
"I haven't thought about it,"
Xavier replied immediately, but of course he was thinking about it all the time. He hadn't been able to sleep for weeks because of it. Since believing that second chance was real, he had become obsessed with it, intoxicated by the idea that this time he would do everything right and bring the luster back to his name. His children and his children's children would remember him with pride.
"I don't believe you, but okay. After all, it's your business. Just remember, I'm ready. All you have to do is call."
He hung up without saying goodbye. Xavier slept in the car that day. He wasn't able to look his wife in the face. Agnes was just preparing dinner. Xavier was sitting alone in the study, pouring himself a second glass of brandy. It was the first day in weeks that everyone was home together. Arthur and Thomas were studying at university and spent little time at their parents' house. For a week, Agnes had been urging them to get together, if only for one night. The phone was on the table in front of him. He had tried to dial Daniel's number twice, but in the end, he hadn't been able. Each time he heard his children laughing, he lost his courage. Still, he knew he was doing it for them too. No one would understand, but that didn't matter. All that mattered now was his family and their future. If he continued like this, they would all be pointing fingers at him soon.
They'll whisper about my failure, like father, like son.
He had already heard it a few times and refused to accept it. He picked up the phone and dialed the number.
They're all here. Come after midnight.
He didn't wait for an answer and hung up. Then he sat motionless in his chair for a long time, not knowing what to do. A knock on the door woke him from his thoughts.
Come in,
he said, and Thomas entered the room.
Dad, Mom says we should come to dinner now. She has it already, and I need to leave soon.
Leave? Where are you going? Snapped Xavier.
I got a call from the university. Unfortunately, I have to go there tonight.
Thomas was studying at the Catholic University of Angers. From a young age, he had shown considerable talent, both musical and literary.
You can't!
Xavier exclaimed, clearly startling Thomas. He wasn't used to this kind of behaviour from his father.
Your mother was looking forward to this evening. She wanted us to finally be together again, all together as a family.
Thomas was obviously confused and surprised.
I'm really sorry, but I have to go.
Agnes had also heard Xavier shout and ran over to see what was wrong.
What's going on here, you two? Dad's upset that I have to leave. He said we were really looking forward to today. Is it okay with you, Mom?
She hugged him.
Of course, it's not your fault. We'll have dinner and you'll go. I don't want you driving late tonight. You stop it, Xavier, and come on. You've been cooped up here for days. Business can wait.
Xavier rose with an effort and went to dinner. He only ate a few mouthfuls. Fortunately, the mood around the table was good, so they didn't take much notice of his behaviour, and when someone pointed it out, he brushed it off, claiming indigestion. Thomas set off immediately after dinner. Xavier wasn't sure how his business partner, who would arrive after midnight, would react, but he figured it might not be such a problem. Things had been set in motion, and he couldn't stop them now. He wouldn't be able to bear the strain a second time. Xavier was regularly the last one to go to bed, so they were used to him pouring everyone a glass of water and bringing it to their bedrooms. He did the same tonight. He set the first glass in Annie's room, his only daughter. His son Benoit and Arthur took their glasses of water directly from him. There would have been nothing special about this ritual this time either, had Xavier not added sleeping powder to the water. He stirred it in as instructed, knowing no one would recognize it in the water. His wife never drank water before bed. She had trouble breathing. She had to sleep with a mask on, which was part of a machine that made a quiet but regular sound. Just before midnight, Xavier went through all the rooms. Agnes was sleeping soundly, as was her custom. The children had drunk their glasses to the bottom, so they could not wake up. He went back downstairs and stood at one of the windows leading to the street. Daniel arrived 10 minutes after midnight.
I have seen the night, and I'm not afraid to walk through the darkness, Daniel said instead of a greeting. Is everything as we agreed? He looked suspicious, as if he expected some sort of subterfuge or betrayal from Xavier. Everyone's asleep. I gave them the powder. What about the dogs? Asked Daniel, looking upstairs. They're in the garden. I tied them up. Good. Is there anything I should know before I get to work? He looked down at Xavier, who stiffened. He saw coldness and death in Daniel's eyes. Thomas, my second son, he's gone. I couldn't prevent that.
The hulking thug swung out, grabbed Xavier by the throat and lifted him up. He spit the words out through his clenched golden teeth.
Are you fucking kidding me? They were all supposed to be here. Do you know what that means?
The look on his face betrayed a desire to tear Xavier to pieces on the spot. But then he brought him back down to the ground.
It's a complication. You'll have to get him back somehow. Can you manage that? Otherwise, our deal is off.
I promise I'll get him here.
Just tell me why. Why does everyone have to be here? He gasped. Because each piece has its price, and the price of what I want is really high. Where's your gun? The first thing they did was hide the bodies of the dogs under the porch. They wrapped them carefully in blankets, put them in a bag, and wound tape around them precisely. Xavier could barely handle it anymore. When it came to the bodies of Agnes, Anne, Benoit, and Arthur, he completely crumbled. It took Daniel half an hour to force him to function in the slightest. Daniel had insisted on pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, Xavier sat downstairs in an armchair, his palms pressed against his ears. He felt like a scared little kid. In the back of his mind, he hoped Daniel would come downstairs and tell him it had all been a crazy prank, a setup for a reality show, and that he was released. That didn't happen, however. Almost his entire family was executed with 2 shots to the head. It took them nearly the entire night to move the bodies to the shelter they had created, strip the beds, and clean up any potential clues. Daniel was very thorough. He insisted on making everything look like his family had left. He didn't care about Xavier, who was about to get a second chance, but about himself. He had other plans, and he didn't want to be associated, even remotely, with what had happened there. It could have ended here today, but you blew it. I'm a generous man now. I will give you a chance to make it right. You will get your last son here. Do we understand each other? Yes, that is understood. With that answer, Daniel left the house. It was around 5 a.m, and there was no one on the street. The entire city was still slumbering. Xavier tried to sleep but couldn't. He finally fell asleep for 2 hours around 8 a.m, and he felt more dead than alive all day. He barely had anything to drink and was having a lot of trouble even getting up from the couch. The phone rang several times. He looked at the number and saw that it was Bruno calling. He had no strength to call him back. He stayed in this strange state until Tuesday. At around 3 p.m, he picked up the phone and dialed Thomas. Hey, Dad, what's up? Thomas wasn't used to his father calling him of his own accord. Can you please get here as soon as possible? He knew he sounded terrible, which added weight to the call. Why, what's wrong? Thomas sounded scared. Your mom was in a car accident and is in the hospital. It's not good. Could you please come home as soon as possible? There was a moment of silence. Of course, Dad. I'll come. I'll be there in 2 hours. He did as he said. He arrived home before 5 o'clock. He was pale and immediately demanded answers. Xavier sat him in an armchair in the living room and overwhelmed him with a mixture of confusing information, saying that they couldn't go to her now, that it wouldn't be possible until the morning. Where are the others? Where's Arthur? I called him and he's unavailable. Xavier hadn't counted on that, so he thought a moment. They're all there, but we can't go anymore. Hospital regulations. It was obvious Thomas didn't find it plausible, and he clearly didn't want to argue. He didn't say anything more. Wait here. I'll go get you some tea, something to eat, okay? Thomas just nodded. They sat there together like that all evening. Xavier put on a movie, but neither of them watched it much. When it neared 10 o'clock, Thomas said he was going to bed. Hang on a minute. Xavier disappeared into the kitchen and got him a glass of water. I put sleeping powder in it. You need to get a good night's sleep tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be hard. The son had been taught not to contradict his father and drank the water in one go. Good night, Dad, he said, and disappeared upstairs. They buried his body with the others at around 2 o'clock in the morning. Xavier found Daniel standing alone in the kitchen, washing his hands in the sink. Did you get everything you wanted? He asked, but the man didn't respond. He thoroughly cleaned his left hand and then his right. He also rinsed his face with cool water. Only then did he turn to Xavier. I am extremely satisfied. He stretched his neck in a circular motion. If only you know how long I had to wait for my friend to return to me.
There was a time when I thought I'd lost him for good, but I'm persistent. My gratitude knows no bounds.
So you'll keep your promise? Xavier asked, and there was insistence in his voice. He had been longing for a second chance for far too long. It was eating up his mind, and had crept into his dreams.
Are you trying to insult me?
Daniel replied softly. His golden teeth glittered in the darkness, but there was something new in the tone of his voice. He even looked bigger than before, which seemed impossible with his already enormous size. Now he towered to the ceiling, his mere presence trampling Xavier deep into the floor of his own house. I should thank you for both of us. Xavier didn't know where the voice was coming from, but he heard it right in the middle of his head. He was unable to distinguish it from his own thoughts, and for a moment he was sure he had gone mad. My friend was long lost, and now we can continue on our common journey. Far behind Daniel, in a dark corner of the room, stood a figure. It was dressed all in black, or perhaps it was darkness itself. He didn't know, nor did he want to know. Then please give it to me. I need it. I want to be with my family again. I'm going to fix this. I fix everything. His voice cracked. I put them here a long time ago. Daniel pointed in front of him. There was indeed a small transparent box and several lightly coloured pills in it. You need only one, of course, but I wanted to be generous. What you do with the rest is entirely up to you. Daniel walked past Xavier, patted him on the shoulder, and walked out of the house number 55 as if nothing special had happened. Xavier couldn't move and fell asleep on the cold kitchen floor. Xavier didn't leave Nantes until April 10th. His second chance was finally in his pocket, and the hell of the previous days was slowly becoming a thing of the past. He was increasingly convinced that it had merely been a ticket fare to a happy future for his family. He would create a world worthy of them all. It would be a world where the name Dupont de Ligons was spoken with reverence. Agnes would be back, and he would rebuild everything. No more pain and suffering. Everything would be gone. He took steps to confuse any possible investigation and to give himself a few more days to prepare his journey. He sent letters to his relatives, saying that he and his entire family were going to the USA. The reason he gave was for his covert mission for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. It seemed so absurd that perhaps they'd believe it for a few days. If he was going to lie, make it absolute. Daniel heavily emphasized that he had to recall his past perfectly and faithfully. Only then could he take second chance before leaving. He removed several framed photos of his family and put them into his handbag. It suited Xavier as well, as he wanted to make it to his destination in peace, while visiting a few more places from his past. He wanted to revisit places where he'd been happy and still believed in success. That would help him make second chance work the way he hoped. He ate in restaurants, drank good wines, and fell asleep at night more peacefully than ever. When he arrived in Roquebrune-sur-Angens, he felt rested and content. Only a few hours more, and he would see his wife again. He parked his car in the parking lot of an F1 chain budget hotel. He hadn't chosen this town by chance. He thought of it often. As a young man, he had walked these forests and mountains inside and out. He remembered one rock and decided that this was where he wanted to go before taking a second chance. It's the perfect place to start our new life, to build a new world for us in the place where I was once happy. From the trunk of the car, he took the bag in which he'd put the rifle and a few other necessities. He slammed it shut and momentarily toyed with the idea of leaving them in the lock. Walking away from the car, he paused again and glanced at the security camera. If they ever see this, they'll spend weeks searching these woods. It was a beautiful sunny day. The weather was quite warm for April, and he managed to reach his destination before sunset. He pulled a few photos out of his bag. He looked at them for a while and put them back. He held the bag in his right hand and the 1 second chance tablet ready in his left.
"Don't thank me. I would do it again,"
he said, but no one could hear his words. Not a living soul could see him standing there in the glow of the setting sun. And then he was gone in a flash. 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 Chapter 2. The streets and buildings were shrouded in black night. If Ella hadn't known they were flying over what was once one of the greatest cities on earth, she would have easily mistaken it for a cemetery. Instead of tombstones, however, there were buildings made of thousands of tons of towering stone and steel. The Ghost reduced its speed so they could enjoy the view while making as little noise as possible. Mia didn't want anyone coming to greet them immediately after landing. Snow lay everywhere, reflecting the moonlight and stars. They caught a few glimpses of lights, but they were only crumbs scattered across a floor. The city had long since died, even if some lingering collections of people still survived. As they neared the centre of the city, the destruction that had befallen it became even more pronounced. They could see buildings crumbled to the ground that had once been hundreds of stories high. Entire neighbourhoods were left in rubble, and it was impossible to tell if it was the result of an explosion or some other force. The city parks had long since overgrown their boundaries and were creeping into the surrounding streets. New York was empty, yet wild and fascinating. "See that?" Jenny pointed down at something. At first no one knew what she meant. But then they spotted it. Several streets shone brightly into the night. It looked like there were working streetlights, at least 4 city blocks of them. "Well, we have to land somewhere." Mia guided the Ghost over a large area that had once been Central Park. Without much difficulty, she found a place they could set down comfortably. "I saw a Christmas tree. I swear there was a huge Christmas tree." Jenny didn't hide her excitement, but no one else could confirm her discovery. "Let's go to bed now. It must be well past midnight, and tomorrow's another day. I'm sure we won't miss anything there," Mia said, and she and Frank disappeared into their quarters. Ella didn't mind. She was already sleepy. She was looking forward to seeing New York or whatever was left of it. She lay down on her narrow bunk and was fast asleep within 5 minutes. Ella woke up when it was still dark outside. She didn't know what time it was, but guessed she'd sleep for an hour or 2 at most. It was still deep night. The bed where Jenny slept was empty. Where could she have gone? She rubbed her eyes and looked around the small cabin. Jenny wasn't there. Ella had to fight the urge to close her eyes again and continue sleeping. She finally lowered her legs over the edge of the bed and found her shoes in the dark. The passageways were cold, so she pulled on a light sweatshirt. She wasn't sure where Jenny might have gone, so she went to the only place that seemed likely. The infirmary was bathed in a dim light. Five was still asleep on his bed. Jenny lay beside him. Her left hand was on his chest, and her head was propped up with a pillow. Ella didn't know why, but the sight filled her with unspeakable grief. She wanted to turn around and leave the two of them alone. "Is that you, Ella?" Jenny said softly. She didn't raise her head. She was still hugging her father. "Yes," Ella walked quietly over to them. "What are you doing here, Jenny?" "You know, I have a feeling it'll be all over tomorrow. I checked, and his memory is healthy. Soon, maybe tomorrow, he'll remember his name." Jenny sounded strange. Ella had never heard her talk like this before. There was something in her voice that betrayed her real age. A girl who can't grow old and has seen more than I can ever imagine. She never ceased to fascinate her. "And isn't that a good thing? You said that it's taken so long. Five will finally be healthy." Jenny stood up. "It isn't. It would have been fine, but it took us too long. I'm not sure what's going to happen to him." It seemed Jenny was leaving something else unspoken. "And what will happen with you?
Is that why you're scared? That was it. She realized how great Jenny's fear must be. You're afraid you won't know where to go next. Jenny jumped off the bed and walked over to Ella. I'm afraid of the end. I won't have any purpose, and the reason I'm in this world will be gone. And I think it's going to happen tomorrow. Ella was shocked. She looked at the small skinny creature, who she knew wasn't at all weak and had probably lived through entire ages. She was infinitely brave, and she loved her father. Her father! Ella realized how complicated this was. Five had never been Jenny's father, at least not in the conventional sense of the word. She wanted to hug her and explain that nothing would happen the next day. Five would wake up and everything would go on. But she couldn't. If Jenny had any fears, they were surely based on purely rational grounds. What can I do? It was a simple question, but Ella couldn't think of anything better. Come with me, Jenny answered instantly, as if she'd prepared the answer beforehand. Where? Let's go see those lights. Let's go see the Christmas tree. Little fires twinkled in her eyes. We can't, Jenny, she said quietly. We don't know what or who might be there. The two of us can't even open the door to the outside without waking everyone on board. Maybe you can't, but I can. The little fires turned into flames. Ella didn't feel sleepy at all anymore. They got through the cargo hold. It turned out that Oliver had taught Jenny how to operate the platform, which used to load and unload supplies. It wasn't completely silent, but with a little skill and care, it opened very quietly. It must have been several degrees below zero outside. There was snow everywhere. It wasn't more than a couple of inches, but it was fresh and crunched underfoot. Ella didn't ask where Jenny had gotten the controller to remotely retract the platform. Mia surely would also have appreciated that information, but Ella decided they would deal with that in the morning. Their trip was to take an hour at most. Ella insisted. For the first time in a long time, they were in the company of people they could trust, and she was aware that she and Jenny were now fundamentally undermining that mutual trust. She slung the bow that Five had given her onto her back, and a quiver with several arrows hung at her waist. You can never be too careful, she declared, noticing the look Jenny was giving her. In a way, I'm responsible for you, even if we are doing something so stupid. Well, maybe I'm responsible for you, Jenny retorted, unzipping her jacket, and Ella saw that she was armed with the revolver Five usually carried. Where did you get that? Five doesn't need it now, and believe me, I know how to use it. Ella remembered their first meeting and made no further objection. Jenny had probably saved their lives that day, but she had done it with a professional cold-bloodedness that had shaken Ella. We're just going to look around. There won't be any trouble. No trouble, Jenny nodded. The ghost had landed in a large meadow surrounded by tall trees. Their leaves were already falling, and the silent shadows of the high-rise buildings loomed behind them. Silence reigned over all. The sight of the skyscraper silhouettes filled Ella with strange tension. She remembered surviving alone in the ruins of the abandoned city. She had already forgotten those days and weeks. So many things had happened since then. We have to go this way, Jenny pointed ahead. It shouldn't be more than 2 miles. We have to hurry to keep your time limit. The snow crunched under their feet. The sky was covered with small clouds, and snow began to drift down from one. Have you ever been here before, with Five? I haven't, but he has. He used to come here a lot. I think that's why I know the city so well. Plus, I've always liked maps. Jenny was looking straight ahead, and she smiled at her words. They'd walked less than 100 yards before reaching a road, which they continued down by turning left. Ella was glad for the freshly fallen snow. She couldn't see any human footprints anywhere. They would certainly meet some people here, but she hoped it would be a pleasant encounter. High-rise buildings jutted high into the sky on their right. We need to be quiet. Ella clasped Jenny's hand and pointed up at one of the buildings. Several windows on the 8th or 9th floor were lit up. They could also see light in the next building, but it was even higher. We shouldn't have gone out alone. This was a mistake. We have to go back. Ella stood still and looked up. She felt a strange mixture of emotions. Jenny looked like a child at first glance, and Ella instinctively felt she was supposed to protect her. But it wasn't like that. Whatever Jenny was, she had stopped being a child a long time ago. "If you want to go back, go." Jenny stared at her, her hands in her jacket pockets. "I can do this on my own."
"You've had to handle too many things on your own. Besides, we're just out for a walk, albeit a very late walk."
"You're a good girl, Ella. Come on, let me tell you a story."
Jenny took more steps forward through the snow. "What story?" Ella caught up with her. "I'll let you set the pace. We'll have to step on it."
"Before 5 woke up, I was taking care of him. Did I tell you that?"
"You mentioned it," Ella confirmed.
"See, I mentioned it, but this is not something that only deserves a brief mention. I took care of him for years, maybe even decades. I remember the first day. I was sitting at his bedside, and the doctor was saying something. I saw the look on his face, and he seemed scared, if I understood right. I had no idea what to do. Suddenly, I was there alone."
The warm cap was pushed low on her brow. "No one told you anything? And what were you supposed to do?"
"Actually, they didn't even have to tell me. I knew. It was my job to take care of the man's memory, to help him remember. But the situation gradually changed. If I hadn't started doing something, he would have died."
"What do you mean died?"
"I waited for someone to come, but a whole day passed, then another, and no one came. I realized I had to leave the room and find someone. I walked through the hospital, but there was no one there. Well, almost nobody. I ran into a few people, but they couldn't help me. Either they were waiting to die, or it was obvious better to avoid them."
She stopped and picked up snow from a nearby stone bench. She balled it up and threw it directly ahead of them. Then she continued.
"I wasn't what I am today. I don't know if I can explain it to you, but I was empty. 5 still remembered almost nothing, and even I knew pitifully little of it. I had to start learning on my own, and it was all to help him. That was my mission."
"Jenny, that was his real daughter's name?" Ella had wanted to ask that many times, but the opportunity had never been right.
"Yes, it was, but now it's my name too. But I'm not her. I'm just me, you know."
Only occasionally did Ella hear in Jenny's voice a girl who could have been 9 or 10 years old. At this moment that voice broke the surface, only to disappear again immediately. "I'm sure she'd be proud of you. You wear her name with honour, and I can't think of a better one to suit you."
"Thanks for saying that. In the beginning I yearned to be her. With each new memory I discovered how much he loved her. I hoped he might feel the same way about me some day. I imagined what it would be like when he woke up and saw my face."
"And what was it like?" Ella kicked the curb to knock some snow from her shoe.
"I wasn't there. After all those years he decided to wake up when I wasn't there, because people had started taking second chance. The city became more and more desolate and dangerous. It made me cautious too. There was an explosion that day, and I ran straight back, but it took me a long time. I think it was the explosion that woke him up. It blew out all the windows. I found him standing in the rain on the roof."
She unzipped her jacket and pulled out a thin chain. At the end of it hung a small key.
"I didn't even need this."
"What kind of key is that?"
"The key to his room. I locked it every time I left. I kept the key as a reminder of a time when I wasn't quite the Jenny I am now."
She took the chain and key from around her head and handed it to Ella.
"Actually, it's lost its original meaning for me. Take it. It'll remind you of a girl who lured you out on an adventure one night."
Ella wanted to ask a lot of other things, but then she just took the gift without a word. They came to a large traffic circle. In the centre of it stood a tall pillar with a statue on top. It was all covered in moss and pigeon droppings.
"We have to turn left here, then just go right and straight ahead. Do you know Times Square?"
"Of course I do. Lots of neon and screens. Who doesn't?" Ella felt a little hurt.
"Well, that's just where we're headed, I think. It's not that far."
There were fewer and fewer cars on the road. They were parked or pulled over to the curb.
Jenny pointed wordlessly at the ground where some skid marks were visible. There were obviously still some cars driving around, but not many.
I don't think we'll be able to catch a taxi. The city that never sleeps seems to have lost its nickname.
Ella wasn't exactly right. At an intersection, right where Jenny was about to make her last turn, they spotted several figures. At first there was one, then more, and more.
Okay, but no mistake. Just burp. And continue.
Ella and Jenny realised that this was the end of a long line stretching somewhere far ahead of them, in the exact direction they were heading. Ella and Jenny moved closer together, but continued in their original direction. Some people were sitting or lying on the ground sleeping. Others were awake and shivering with cold. No one seemed to be paying them too much attention, though. Few people turned around, but immediately went back to their own business. Most were dressed in winter jackets, or long coats, or wrapped in blankets. There were people young and old. There were even a few children. "I wonder what they're waiting for," Jenny asked quietly. "I've no idea. I'd ask, but we'd better move on. Have you seen enough?" she asked with hope in her voice. "Not yet. I want to see the lights. I want to see the Christmas tree," she said a little louder, and an older woman in the long line turned around. Ella estimated her to be at least 60. "You're not the only one, little girl. Everyone here wants to see the Christmas tree." She smiled at them, but instead of teeth, she'd only black stumps. They quickened their step. The number of lights was increasing. There were more windows lit up and even some storefronts. There were people on the street walking in various directions. Through all this bustle, there was the long line with its beginning still nowhere in sight. "Looks like a pretty normal town here, doesn't it?" Jenny asked. "I'm not entirely sure, but you're right. I guess it is." Tall buildings dominated the skyline around them. They had many dozens of floors, making Ella feel a little squeezed against the street. There were no cars around anymore. They must have all cleared away at some point. Not wanting to continue down the middle of the street, they decided to walk on the left sidewalk. The streetlights were working, though only every second lamp was on.
"Can I help you somehow?"
A man in a long grey coat blocked their path. He had curly black hair, and though it was night, he was wearing sunglasses. A large brown dog stood at his side. It must have weighed around 100 pounds. "No, thank you." Ella tried to push past him, but he grabbed her arm.
"Are you sure about that?"
His breath smelled strange. "I'm sure." She jerked away from him sharply, and in a moment she and Jenny had left him far behind. She could still hear him yelling, something about not wanting to make a bad impression. Ella stopped in front of a lit-up shop window. She knelt to look Jenny directly in the eyes. "We've made a mistake. I've no idea why I went this far with you. Let's go back." Before Jenny could answer, another voice spoke to her. It was a man standing in a doorway.
"Don't you feel like taking a little breather? It's pretty empty in here this evening."
She turned to look at the speaker. It was immediately clear that she had seen him before. He had a blindfold over one eye, and his greasy hair reached down to his waist. Ella was shocked to recognize his face, though she couldn't quite place it. She stared at him open-mouthed.
"Are you all right? If you don't have enough money, I can give you a discount, if you know what I mean."
"And what are you offering us anyway?" she managed to say.
Now it was the man's turn to stare a moment in confusion at her question.
"What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? I got 20 domes here. Mountains, saunas, tropical forests, or beaches. Whatever you want." Ella glanced at the old sign above the entrance. It was hard to read, but it did say something about half an hour's relaxation just behind the door, whatever its author had meant by that. "Not interested, thanks." Before he could say anything in reply, they were gone. Ella hurried Jenny along. It was clear to her now where she'd seen him. It was while wandering the beach and stumbling upon the dome before Ash found her. That man was inside. Her head filled with questions and, worse, memories. She looked around to see where Jenny had gotten to. Suddenly she couldn't see her anywhere and didn't understand how she could have lost her. She had just been holding her hand a few moments before, and now it was like she'd vanished into thin air. "Jenny!" she called, but there was no answer. "Jenny!" She couldn't see her anywhere. Damn it, where is she? She realized the situation was getting out of hand. She ran a few yards and stood in the middle of the street. She looked around, but Jenny was nowhere. There was hardly any children in the area, so Jenny would be very conspicuous. Straight ahead, 100 yards or even closer, she saw a Christmas tree. So it's really here. I don't get it. It was standing there, shining out into its surroundings. She ran over to it. To her right, the never-ending line still stretched. Everyone was looking at her, and some were shouting something. She didn't listen to them. She had to find Jenny, and she finally saw her standing under the tree. She was looking up at it in fascination, giving Ella the impression that, in spirit, she was somewhere else entirely. "Are you crazy, Jenny? What's going on with you?" She didn't answer, just looked up at the Christmas tree lights. "Jenny, can you hear me?" "I can hear you." She finally lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. We should go back. I don't like it here somewhere."
"If you think you're going to cut in line, you're wrong." Ella turned around. A group of people were standing a few feet away from them. She realized this was probably the goal of the line that stretched for blocks. "We're not cutting in front of anyone. We're already leaving," she replied, but by then another man had noticed them.
"I know these rats. We've been waiting here for a month, and they think they're our smartest. I'll whip them like dogs, or throw them straight into the pit."
After those words, about 5 more people joined in. Eventually they were all shouting,
"In a pit! In a pit!"
Ella clutched Jenny's hand tightly. She tried to step back, but the people were steadily coming closer.
"What the fuck is going on here?"
A man in black pants and an even darker jacket approached them. He looked different from the others. He had a rifle slung over his shoulder and gave the impression that he was in good shape.
"If you're planning on throwing anyone into the pit, it's only with my permission."
He glared at them. Ella didn't like his look at all. "We just want to get out of here. We're not causing any trouble."
"Whether or not you're causing trouble is for me to decide. Thank you very much."
He looked around at the onlookers.
"So you claim this girl is cutting in the Christmas present line?"
Several people nodded or shouted in agreement. "That's not true." Before Ella could finish her last word, she was struck hard in the face.
"Did I give you permission to speak? Try opening that mouth of yours again and I'll close it for you."
He pointed at Jenny.
"You stay here unless you want your friend to get hurt."
He grabbed Ella firmly by the wrist and led her somewhere back behind the Christmas tree.
"Don't think I'm blind. You're cleaner than the dirt around here. You've got nice clothes, and that little bow of yours looks nice too, but that won't help you. Just look."
They were standing on the edge of a reservoir. It was 30 feet in diameter, maybe more.
"They want me to throw you in here. Anyone who falls in never gets out. I could tell you that. I've thrown a lot of filth in here over 20 years, and not one has come back."
Ella looked at the water. She realized with horror that it wasn't water, but the surface of a portal. It was set into the ground, and she didn't want to guess where it might lead. "I'm sorry, I really am. Please let us leave." She must have sounded desperate, but the man just laughed.
"Well, we'll see."
Somewhere behind them, in the area where Jenny had stayed, there was a commotion. People were chanting and shouting something.
"Looks like you're in luck. The show has already started. Guess we'll let the boss decide what to do with you then."
A police car drove slowly along the long line of people. It was a large white and blue SUV with NYPD written on the door. Ella had no idea who was inside, but the people on the street seemed to. They were grabbing at her, banging on the windows, and doing everything they could to get its attention. It didn't do them any good. The car drove on until it stopped almost in front of Ella. The back door opened and a man got out. He was tall, very tall. He towered over the others by at least half a head, but height wasn't the main reason he commanded respect. He was so broad-shouldered that at times he looked like a bald man-bull hybrid. He wore a police uniform with a sheriff's star on his chest.
"Chief," the man who had captured Ella and Jenny addressed the giant. "I've something for you." The man looked down at him contemptuously.
Do you know what day it is? These people have been waiting here for weeks to get the gift of second chance. It's Christmas, damn it. Don't bother me.
Ella watched his gold teeth in fascination. He must have had them all replaced. He ignored them, turning his back. "But boss!" The man plucked up a bit of courage. The hulking beast turned back, and with 2 quick strides he was with them. He roared at his subordinate at full volume.
Did you not understand me? I told you to shut up!
Then he froze starkly. He stared straight at Ella. In one swift motion he pulled the cap off her head and staggered. He took a step back, and it seemed he would topple to the ground. Fear broadcast from his face.
"What the fuck is this shit?"
he said, but Ella didn't understand. The man was scared to death. She felt something grab her leg. She looked down. Jenny was standing next to her, gripping her tightly. Ella grabbed Jenny's shoulder with her right hand and pulled her close.
"What kind of game is this? This is impossible. It can't be you!"
the man shouted. Ella couldn't comprehend how this beast could move at such a speed. She was suddenly airborne, and he had her by the throat. He brought his face close to hers, until they were staring at each other at point-blank range.
"You're fucking dead! Do you understand?"
Ella didn't recognize him. She had no idea how he knew her, and she thought it must be some terrible misunderstanding. She was running out of oxygen, but she managed to get at least one sentence out. "What are you?" The man didn't answer. Jenny spoke instead. "Daniel!" With skill and robotic precision, the girl drew her gun and aimed at the man's head. The hammer clicked. It should have fired, but nothing happened. Daniel looked at the girl with the same astonishment with which he'd looked at Ella a moment before. With one swift kick, he struck her in the chest. It was a terrible blow. The girl flew back several feet and crashed backwards into a street lamp. She slumped to the ground, where she remained motionless.
"Daniel, I haven't been called that in a long time."
Five woke up. There was no one in the infirmary, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. He slowly stretched his neck and tried to sit up. Pain shot through the area around his stomach, so he decided to lie down again. I must have slept for a long time. He examined his arm. He realized that he was hooked up to an IV and that he had definitely been out for hours or even days. So the pain should be gone. What's wrong here? He gingerly felt the part of his body that had been bothering him for some time. Something was different this time, and the pain wasn't just going to go away. He felt he could walk and tried once more to sit up and then stand. This time he was successful. He had to move slowly, but he was walking. He didn't meet anyone, so he automatically headed for the bridge. He guessed it was still early in the morning, and the rest of the crew still asleep. He passed the cabin that Jenny and Ella had been assigned. He slowly opened the door and peeked in. He didn't see anyone there. The beds were empty. Maybe it's not so early. He shuffled to his destination. The bridge was busy. He found Mia, Frank, and Ab there. Oliver was also present, sitting in a chair, and Five didn't notice him right away. "What the hell is going on here?" Five asked in the doorway, startling everyone. Frank was the quickest to jump up and physically support him. "I'll help you sit down. We're glad you're finally awake. It took you a while, though." He knew Frank the least of the crew. He seemed like a slightly edgy but otherwise pleasant guy. "Me too. Can anyone tell me where Jenny and Ella are? I didn't see them in their quarters. And where are we anyway? I looked out the window, but there wasn't a good view." Mia seemed to have woken up a moment ago as well. Her hair was messy, and she was dressed in a men's t-shirt with the logo of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish football team that could have only been for sleeping. 5 couldn't imagine anyone voluntarily showing up in it in broad daylight.
It's been 15 minutes since we found out. Jenny and Ella must have snuck out at night. According to the records, that was less than 5 hours ago. Oliver's already searched outside and in the immediate area, but hasn't found them. Their tracks lead to the city.
5 tried to stand abruptly, but the pain wouldn't let him.
This is nonsense. Why would they leave? And where? Where are we anyway? Will someone tell me already?
We're in New York, Mia replied in a calm voice.
New York?
5 was shocked.
But why? This is crazy. We have to find them now.
I know. We'll go after them. But you calm down first. Jenny must have opened the platform in the cargo hold. She has one of our controllers too, or they couldn't have closed it from the outside. If it's on her, we can locate her.
Then do it. We need to find them as soon as possible.
The pain came on all at once until he felt faint again. You should lie back down. I'll get you some sedatives. Ab grabbed his shoulder.
You're going to give me a sedative? You're going to give me the strongest sedative that will allow me to walk, because I'm coming with you.
No one dared to contradict him.
I'm telling you straight, if these people don't get what they came for, they'll go crazy. They'll start looting, burning everything around them. That's what's going to happen. I'm telling you.
The guard was leaning against a wall, with steam rising from his mouth. He had a blanket over his thick jacket.
So why is he making such a fuss about it this time? They say he's been giving them presents like this at Christmas for like 30 years. That's why I come here, right?
The other guard was sitting on the step by the door. Unlike his colleague, he didn't have a blanket and was quite envious of it.
Hey, sure, he's been doing it for years. I heard it from a lot of people, but more importantly, look at that line. I mean, these people have been waiting here for a month. Really? A month?
He spat.
Are you surprised at him? I mean, he gives everyone a second chance for free. You just come and get it. Who can offer you that these days? It's all fake stuff everywhere. That'll eat away your stomach and your brain. I wouldn't take that shit. My family's always been against it. My dad, my granddad, and probably even my great-granddad. We'll just live out our days here. Look, it's completely unnatural, and I don't like it. I mean, I wouldn't say it in my boss's face, but that's how I feel about it.
He took off his gloves and rubbed his hands together.
I gotta say, though, it sure is friggin' cold. And the snow's early this year, too. This winter's gonna be hard, I'm telling you.
The entrance they were using was off to the side of the main street. They only had to turn once and walk a few dozen yards, but it was still enough to give them some peace. Now, though, someone was approaching them.
Hey, there's a guy coming.
The standing guard alerted the sitting one, who immediately stood up. 5 stopped a couple feet from them. He acted like he didn't notice them. He just put his right hand to his ear.
You sure it's this building?
He said, and the men looked at each other quizzically.
Hey, buddy, get the hell out of here, or you're going to get in trouble.
5 merely indicated to the man, with a finger placed over his lips, that he should be quiet. I'm not going to wait for you. I'll go right in. 13th floor, if you say so. At least you know where to find me.
So, you say you're going inside? How do you think you'd like to do that?
Laughed one of the guards.
How? Well, like this.
In one swift move, 5 stepped up to the man and punched him squarely in the Adam's apple. The man immediately started choking, his hands clutching his throat. The other guard tried to loosen the holster of the pistol at his waist. He was desperately slow in doing so. 5 broke his shin bone with a single kick. The man slumped to the ground and started screaming.
Shut up, or I'll do the same thing to your face.
He turned to the man he'd hit first. He was still clutching his neck in a semi-squat, desperately watching the spectacle unfold around him. Five quickly ended the scene with one well-placed kick to his head. He hadn't wanted to kill him, but he wasn't sure if he'd put too much force into it.
"Jeez, don't kill me," the other guard bellowed. "Do you know who's in there? You should get out of here now. I'm giving good advice."
With those words, he looked at his leg's awkward and unnatural angle.
"You crippled me. You totally fucking crippled me."
"Again, I beg you to be quiet. Tell me, how many guys are there?" Five pointed to the door.
"Tonight, there's gonna be 5 of the boss's guys in there most, but he doesn't need them. He's not even human."
Five took the man's gun, stood, and opened the door. He took one more look at the groaning guard before entering the building.
"He's not human? Then it's at least a little fair."
Daniel was leaning against the railing. The balcony was on one of the top floors of the East Tower, and there was an unpleasant icy wind blowing today. He glanced downwards. Directly below him, he saw the large Christmas tree he'd had erected. The line of people stretched almost all the way to Central Park. The sun was already slowly climbing above the horizon, which meant more people would be arriving to wait. Hundreds of thousands more people, hoping to be given second chance.
"I have to tell you how much I love Christmas. People should be given hope on this day, don't you think? It's a time of miracles, and our reunion is a miracle."
He opened his arms. Neither Ella nor Jenny could answer. Ella's hands were tied, and her mouth was gagged. Jenny lay at her feet. She still hadn't woken up.
"I still can't figure out why it's just the two of you, but one can expect the faithfulness of the situation to bring in another missing character soon."
He walked over to Ella and grabbed her chin. He held it tightly so she couldn't shift her gaze.
"I'm sorry you didn't recognize me right away, but I forgive you. A lot of time has passed for me, and I've changed. But you still look the same. I wonder what your journey has been like. I have to go through fire and water to find the redemption. What about you? Are you still the little girl who obeys the command she's given?"
They heard 2 muffled gunshots. There was only one door to the balcony.
Could he be coming? Our savior, number 5?
The door opened slowly. One of Daniel's men stepped inside. He was looking at them, but he had a strange look in his eyes.
"Sorry, boss. I couldn't help it."
The third shot was louder. The man hit the ground. The bullet had destroyed several of his vertebrae. He was dead on the spot. 5 stepped onto the balcony, wielding his gun. His eyes quickly assessed the situation. Ella was tied up on the ground. Jenny was lying still. The only one standing was a bald man in a police uniform.
"He's huge," 5 thought, "but I'm the only one with a gun." "I'll kill you for what you did to them."
He took 2 steps towards Daniel, aiming for his chest.
"Wait!"
Daniel shouted, his tone confusing 5.
"Aren't you going to say hello to an old friend, 5?
He lowered the barrel of the gun, but only for a moment.
"I don't know you. I've never seen you,"
he said, searching his mind. His memory was sound, and the man didn't even remotely remind him of anyone.
"You really don't? You don't remember the boy whose gold teeth you knocked out?"
He smiled, baring his gold teeth.
"You don't remember your most beloved beacon that you left dying by the side of the road so many times?"
"Daniel, that's impossible. You can't be Daniel."
"Whether you believe it or not, it's me. And let me tell you, I've been through some really bad stuff because of you. I forgot my oath a long time ago. I wanted to rip your guts out and make that girl watch you eat them.
Well, I hope I didn't kick her too hard. I'd be sorry if my dream couldn't come true.
Daniel looked down at the small, lifeless body.
Maybe you really are, Daniel, because only a monster like him could act like this. And thanks for reminding me that I've killed you so many times. This will be the last time, but I'm going to enjoy it.
Pain shot up from Five's stomach. He instinctively brought one hand down while still pointing the gun at Daniel.
I haven't forgotten about that. You owe me a great debt that needs to be paid. And you know, there's one more thing I remember. You once told me you knew what I'd lost, and that it wasn't worth it. And that, Five, I really can't confirm. You're really badly mistaken on that point.
Drop the gun. You're going to hurt someone else here. Five couldn't identify where the voice was coming from. It felt like it was inside his head, but all around him at the same time. He responded to the command immediately. He dropped the gun. He couldn't resist. Daniel doesn't see what I see. You already know your end. It's coming very quickly. I must say, you're an interesting specimen. You've walked this world far longer than your kind are meant to. A figure had appeared behind Daniel. It seemed to be made of the deepest black. All the light was disappearing into it.
Now we're really all here.
Daniel laughed and walked over to Ella. He untied her bonds and almost gently guided her to the railing. He then took her by both hands and set her onto it. She was standing now, the abyss behind her back. Daniel held her with one hand. Ella was really helpful. Some things would have been significantly more complicated without her, but now she seems to be making things too complicated. Somehow, she doesn't belong here. I'll take the liberty of using her one last time, and we'll hinge it on a question. Five and Daniel stared into each other's eyes. Tell me your name, and I'll let her live. It's been on my mind for so long. Just what was his name? Ella swayed slightly as the wind blew. Five twitched.
I don't know, for God's sake.
Daniel laughed. But you do. You've got it somewhere deep inside you. My friend whispered in my ear that he sees it there. You just have to dig it out. Maybe you need the right motivation. A strong gust of wind blew again.
I don't know. Don't throw her. She's not to blame for anything. I'll jump myself, but leave her alone.
A few tears welled up in his eyes. He felt helpless and suspected the dark, inhuman figure of intensifying these feelings. I'm sorry, but I keep my promises. No name. I'm sorry, but I will keep my promises. No name, no more Ella. But why am I putting on the show? I know your name anyway. Who doesn't know it? He let go of Ella's hand and took a few steps. Ella balanced on the railing for a moment, but even she was paralyzed by the strength of the black figure. She looked at Five, and he couldn't read anything from her expression. There was fear in it, but also something else.
My name is...
He suddenly knew. He shouted his name, but it was too late. Ella reeled backwards and disappeared into the depths. Five dropped to his knees. There was another shot. 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 Shot.
Chapter 3.
Ella wanted to scream, but she couldn't. The darkness bound her tongue.
She knew she would die in a few moments. She looked at 5 and needed to apologize. She never should have listened to Jenny and Com. It was a foolish thing that they would all have to pay for now. A strong gust of icy wind blew, and she suddenly felt herself falling. It was a strange sensation. The floors of the building were passing by with great rapidity, and though she couldn't see the ground, she could feel its presence. One more breath and it will all be over. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the light of the Christmas tree. Everything was so fast. So you're going to give up? It certainly doesn't end here, little girl. Ashanti's voice came out of nowhere. It was crystal clear, like she was talking right into her ear. She wanted to turn towards the voice, but she knew it would immediately disappear. The Ella I know isn't afraid. When someone tells her it's time to die, she laughs at them. It's her journey, and she determines her own direction and destination. Ella closed her eyes. Now it had to happen. Striking the hard ground, she knew it would be swift and fatal. No one could survive a fall from that height. A strange feeling surrounded her. I know that feeling. She thought about it, and it dawned on her. It was a portal. On the ground next to the Christmas tree was a portal they called the pit. The pit that no one ever came back from. She was immersed in darkness and cold. She tried to breathe, but instead of air, all she sucked in was salt water. The force of the current immediately took control of her. She didn't know which way was up. She opened her eyes, but there was no sign of light. Her clothes were weighing her down. She managed to unzip her jacket and shake it off. She took a few strokes. I need air. She had no idea how much longer she could hold her breath. Then another wave came, and with it a strong current. Ella found herself above the water for a moment before it immediately swallowed her up again. That brief moment helped. She finally knew which way to swim. She took a few more quick strokes and surfaced. The inhalation was delicious, but the feeling of intoxication lasted only a split second. Her nose, eyes, and lungs were full of water. She coughed, but the water carried her on. She tried to look around and fix her eyes on an orientation point. She saw nothing. The sky was clear, and the moon was shining in it. She began shaking uncontrollably. For a moment she thought she saw another light. It wasn't as bright as the moon, but shone nonetheless. A new wave pulled her under the surface. When she resurfaced, the light was gone. It's here somewhere. It has to be here somewhere. She saw it again. It couldn't have been more than 100 yards from her. She knew she could do it. She had to do it. But the sea resisted. She got close enough that she could clearly make out a lighthouse. It was tall and jutted out of the crashing waves. She began to hope, but the force of the water drew her back again. She was running out of breath, and she could no longer feel her hands. She made one last desperate attempt. She exerted all her strength. 20 yards to go. 15. 10. And Ella caught the ladder. Just above her, she saw a black wooden door with a massive metal knocker. She couldn't comprehend how she found the strength to climb up. She pounded the knocker a few times. No one answered. Could it be automated? There might be no one here. She knocked again, and this time the door opened. She fell inside, right into someone's arms. The stove was white hot. Ella's clothes, now almost dry, were hanging on lines. She was sitting in an armchair, wrapped in several blankets. She'd even managed to fall asleep for a few hours, but Rob had inadvertently woken her up early in the morning. He offered her a cup of warm tea as an apology, and she gratefully accepted. Rob had served at Beachy Head Lighthouse for over 3 years. It was a solitary job, but it suited him. Once every 2 months someone came to relieve him,
and he learned to live in that mode.
I really thought you were a ghost or a bad dream. I would have opened it faster, but I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Rob apologized to her for the umpteenth time. Let it go. You saved my life. Plus you opened the door, regardless of what you thought was behind it. She took a sip of her hot green tea. Never in her life had a drink tasted so good. There were legends about lighthouse keepers. There was often talk of their madness, and novels were published about them, where they were more ghosts than people. When you're alone for months on end surrounded by ocean waves, it's bound to leave a mark on you. But Rob seemed perfectly fine to Ella. He was intelligent, as evidenced by his well-stocked library, of which he was also duly proud.
They say I'm crazy. They say books have no business here, but I always bring at least one when I come from the mainland. So I'm probably the only one of the gods who can read, but what else am I supposed to do here all the time?
Ella agreed with him. From their brief conversation, Rob's work sounded very monotonous to her.
Do you want to go see something? The sun's coming up and it's an incredible sight.
There was excitement in his voice and Ella couldn't refuse him. Right away, just give me a minute and I'll get dressed. They walked together to the top of the lighthouse. It was only a short distance from the rocky shoreline. Huge white rocks rose out from the waves and almost to the sky. Rob, however, wanted to show her the view in the other direction. The visibility was great and the sun was rising above the low-lying fog.
There,
Rob pointed a finger ahead.
Right where the sun is rising, that's France. People often ask me if they can see Europe from here, so why don't they come see it for themselves, with their own eyes?
Ella was captivated by the sight. The sun was a strange colour, and its rays coloured the rocks of Beachy Head, as if someone had secretly painted them at night. She leaned over the railing, and Rob instinctively grabbed her around the waist.
I'm sorry,
he said awkwardly, clearly not knowing how to handle the situation.
I don't normally have guests here, and I was worried you might fall.
Ella spotted something just above the surface of the water. A gentle flutter of air, as if someone had placed glass there, but was trying not to let anyone know. She'd seen something similar when she was travelling with Ash, and then with Vive and Jenny. You didn't ask once where I was from. You didn't ask how I showed up at the lighthouse door. She gently pushed him away and climbed over to the other side of the railing. Now, believe me.
I didn't have to ask. You're Alice in Wonderland. Or I'm too much of a lonely lighthouse keeper and I'm losing my mind.
He was still holding her hand.
You need to move on. Am I wrong?
You're not. She turned, her face turning the same purple colour as the rocks behind them. She turned her head so he could hear her. Thank you. You're a nice guy, Rob. She looked beneath her again. She had the feeling before, but it suddenly became an absolute certainty. Something inside her was showing her the way, and she needed to start running after it. They say the first step is the hardest, but I took it a long time ago. She jumped, keeping her eyes open. Rob immediately rushed to the railing and looked after her. She should have fallen into the waves or smashed her head to pieces on the rocks, but she didn't. She was gone. She hit the ground hard. The impact was so violent it took her breath away. She turned on her right side and warily looked around. It was hot, and the sun was blazing high in the sky. She scooped up some sand between her fingers. She lay there like that for several minutes. The heat was becoming unbearable. She carefully stood up. For as far as she could see, there was an arid wasteland. No trees, just rocks and dry bushes. There was a road a few yards away. It ran through the landscape like a perfectly taut thread. Ella stood in its centre. She looked forward. The air on the horizon rippled.
and it was not easy to discern what she was actually seeing. At one point, she thought she saw a man. He was standing on the roof of a car, looking in her direction. Instinctively, she crouched down. Whoever he was, now was not the time for them to meet. She looked in the opposite direction. That's where I need to go, and I should hurry. She took off her warm sweatshirt and pants. She knew she was going to get burned, but it was still preferable to the oppressive heat. She walked for at least another hour, and it seemed as if the sun was standing still. It simply refused to move. If I'm out here for more than a few hours, I'll die of dehydration. She laughed at the idea. She nearly drowned a while ago, and now she'd give anything for a glass of water. But she felt no fear. The invisible line she was following stretched forward, and so far, no one had cut it. She thought she saw something. It was lying on the side of the road, and it soon became clear that it was a human body. She went closer. It must have been lying there on the hot asphalt for weeks, and the sun had dried it out in the meantime. The arms and legs already looked like sticks wrapped in skin. She had no trouble turning the body over, as it weighed only a fraction of its original weight. It was a man dressed in a tattered suit. His trousers had been cut short, and he'd no jacket. She looked at his face, barely half of which remained. Most of his skull was gone, probably blasted off. Daniel, this is how I remember you, she announced, then stood up. And it's probably the best you've looked in all the time we've known each other. Not far behind Daniel's body, which Five and Jenny had left behind an eternity ago, there was a rippling in the air. It was crystal clear to Ella what she was supposed to do. She stepped over the human remains. She could feel it now. It must be right in front of her. The space opened up, and she saw the streets of a city. She put her pants and sweatshirt back on. It only took 3 quick steps. She realized she was standing in a room. She turned around, but the place she had come from was no longer accessible. There was only one direction she could go on this journey. She walked over to the window and looked out. It seemed to be November here. Many cars were driving down the street, and people in jackets were heading somewhere. She put her hand on the stone sill. It felt like the building was shaking. She looked around more carefully. A large section of the walls had been knocked out. All the furniture had been removed, and there were only remnants of rubble and dust on the ground. This is not a renovation. This whole building's coming down soon. She put her hand on the cold stone again. Only if they manage in time. The whole place was filled with energy. Something was going to happen, and it wasn't going to be pretty. She caught sight of a man to her right. She had no idea how he'd gotten there. He was standing looking out the window. Ella shouted at him. "You have to leave now!" But he didn't look over. He just mutely stared out the window. The building trembled. She wasn't sure what she was doing, but she started running toward him. There was a loud crack, and the building started sinking to the ground. If Ella hadn't tackled the man, a several hundred-pound panel would have landed on his head. She was hurtling downwards. Everything blended into a jumbled mess of debris. Something struck her temple, and she felt blood trickle down her face. Several more pieces of rubble then fell on her legs and back. It all ended the moment she fell through a small portal. A few more stones flew out behind her. On all fours, she moved as far away as she could. It was raining outside. She turned and saw the surface of the portal ripple and disappear. It could only mean one thing. The dome had collapsed, and that had caused the building on the other side to collapse.
She was glad it hadn't triggered anything where she was. Many trees and bushes were growing around her. The vegetation was so thick she thought it was a forest at first. There were stone tiles on the ground, though. She took a proper look around. She was standing in a town square of some sort, or maybe in a courtyard. In the middle of it all was a defunct fountain. The statue in its centre was perhaps once meant to resemble a shark's fin. A drop of blood fell to the ground. She remembered the blow to her head and gingerly reached for her temple. A laceration several centimetres long stretched across her forehead. It wasn't bleeding heavily, but it would still need treatment. Finding her way out to the street wasn't difficult. Ella stopped at a sign informing her that she was on the Seattle University campus. The rain intensified. The street in front of her stretched upward, and at the end of it she saw a large building with a sign that read, Advanced Care. She didn't have a jacket, but she made it to the entrance in a few minutes. The hospital complex was directly beside the university. Everything looked abandoned and run down, but nothing could surprise Ella anymore. She didn't have a weapon, and there was no time to look for one. She could still hear the alarm sounding inside her, reminding her not to stop. Whether she had fallen through the portal by pure accident or for some other reason, she must not let it stop her. Somewhere up ahead of her, there would be another crossroads, and she simply had to find it. There were a lot of intensive care rooms on the ground floor. She checked her injury in a mirror. I can't stitch this up on my own. So she just disinfected the wound and stuck an adhesive bandage over it. It held excellently. She looked around the room to see if there was anything she could take with her for later use. There was a thud from the direction she'd come from.
I'm telling you, she's not coming back. Ella crept to the door and peered out cautiously. 3 men were standing there. One was noticeably older. She always comes back here in a few hours, but now she's gone for maybe 3 days. She probably died somewhere. She was just a little girl, so you shouldn't be surprised. You know damn well she wasn't a normal girl. There's strange stories about these buildings. Seriously, have you ever been in here before?
The tall man was obviously not convinced by his companion's words.
Yeah, I've been in here several times. I haven't saw the girl, but she left me alone. She's only interested in one room, and that's the same one we're interested in now. There's got to be something in there, if she's guarded it so carefully for so long. If I remember correctly, somewhere on the 6th floor.
That was all Ella needed to hear. As quietly as she could, she walked through the room and out into the hallway, through the back door. The men were very noisy, so it wasn't a problem to remain stealthily ahead of them. She ran up the stairs to the 6th floor. Here too the floor was strewn with litter and old furniture. She had to tread lightly so as not to make unnecessary noise. She soon found what she was looking for. No doubt about it. A door with a metal number 5 and a red "Do Not Enter" sign. She grasped the handle, but the door was locked. She felt something cold on the back of her neck. She reached under her sweatshirt and pulled out a silver chain with a key on the end. Of course, how else? She carefully inserted it into the lock and turned. The door opened, and behind it, in the hospital bed, lay 5. Ella didn't have much time. The men were coming upstairs, and even if it took them 10 times longer than her, they would be there in 10 minutes. 5 looked younger than she remembered him. The difference was subtle, but his cheeks were certainly a lot less sunken. There was a medical chart hanging at the foot of the bed. She pulled it out and flipped through it. So that's your real name. Nice to meet you. A glaring light filled the room. It came from a point several miles away. Ella was startled and dropped the medical chart. It fell apart, and its paper slid out and under the bed. She remembered what Jenny had said. She thought 5 had been awakened by an explosion, but she couldn't wait around for that. The men were coming. She rushed over to him and shook him hard. It was a vain endeavour, but something inside her made her try anyway. She looked at his peaceful, sleeping face. It's probably stupid, but why not try it? A moment from her journey with Ash popped into her mind. She leaned over to 5 and whispered softly in his ear, "Time to sleep, time to dream. Tomorrow we'll wake as a team." Nothing happened for a while. She thought it was just another futile attempt, but 5 suddenly stirred. It was just a small, slight movement, but it was enough for her. She hurried out of the room, slamming the door behind her, maybe a little louder than necessary. It sounded like a cannon shot to her. She turned the key, locked the door, and hung the chain around her neck again. She narrowly escaped the eyes of the men who had only now reached the 6th floor. Then Ella headed quickly back downstairs. She expected an explosion any moment, but she didn't know exactly when it would come. She made it to the street. She looked in the direction where the window of 5's room should be. At that very moment it came. The pressure wave knocked her to the ground. The force of the blast was tremendous. Almost all the windows were blown out, and thousands of objects, large and small, flew through the air. That's how the dome that brought me here could have ended up. "Now it's up to you," she said in the direction of the building, and made her way back to the university campus. She found what she was looking for in the place where the portal had previously been inaccessible. The space in front of her glowed with reflections of light. She took a breath and entered. She hurried, driven by a feeling she couldn't explain, not even noticing the woman sitting on the ground a short distance away, carefully guarding her shopping cart. She watched the girl in silence. When Ella suddenly disappeared, the woman simply spit on the ground. "Fucking second chance!"
Ella crouched down so she couldn't be seen. The wall she was leaning against was all green. The blight had already covered almost everything. Cautiously, she peeked over the wall to see what was now happening on the opposite roof. It was strange to watch herself. Ella, atop the opposite building, dressed in a ball gown, looked helpless. She thought for a moment that she could help her. But then, wouldn't that change everything else? Would I become who I am today? She decided to remain hidden. She had waited long enough. The other Ella was currently rummaging through closets of clothes and would soon find what she was looking for. Then she would sleep all night. The older Ella was aware of the advantage she now had. She knew so many things, and she knew this town. Most importantly, she knew exactly where her destination lay. She accomplished so much in the next day that it would take her younger self at least 2 weeks. She had equipped herself perfectly for the march, and even found things she had overlooked the first time. Or were they not here at all? Hadn't I already taken them? She drove such thoughts out of her mind. She slung her hunting rifle over her shoulder and tossed a few rounds into her pack. She reached the park she well remembered late in the evening. Not wanting to go on in the dark, she found a comfortable shelter in one of the nearby buildings. She built a fire and felt that everything was going exactly as planned. It was after midnight when she was awakened by barking and screaming. She looked out the window. Her fire was already out, so she wasn't worried about being seen. A man was walking down the street. He was limping and his leg seemed injured. She saw dogs all around him. There must have been at least 10 of them. The unfortunate man was armed only with a stick, which was pitifully short. The dogs were gaining confidence. They were tightening their circle around the man, and in only a moment they would make their final attack. Ella took aim.
She mentally counted all the bullets she had. She released the safety and fired. Ash had spent a lot of time making sure Ella learned to shoot. Now it came in handy. The bullet hit the man squarely in the head. He crumpled to the ground. A clean and merciful shot. The pack dispersed, but only for a few minutes. Soon the dogs were back, and they began to feast. Ella couldn't get the sound of tearing flesh out of her head for many nights. She apologized to the man over and over in her mind, but she couldn't take back her decision. What happened that night changed Ella's plans. She had planned to leave the next morning and arrive at the lake beach within the week. She wanted to set a fast pace and felt she could keep it up. But when she saw how dangerous the pack of dogs roaming the park could be, she decided to wait. She didn't know exactly what day the other Ella would show up. It therefore became necessary to make regular trips to the park. She found a well-hidden spot with a great view of the entire meadow. The day finally came. She recognized it first thing in the morning. The weather, the smell of the air. Everything suggested that this was the day. She settled into her observation spot and waited. A herd of deer appeared just as she remembered. She saw herself bending over the dying animal. When the dogs attacked, her weapon was ready. She waited for the moment the dog almost caught up with her. If she hadn't fired, it surely would have bitten into her calf. The force of the blow thrust it aside, and its prey disappeared into the thickets. "I can finally go," Ella sighed, and set off at once. She had tarried too long, and the weather wasn't exactly hospitable. Still, she arrived at the edge of the lake, after only 8 days, an impressive feat that pleased her. She estimated that she would reach the dome in 2 days of brisk walking at the earliest. She was in good shape, but she had no intention of unnecessarily overexerting herself. She didn't want to walk right along the beach, preferring to weave through the forest, which made the journey a little more challenging. Around noon the next day, she had stopped to refresh herself when she heard the snapping of twigs from the thicket behind her. She slowly crouched down and readied her weapon. Whatever it was coming toward her. A few seconds later, a monster jumped out of the bushes. It was dirty, four-legged, and very familiar to Ella. "Gid?" The dog stared at her in surprise for a moment. Slowly, it came closer, sniffed, and allowed itself to be petted. "We don't really know each other yet, do we?" Ella scratched him behind the ear. She dug out a cracker from her supplies, which the dog ate enthusiastically. "If you're here, your master won't be far behind, right? Run, Gid. Find a shanty." The dog looked at her with his clever eyes and immediately ran away toward the beach. Ella hesitated. She wanted to see her at least once more, just for a brief moment, so she slowly made her way in the direction Gid had run. She saw her standing barefoot in the sand. Gid was jumping around her. Ella stood behind a thick tree trunk and watched them blankly. Suddenly, Gid ran straight toward her. He stopped at the boundary between the beach and the forest and started barking. "What's over there, Gid? Is anything there? What's wrong?" Ashanti looked through the trees but saw no one. Ella quietly began to back away. This was not a good idea. I should keep walking. She went back to her things, packed them quickly, and marched off. She felt that the dome was close, and something quivered inside her. She was getting scared. She found the dome exactly where it was supposed to be. She was ready to go right in, but something stopped her. "I've come this far, so why am I scared now? Am I afraid of Daniel and his darkness?" That wasn't the real reason. She had to save Jenny and Five. But to do that, she needed to get to the right place at the right time. This moment was crucial. She closed her eyes and looked within herself. She had followed the thread of fate that had led her to this point. She reached out her hand and placed it on the dome. She had realized long before that she had changed. She felt something more, and that gift was strongest around domes. Just lightly she ran her hand over the dome's surface. She'd never felt it before, but it was now different. It rippled under her fingers. There was nothing to compare it to. Her eyes were still closed, but there was an endless story unfolding in her mind. It had no beginning and no end. She had to pick out the passages that interested her. She was witnessing everything that had happened in the dome, and she saw herself stealing food with a hand covered in blood. The man kept coming back and bringing new guests. She didn't know how, but suddenly she felt she was watching a day that interested her. The long-haired man was sitting alone inside the dome and seemed to be thinking. She had found the right hour and the right minute. That was when Ella entered. "This is the third time I've met you," Ella said, walking up to the man. He looked up, startled. "I owe you a thank you." "I knew it!" The man took a step back and pointed a finger at her. "I remembered when I saw you out there on the street. It was a long time ago, but you were in here. I chased you, and you ran out. You walked through it like it wasn't there. Nobody believed, nobody." "And they won't believe you now." She turned and walked out of the dome. "Wait," he called to her. "Who are you? What does this mean for me? Is this some kind of sign?" Ella just smiled. "I don't mean anything to you. I'm just a pilgrim, and you met me, nothing more." She walked through the portal outside. The streets were beginning to wake up and the sun was low. But Ella knew exactly where she was going. She'd no doubts and didn't need any more indications. The side entrance of the building was widely avoided by the locals. They didn't even have time to notice that one of its guards was unconscious on the ground and the other clutching his leg in agony. Ella stepped over them without much interest. She walked up to the 13th floor, rifle at the ready. She knew she had only one shot. One shot or the darkness would overwhelm her and all would be lost. It was just a matter of timing. 5 steps to go before she would step onto the balcony. 3 steps. She already heard Daniel's voice. 1 step. 5 shouted out his name. Ella walked through the door and right to where Daniel was standing. She didn't think. She just instinctively pulled the trigger. In the next few moments, darkness engulfed the building, the adjacent streets, and then all of Manhattan. 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 Chapter 4. A history spanning several centuries had caused graduation ceremonies at Harvard University to become a day-long grueling marathon of singing, speeches, and millions of handshakes. It was hard to guess who suffered the most, whether it was the students, their family members, or the ranks of professors. They sat in their chairs for most of the day and became a living backdrop to accompany the celebratory moments. "Now it's time for the honorary doctorates, right? Who gets it this time?" A grizzled man in red and black professional gown asked his neighbour. "No idea." The man to his right was at least a generation younger, but dressed the same. "And I don't care anymore. Some female Eastern European politician's going to get it again, just to show how progressive we are." The older man responded to his words with a quiet chuckle. A quiet hiss aimed at them came from the row behind. "So another half hour or so, I guess. Then we can go to the Queen's Head. What do you say?" The old professor glanced at his watch, apparently already imagining a cold beer. "I'd go. I need it today, but don't count on half an hour. They've got a surprise in store for today.
He did a poor job of hiding the hint of skepticism in his voice. "What kind?" the older man asked, raising his grey eyebrows. "You really don't know? Our young genius is officially getting his PhD today." Another warning hiss came from the back row. "Yeah? Wait, I read about that. How old is he? 20? I've never taught him, and I actually don't know if I've ever met him. Look, this doesn't interest me in the least anymore. Do you know how many geniuses have been praised to High Haven here? Dozens in my time, and only a fraction of them ever made something of themselves. What's so special about this one? You taught him?" "I did, just shortly before I started here. He was just a little stinker, just a kid, but the bastard schooled me in quantum mechanics and string theory like I was a student. 6 months after that, he was publishing. I thought it was going to be trash, but no, it was solid. I had to take a day off just to fully understand it." The anger in his voice was more than evident, and he was having a hard time keeping his emotions in check. "So you're saying there's something serious to him? What's his name?" "Yeah, he's brilliant. A genius son of a bitch. His name is Gideon Kelly, and he's only 17. Their conversation was interrupted by a third and now very intense hiss, accompanied by a barely intelligible curse word. The lecture took place in the largest hall the University of Vienna had at its disposal. It was packed to bursting. People were sitting in the aisles, and the capacity of the auditorium seemed to have doubled. No one could recall a lecture ever arousing so much interest. It all seemed more like a rock concert than a physics lecture. Registrations were even bought and sold among the students, and seats in the front rows were said to fetch up to €1,000. No one could confirm it, but it became a university legend over time, and everyone took it as a known fact. When Gideon Kelly arrived, everyone had to see and hear him, no matter what field of study they were in. The whole talk lasted only an hour, but that was more than enough. Almost everyone in the audience had an English or German edition of his latest book, Breaking the Boundary. During the book signing, the line got so long that it spilled down the corridors, out of the building, and stretched for many streets. Gideon was only 23 years old. He had already had 5 international bestsellers to his credit and the label of the most promising mind of his generation. In the last year, however, negative voices had begun to emerge. A commentary in the May issue of Science magazine summed them all up. It described Gideon as a dreamer, and closer to Jules Verne than Albert Einstein or Stephen Hawking. It went on to say that his positive influence on popularizing science was undeniable, but that his contribution ended there, and his theories would never achieve tangible success. This very issue of the magazine now landed on the table at which he was sitting.
"Could you sign this, please?"
A stocky man in his 40s pointed to the article. Gideon just smiled and scribbled large in black marker across the page. "Fuck off." "You can have it framed." He smiled at the man and handed the magazine back to him.
"It's just like they say, you're just a talker. Your work would be most useful to Star Trek writers to keep the plot believable."
The man packed his magazine and left. I quite like Star Trek. Now another edition of his book appeared on the table. He recognized the woman as American by her accent. He looked at her. Los Angeles? Gideon tried to guess. She was tall, almost as tall as he was. Her hair was black and unruly. "So close. San Diego." She smiled at him. "Well then, I pity you. Who's the dedication for?" "Ashanti, but my friends call me Ash." "I'll write Ash then." He closed the book and returned it to the young woman's hand. "So that means we're friends," the girl remarked, clearly not intending to leave.
The line behind her seemed endless, and the next in line were looking very tense. What? He didn't get caught off guard very often, and he didn't like the feeling. He enjoyed his intellectual superiority, throwing people off balance and reducing them to atoms. I told you that only my friends call me Ash. Since you wrote it in the book, we're friends now. Gideon looked at Ash for a moment, then stood up. He turned to one of the PhD students who had accompanied him all day and organized this lecture as well. We're done for the day. Please tell these people. I'll be giving another lecture next week in Tokyo if anyone wants to drop by. Have them remind me, and I'll take them to the front of the line. One girl stood dumbfounded. A few seconds before, she was staring at her cell phone, and now she looked as if she had just been sentenced to death. Sorry, everyone, Gideon called out loudly to the hall. I have to leave now. Thank you all so much. You guys are great. I have my friend Ash here, and I'll be attending to her now. I trust you all will understand. He walked around the table and offered Ashanti his arm. We still have all day, so why don't you show me Vienna? I don't know what my boyfriend would say, Ash smiled. Who cares, Gideon said in response, and they left the hall hand in hand. It was after 3 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that only Gideon remained in the laboratories. Just after midnight, one of his colleagues came and asked him if he wanted to leave together. Gideon gratefully declined. He was obsessed with the problem. There had been no significant progress for over a month, and skepticism was beginning to prevail in the team. So far, everything seemed to be on track. But if they continued like this, further funding was in jeopardy. Thanks to his worldwide reputation and contacts at the highest levels of Congress, he had succeeded in obtaining a very generous grant indeed. The only downside was the constant supervision by the military, which he accepted as a necessary evil. He generally had no problem with this way of working, but sometimes the paragraphs and regulations drove him into a state of insane fury. Now, in the middle of a deep night, he was only tired and frustrated. He slid his office chair in front of the prototype portal. He had been looking at it for half an hour, and he was now speaking to it quietly. Why don't you want to work? All the calculations fit. You've got plenty of power, and we've caught the last of the bugs. What is it you don't like? Is it me? Just say the word. The portal was silent. It just stood there in the middle of the lab with cables leading out of it in all directions. Gideon looked desperately at the ceiling and wondered when he had last seen Ash. Was it Wednesday or was it Thursday? I'm not even sure what day it is anymore. He stared at the paneling above his head. Suddenly he felt a thought coming to him. He didn't move, lest he lose it. He felt that it was an idea that was important, but hadn't quite taken shape yet. It jumped from one part of his brain to another. Gideon waited for the right moment to catch it. Like a hunter after an idea, he leapt for it and clutched it tightly. He shot up and sat down at one of the computers. From the jumble of clutter on the desk, he pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Where the fuck is the pencil? He finally found a pen and began scribbling notes and fragments of formulas on the paper. He continued like this for 2 minutes and then stopped. He looked over his work while opening the code of the program that controlled the sequence that activated the portal. He made several interventions into it. He knew he was violating his own protocol. Tomorrow he would have to have these modifications checked, but not today. He saved them and turned on the portal. For a moment everything went as it had for dozens of previous tests. The air filled with tension. Usually after 10 seconds, the operation failed and the portal shut down. But that wasn't happening now. Gideon watched the readings. They continued to rise beyond what he considered possible.
He rose from his chair and moved as far away from the portal as he could. He was almost against the wall, and he could feel the hairs on his arm standing up. There was a crack, and the lab went dark. Shit! Gideon cursed as the power crashed throughout the building, and everything was plunged into darkness. Gideon knew the backup generator should be up in a minute. He stood leaning against the wall, waiting. Only the red emergency exit sign in the wall was lit. Finally, the computers began to boot up again, and the lab was full of light once more. Gideon stared ahead of him in disbelief, unable to move. Something that resembled liquid filled the portal, but it was definitely not liquid. The surface was moving, as if the wind was blowing against it. Gideon recovered his composure and walked quickly over to the portal. So, it was successful. The calculations are correct. We've just created a copy of this space. He walked over to one of the computers. When the power had gone out, he had lost the latest data, and now he couldn't confirm that they had indeed created an intersection from this primary reality. Gideon stood less than a meter from the portal. This is the moment, my greatest triumph. Dome technology is operational, and I have become immortal. He instinctively took a breath and entered the portal. On the other side, it looked exactly as he had expected. He found himself in his own laboratory. The walls of the dome he had created resembled the surface of the portal. It was small, which matched the energy expended. Will you sit with me? There were 2 chairs at the table. In one of them sat himself. He was looking at a copy of himself. So, the worst option has been confirmed. When an intersection from the primary reality is created, a copy of space is created, and that includes animals or people, he said, sitting down as invited. That puts both of us in an awkward situation, doesn't it? The copy crossed his arms over his chest. It was obvious to me as soon as the walls formed around me. Have you really gone crazy? The other Gideon looked annoyed. Why would I go crazy? You're me, aren't you? So you must realize that the domes will change the whole world. Yes, it's true that this complication will make everything more difficult, but they can be worked with anyway. Gideon played out in his head all the steps they would have to take. The economics of building the domes would change, but they would still be a miracle. So you think I'm a copy of you? So be it. It is possible. But you must admit to yourself that there are other variations and other theories. I don't know what you're talking about, Gideon interrupted, leaning back comfortably. But you do. You must know, even in your arrogance. You claim there's only one primary reality because it helps you justify your own plan. But what if there are more? What if sometimes you cut from another world instead of a copy? Could you live with that? There is only one primary reality. That's the truth. Domes will change the world. People won't starve anymore. There will be water everywhere. And it's all thanks to me. Thanks to me. Gideon pointed his finger at his copy, then jabbed it into his chest. You may be right, but how are you going to stop me from going out of here instead of you and ending this whole crazy program, saying that we were just playing wrong? It was all just the zany theory of an all-too-popular scientist. They both stood up at once. Gideon dove across the table first. The chair fell to the floor, and in a moment both men were rolling on the ground. Gideon took a hard punch to the jaw and another to the stomach. He stayed down, and the other man got up. At the last moment, Gideon managed to trip up his opponent, who slipped and hit the edge of the table as he fell. He remained lying on the floor, breathing heavily, blood pouring from his head. Gideon stood up and looked at the man who may or may not have been a copy of him. He flipped the table over and detached its metal leg with a kick. He picked it up off the ground
and ended the fight with one hard blow. Gideon staggered out of the dome. He walked through the portal and found his cell phone on the table. He dialed Colonel Perez, who had been his liaison in the army since the beginning of the project and had all the necessary information.
"Hello?"
came a sleepy voice on the other end of the line.
"Is that you, Kelly? What on earth is going on?"
"I'm sorry. I had to call you. We succeeded."
Gideon breathed heavily. Everything hurt.
"What do you mean? Did it work?"
The colonel suddenly sounded as if he hadn't been sleeping at all.
"That's right, but remember when I talked about the risks, about the most strictly confidential ones."
He'd been clearly instructed never to discuss the project with anyone over the phone, but the current situation demanded it.
"Yes, I remember,"
Perez replied brusquely.
"So the major risk has been confirmed, and now I need someone to clean it up."
"Understood. Stay there.
And don't make any more calls. We'll sort this out. We've accounted for the alternative, and we'll adjust the protocols."
He paused for a moment.
"Congratulations, Kelly! You did it!"
Gideon didn't answer him. He just hung up. "Thank you for meeting me, Gideon." Dr. Somerville looked tired. He always remembered her as perfectly done up, but that wasn't the case today. "I know your time is extremely valuable."
"That goes without saying, Evelyn. I'm told you've been insisting for weeks, but there was no other way. Don't be angry. I should make time for old friends."
Gideon pushed a glass of water toward her. He walked over to the bar and poured himself a Cuban rum.
"If I could offer you anything else, just say so."
"No, thank you. I don't want to keep you long." She picked up her glass, but her hand was shaking so much she put the water back on the table. "I need to tell you my concerns, Gideon. I think this whole thing is getting unmaintainable." She spoke the words carefully, as if afraid of the reaction.
"What do you mean?"
He sat back and sipped his drink.
"Everything is working as it should. Domes are being built all over the world, and exactly what we wish for has happened, Evelyn. Everything is changing, and for the better, even in the most backward parts of the world."
He remembered Evelyn from his student days. She was 10 years older than he was, but still one of the few people he liked at the university, and he sought out her company. "We're cleaning bigger and bigger domes, Gideon. You warned me once that it would be hard, and I've picked reliable people accordingly, but even they've had enough." Her throat was dry, but she kept talking. "Plus, bizarre cases are multiplying. People are saying strange things, and it won't be long before it gets out."
"What gets out?"
His expression changed. There was something in his eyes that Evelyn didn't like.
"There's nothing that can get out. You knew what you were getting into, and so did all our people. The domes must be cleaned, and there are only copies inside. They have no life of their own, no rights. For God's sake, Evelyn, you wrote our instruction courses and manuals yourself. I'm the last person who should be explaining this to you."
"I know all that, Gideon, but there's something else." She then remained silent, staring at the table. "Rumors are going around. They say we're not making copies, but we're penetrating other worlds." Gideon slammed the table so hard that his glass of rum fell to the floor.
"There is only one primary reality, Evelyn. One and only one. And if anyone claims otherwise, it's nonsense. Our work is challenging, but we have to look at it pragmatically. When the time is right, we'll disclose everything. That will be when the domes have changed the world so much there can be no doubt about their benefits. The last thing we need is clashes with fanatics."
Evelyn placed a photograph on his desk.
"What's this?"
he asked. "Just look." The photograph was of a girl in the arms of a man. He recognized the girl as Evelyn. She could have been about 20, maybe a little older. He didn't know the man.
I don't know what this means.
He slid the photo back to her. She left it lying on the table. It's a photo one of our people brought me. He found it by accident while cleaning a big dome. He had to send 40 people in there, and it was extremely unpleasant. The photo is obviously of me. You could probably tell, but the man is my father. She pointed to the figure. Do you get it? You remember everything people tell you or that you read about them, so surely you understand.
Your father died when you were 2 years old. You told me about it when we were in college.
He took the photo and looked at it closely.
Isn't this a fake? For a few $100, I'll have the exact same one made for you, and it'll have Elvis in it instead.
Go to hell, Gideon. You think I didn't have it checked? You think I'm completely stupid? Compared to you, I surely am, but who isn't? The photo is real. Explain to me how it could have been there.
She stood up, and so did Gideon. I don't care, Evelyn. What do you want to hear? That it's not just this reality, but there are others? Are there 5, 11, or maybe 1 million? Who knows? But I'll tell you something. I couldn't care less.
He took a new glass from the bar and drank again.
It may be true, and the domes are encroaching on other worlds, stealing from them bit by bit, and murdering their inhabitants, but we're doing it all for the good of our world. If that's true, then this world won, and the other world's lost, Evelyn, and it's only because of me.
She pointed to the photograph lying on the table. Keep it, Gideon. Let it remind you of today. She turned and slammed the door behind her. Gideon left for home early. He was already tired from his fight with Evelyn, and now he felt like dying. Endless travel, conferences, interviews and more interviews. He never thought he'd get tired of it, but that time seemed to have come. He even came home during daylight hours, which didn't happen very often. Both Jenny and Ash were excited about it. He suggested they order dinner and watch a movie. It was about 10 o'clock when someone rang the doorbell. Who could it be, Dad? Jenny asked. She was only 15, but already seemed to be the spitting image of her mother. She had inherited little from Gideon in the way of looks.
I don't know, but I'll go and have a look.
He scrambled to his feet, found his slippers, and slowly shuffled to the front door. A woman in an army uniform stood there. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Kelly, but the colonel told me to give you this right away. She handed him an envelope.
What is it?
He asked. He was surprised it couldn't wait until the next day. I'm sorry, sir. They said they'd call you before I got here. No one has spoken to you? From the look on his face, she realized no one had. It's about Dr. Somerville. They found her in her office. Looks like a drug overdose. Unfortunately, she died, sir. This letter of hers was addressed to you. She turned and walked away. Gideon held the envelope and looked at it for a long while. He stood there for about 15 minutes before Jenny came to see if anything was wrong. The curtain rose for the 3rd time, and the applause continued. Literally half the town had turned out for the premiere of the new production of Romeo and Juliet. Gideon resisted the invitation for a long time, but finally agreed after pressure from Jenny. I'm glad you finally came. She put her hand on his knee. You've been home a lot lately. Is anything wrong? Jenny would be graduating from high school soon. Gideon was sure she had an interesting future at Harvard or any other university she chose. They were liable to tear each other apart to get her for their school. And with her father's money.
Everything's fine. You don't have to worry about me. I'm just a little overloaded. I'm even thinking about starting to teach.
Jenny laughed. You and teaching? I can't imagine.
Of course, I'll wait to see what university you choose so I can go there with you and keep an eye on you.
He smiled, and she noticed. You wouldn't. She smacked his palm.
Well, maybe not. But keep it in mind at all times.
The curtain didn't rise a fourth time, and the audience began to leave the hall. Their security guards were already waiting in the lobby and managed to retrieve their coats from the coat check.
Thank you, Mark. Sometimes I don't know what I'd do without you.
Mark was as old as Bodyguard, and over time they had become friends. Gideon hated being made to feel like a child in constant need of care, but after several unpleasant incidents over the past few years, he had partially changed his mind.
You're welcome. Let's go, Mark replied, leading them down the hall to the front door.
Gideon didn't like to be crowded with other people, so even now he deliberately waited until the audience had emptied a little before getting up. The hall was still abuzz, but people were gradually leaving the building and getting into taxis that were pulled up or were going for a night walk through Seattle.
You're Dr. Kelly, aren't you?
A man with a thick beard and a brown coat approached them. It was immediately obvious he didn't belong in the theatre.
No, he isn't, sir. May I ask you to step back?
Mark was at the stranger's side in a flash, and he placed a hand on the man's chest to define space.
What followed lasted barely 5 seconds.
The bearded man hit Mark so hard he sprawled onto the ground. A gun emerged from his coat and fired 3 times. Jenny was standing right next to her father. They both fell. A moment later, Miles Thomas was also on the ground, subdued. He didn't put up a fight. He just put up his hands above his head and dropped the gun. People who witnessed the whole incident subsequently confirmed that he had shouted something to the effect that the truth would come out and he would be freed. Ashanti was sitting in the hospital room holding Gideon's hand. A month had passed since that fateful night. Jenny's funeral had taken place on a Thursday, less than a week after the assassination. The doctors that arrived on the scene could only pronounce her dead. There was no hope of saving her. Gideon underwent a 12-hour operation. They said it was a miracle he was still alive, but there was little hope of recovery. Miss Kelly? Ashanti didn't hear anyone come in. She was lost in her own thoughts. For the first 2 weeks, she cried ceaselessly. At least now, she could hold back her tears if other people were around. I'm Professor Carter. We had a talk last night. May I come in? Sure, have a seat. Carter had called. Surprisingly her. He was the head of the research that Kelly Corp funded. She vaguely remembered Gideon mentioning him a few times, but she didn't know exactly what he did. She gathered from the conversation that he would have a proposal for her, and she was willing to do anything. I don't want to keep you, ma'am. We've discussed almost everything over the phone. Anyway, let's recap. He spread out several papers and images of Gideon's brain in front of him. I've been in contact with your husband's attending physicians and the team that operated on him pretty much since the unfortunate incident. We both know that his condition is very serious. The brain damage he suffered is fatal. The most significant damage is in the area where the memory center is. He cleared his throat. Do you know my husband well? Ashanti asked. We saw each other 5 or 6 times. He was an inspiring man. I dare say he wanted to support my research because he saw potential in it similar to his own groundbreaking discovery. He glanced back at the papers and continued. So, as I said, he has a fundamentally damaged memory center, and we need to do regeneration. And that is the essence of your proposal. Synthetic stem cells. You remember that well, but I only used that metaphor to illustrate the function of my nanobots. They are considerably more complex, and in conjunction with an external memory medium, it might be feasible to give your husband back his memory and normal life. Purely theoretical, right? Ashanti asked with a sigh. It's not just completely theory, ma'am.
May I show you? He didn't wait for an answer. He went behind the door and in a moment brought in a small, fair-haired girl. She couldn't have been more than 9 years old. What do you think of her? He asked with a smile, stroking the girl's hair. What do you mean? Ashanti stared at him, confused. It's no wonder you're surprised. It's nothing you might normally see. But this girl is not ordinary. She is constructed as a memory carrier for your husband. She will communicate with the implemented nanobots, storing his every thought and helping to reassemble them. Basically, she'll supply us with external computing power. It was obvious he was enjoying Ashanti's surprise. She took the girl's hand. What's her name? I didn't give her a name. It's not important yet. I just need your approval that we can make everything happen. It is not good to wait. The probability of success diminishes every day. He looked at Ashanti, awaiting an answer. Okay, I agree, but tell me one more thing. How long could it take? She stroked the girl's blonde hair. She looked perfectly real. I don't know. Maybe a few months or even years. We'll have to try it. Even the impossible can be done to save the greatest man of his time. His time. His time. His time. His time.
Chapter 5. My name is Gideon Kelly, Five shouted, holding out his hands towards Ella as if he could catch her. In another second, he'd surely lunge at Daniel. He didn't care that he was being impeded in his movements by unknown forces of materialized darkness. He planned to rip his heart out of his body, but someone had beaten him to it. He turned at the sound of the gunshot. There stood Ella, clutching a rifle. Five was shocked. He didn't understand, and he wondered for a moment if this was an illusion or a mind game played by the darkness. He looked at Daniel's face and immediately realized it was reality. The huge figure was clutching his chest, red blood oozing through his fingers. How? Daniel dropped to one knee. Never! I won't let this happen! Both Ella and Five pressed their hands to their ears, but the voice didn't come to them that way. The darkness had gone mad. It spread across the balcony and then engulfed the building. It took barely 2 heartbeats before all the streets and eventually all of Manhattan suddenly found itself in impenetrable darkness. As quickly as the darkness had reigned, it disappeared again. Five looked around to see if he could see a black figure anywhere, but it had found another destination. Daniel stood up again. His eyes were black, and even his blood had taken on a deep red color. The figure began to speak through his mouth. You're a fool if you think you can stop us. He took 2 steps towards Ella, but she didn't back down. My brothers have already found their way. I showed them which way to go. We are more powerful than you can ever imagine. I'll settle for you not winning. She stood her ground, motionless. You are as short-sighted as all your kind. After all, I already won long ago. I have finished what I came for. They stood barely 3 feet apart. And you, he looked at Five. It's amazing how much you've helped us. Your work is almost as monumental as mine.
You have my infinite appreciation.
Enough talk. I want to have the last word today. She reached out and touched Daniel where only black blood flowed now. There was a loud crack. Daniel's body slumped limply to the ground. The darkness was gone. Five walked over to Ella and hugged her.
I saw you fall.
I know. I fell and came back. She smiled at him. She was glad to see his face.
And what did you do to him? That thing, the darkness. Where is it?
A lifeless body lay at their feet. Daniel was dead.
I'm not entirely sure.
She looked at the fingers of her right hand. There was still blood on them.
He's in a different place. I sent him there, and I don't think he'll find his way back.
Where am I?
They turned around. Jenny was sitting on the floor, looking around in confusion. Ella and Five both hugged her. Oh my God, I thought you were dead or broken. Ella stroked her hair.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have gone off on my own, but I had this weird feeling.
She held her father's hand. She ran her hand over it for a moment, and Ella noticed a blue light shining from her palm.
So you remembered. Do you know everything already?
Five nodded and sat down.
Are you okay?
His face began to change colour quickly. He didn't look good at all.
I am, and actually I'm not.
He sighed heavily.
Mia and the others will be here soon. Try to get me on the ship. Wake me up when we're in the infirmary, if it's still possible. Do you understand, Jenny?
She just nodded and put her hand on his temple. Then the blue light appeared again, and Five fell asleep. Getting Five back aboard the Ghost was a little more difficult than they had expected. Manhattan's brief plunge into darkness had unleashed mayhem. It was a clear signal to the people waiting in line for a second chance that there would be no giveaways this year. They scattered in all directions, some looting streets near and far along the way. After an hour of zigzagging, threats, and a few warning shots, they finally arrived at the meadow where they had landed earlier. Mia didn't wait for anything. Before Ab could put Five to bed in the infirmary, she elevated the Ghost and headed high above the city. She had no plans to return, setting a course north and leaving Frank to pilot. So tell me, what's wrong with him? Mia walked into sickbay. Ab, Jenny, and Ella were there. Ab looked around, and her eyes wandered to the girls. It seemed she didn't want to talk in front of them.
Gideon is dying,
Jenny announced. Ab and Mia looked at her for a moment, perplexed. Mia pointed to the bed. So Five's name is Gideon. Jenny nodded.
And is there anything we can do to help him?
Ab has great equipment and is an excellent doctor. Jenny walked over to the bed and placed both hands on her father.
There's nothing we can do. Even Ab can't do anything. This is the end of the road. The program that controlled the nanobots had one goal, to repair his memory. No one could have anticipated that it would take this long, so it gradually took over more and more of his body's functions. But it all had one single goal, and that was achieved. Ab looked at the sleeping man. So you're saying he's finally healthy and can die in peace? Is that right? Mia gave her a stern look. She didn't like this kind of talk. She was always looking for a way out, even when others told her there was none.
He wanted us to wake him up. I'll do it now. Otherwise he might not wake up at all,
Jenny announced, placing her hand on Gideon's temple. Nothing happened for a long time, but he finally opened his eyes. He looked around. His skin began filling with red spots.
I'd like to talk to Mia alone, if you don't mind.
He tried to smile, but he couldn't quite manage it. He tried to hide the pain. They all left, closing the door behind them. Mia was inside for maybe half an hour,
before she came out again. You can go inside. I'll try to find a place to land. That's what Gideon wants. Frank guided the ghost in for a landing. They found a small town north of New York. There weren't more than a few dozen buildings. Some of them still seemed in pretty good shape, including the church. Here, too, everything was covered in freshly fallen snow. The church must have been a handsome building at one time. It was built of small red bricks, had a tall white bell tower and 4 white columns in front of the entrance. Gideon asked Oliver if he would run over and see what the town was called. A few minutes later, he was back, all out of breath. West Hebron. He took 2 deep breaths. This town was called West Hebron. At those words, Gideon laughed out loud. No one understood why. What are you laughing at? Said Ella. It means nothing to you. The important thing is that it's a good place. Please, help me out. Frank and Oliver supported him. He directed them to a large tree growing near the church. When he leaned against it, he had the church at his back and a great view of the ghost at the same time. Jenny, Ella, please, sit with me. The girl sat down. Ella had tears streaming down her cheeks. It's been an honour, Gideon. Thank you for everything, Mia said, and then she, Frank, Ab and Oliver turned and walked away towards the craft. You know, it's a much better death than I deserve, he exhaled, closing his eyes. For a long time I thought I was serving time for all the evil I've done by making bad choices. Now I don't think so anymore. He gripped both girls' hands tightly, Jenny's in his right and Ella's in his left. I'm short on time, so listen. He was silent for a moment, looking up at the sky. The snow was beginning to fall again. Ella, I know you had your doubts. You've had to overcome difficulties I can't even imagine. But it's all over. I've never seen anyone as brave as you. I used to think I knew everything about the world, and the things I didn't know I could understand in time. Not you, though. You're a miracle, and maybe even the answer. He coughed, and a few drops of his blood hit the snow. And now you. He lowered his head and laid it on Jenny's shoulder. How could you think I was your only mission? You still have a long way to go. This was only the beginning of it, though it was much longer than could have been anticipated. In my previous life, I had a daughter, Jenny. We never talked about her, but you know everything I know. You also feel everything I felt. And if you look hard enough, you'll see the truth. I had 2 daughters, 2 wonderful Jennies, and I will always be extremely proud of both of them. Don't forget that. They leaned him against the tree as he wished. He said he wanted to see the ghost. And I'll go. I need to know that you're safe. That is my wish. Jenny and Ella didn't want to move. Go now. He made one last attempt to raise his voice. Jenny grabbed Ella's hand and they slowly walked away. They reached the platform and were soon standing on the bridge. Gideon asked me to take off as soon as you arrived, so grab onto something. Mia started the engines, and the ghost rose over the ruins of West Hebron. What else did he tell you in there? Ella asked her. Her eyes were red from crying. That one world has fallen, but that doesn't mean you can't save the others. And if I want to achieve that, I have to follow two very special people. She looked at Jenny and Ella, and I believe him. Gideon Kelly sat leaning against the trunk of the tall maple tree. Behind him lay the ruins of a Presbyterian church. He wondered when the last worshipper had entered, and when they might have held their last service. He would have liked to find out, but just as this town's time had run out, so too was his time coming to an end. The ghost fired up its engines and rose briskly into the sky. A moment later, it was a mere dot, and soon no longer visible at all. The pain had left Gideon. He only felt peace and heard Ashanti's voice calling him to dinner. Jenny was there too. My Jenny, I have so much to tell her.
Jenny played these songs during their endless wanderings. May they follow you on your journey, whether you know its destination or are still searching for it. 1. Get Right Church, Ben Miller Band. 2. Yeats Grave, The Cranberries. 3. Teenage Wasteland, Puddies. 4. Manna, Gaia Messiah. 5. Evil Walks, AC/DC. 6. Dreamer's Disease, Stormzy. 7. The Boxer, Simon and Garfunkel. 8. Lady Luck.
Journey.
9. Till the last shot's fired.
Trace Adkins.
10. Ain't No Sunshine.
Bill Withers.
11. Send Me a Postcard.
Shocking Blue.
12. Believe. The Chemical Brothers. 13. The Wah-Wah-Tootsie. The Orlons. 14. Good Luck. Basement Jacks. Lisa Kakula. 15. Reverend V. Kid Cutie. 16. Le Mer Bleu. Chien Noir. 17. Living Darfur. Matafix. 18. Last Day on Earth. Bee-Ba-Doo-Bee. 19. Jim Morrison. John Billion. 20. Come Fly With Me. Frank Sinatra.